Test. Ba-da-ba, let's break my camera. You guys are getting a camera test. My camera was bugging out the other night, so I'm trying to fix it. So I'm starting early, not to actually gameplay yet. That will be in about 15. Hey, what's going on? So, hope you don't mind. I'm trying to diagnose my camera issue I had the other night. I'm not sure if you were in the stream when my camera was bugging out. I can't remember which exact stream that was. But yeah, it was like wicked laggy. By the way, is the audio okay? You can hear everything on my side? Yeah, I'm trying to give you all a smooth experience because today I'm thinking, I don't know, 5 to 6 hours. My wife is taking the kiddos over to Pride. I'm going to miss the parade this year. And I'm going to stream with you guys. That's the first. Hey, Mia. Just doing some camera fixing, getting all the technical hoopla out of the way before we do actual gameplay today. First stream of yours. Okay, good. Good, you can hear me. Cool. Well, I'm glad to have you. Right now, you're just getting a nice little snapshot of my home office. I've got you can see the computer turned off. That's my IRL gig, my corporate job. And then I am a big arcade person. So you can see my favorite toy, my X-Men pinball machine back there. That thing is legit. It was like a life dream to have one. And so I finally met that dream last December. Okay, so far, I know I'm intentionally moving all crazy, guys. Like, someone's going to catch a preview of this and be like, what is this dude doing? Like, he is eccentric. I'm intentionally trying to get the lighting to break because what'll happen is the shutter speed on the camera will mess up and it'll cause me to like start like lagging out. And then a lot of times when I'm in the game, which you don't see at the moment, but I have it up on my other screen. Hey, Joseph. Hey, Pirate. How was the show? Okay, so those of you who are just joining the chat, I went to Metallica last night. Another lifetime dream. I've never actually been to one of their concerts. And so I live out here in Colorado, and they played last night, and they play again on Sunday night. And so my oldest son, I've got a few kids, my oldest son and I did both concerts. So we're actually going back tomorrow night. And I will tell you, their stage performance was insane. It was so good. They had like fires going off and fireworks and stuff towards the end there. And one of the openers, okay, I'm old. Y'all may not even know who this is because half of Discord didn't know, was Limp Bizkit. And Limp Bizkit came out in the 90s. And I remember Fred Durst from the 90s. So it was great because he was doing like dad jokes against himself because like he knows he's probably, maybe 10 years older than me or 5 years older than me. And he's like, he's rocking the dad bod like we all are at this age. He's got the gray beard and he's still out there just doing his thing. And I love that he has that like self-humor to know that. But no, the concert was phenomenal. Thank you for asking. Watched all my videos. Thank you. Yeah, I love this office. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 more arcade machines out in my basement. They're not like the original OG arcade machines. They are, if you ever heard of a company called Arcade 1UP, they're their versions of it. And so they're like 3/4 scale models, but they're the real games. So they're all emulated. They're fantastically fun. And so all my kids, when their friends come over, we're like the cool house. Because they're like, can we go over? They don't call me Bear, but just for the sake of names, they're like, can we go to Bear's house? And like my son had a birthday party here one year just so they could play the arcade machines. We threw Mario Kart up on the TV. Like it was an absolute blast. Yeah, the concert was fantastic, Jake. We were just talking about just how absolutely incredible Metallica was. And I was afraid at first because, sorry, I'm still trying to test my camera before we officially kick off here in 15. So you guys are getting a little inside peek into the life of a bear. So the first band was Ice 9 Kills or Ice Kills 9 or something. I don't know. I've never heard of them before personally. And their performance was cool. Like they had like zombies and stuff on the stage, but their sound was horrible. And I'm not knocking like their music. Their music could be fine. I don't know. But like the speakers and like the quality of the sound going out to the concert was terrible. And me and this dude that was sitting next to me were talking, and I'm like, can you understand a word? And like, I listen to all genres of music, save for maybe country. And I'm usually good at even like with like death metal, I can tell you what they're saying. And I couldn't catch a freaking word of this dude. And he's like, no. And so then I'm like, oh crap, is like Metallica going to come out and the quality of the sound is going to be like ass? And no, dude, I think the only concerts I could put that on par with that might have been like in the same realm was I saw Green Day years and years ago, probably like 10 years ago. And that's my absolute favorite band. And Billy Joel ran off the stage, and this is at the Pepsi Center when it was still the Pepsi Center. He ran all the way up the stairs, and it was me, my ex-wife, so the person I was with at that time of my life, and one guy next to her, and the dude had a cowboy hat on. And he came up to that guy, took the cowboy hat off, and put it on. And so he was literally 2 people physically away from me, and it just blew my mind. So I fanboyed out a little bit on that one. And then the other one was a Lollapalooza back in the 90s. And it was in Massachusetts at the football stadium there. And Cypress Hill was playing. I'm old, y'all. I'm old. And the stands rushed the field. And so all the cops and security were like taking people down and like put them in like the zip ties. And like one of my buddies got nabbed. And then me and this girl I was with at the time, like got past him. And so then we got to be like basically at the stage, like, and, you know, people were crowd surfing. Like, that's just a legit memory because like, you know, we were young kids and, you know, we're doing dumb stuff, trying to jump fences to like rush stages. And, you know, our friend gets arrested, we get away. So like, that's just, that's a core memory unlock right there, right? Verti, hello. Magician, hello. Eduardo, did I miss anybody? Star, they're okay. You've heard of them? Yeah, I think only like 5 or 6 people have heard of them. I think there was, did they say 150,000 people in attendance last night? I think they set the new record for Mile High for concerts. When I was pulling up, they were 300 ticket sales away, which, you know, some people are still going to show up and buy. So as far as I'm aware, and this was on the radio, so I haven't like fact checked it, but they beat out Taylor Swift. And I think part of that is because of the way the stage is, because it's like a circle in the middle of the field and you have seats all the way up to it, or like a standing room. And so that's probably why. And I know her stage was like a bigger physical footprint, so the capacity would be less. So, you know, a little bit of that. I'm sure she could beat them, but no, it was insane. And that's why I slept in this morning, because I didn't get home until midnight. I had to drop my oldest son off at his house because he's old enough to have moved out. And then I came home, I rolled up, tried to like tiptoe like a ninja into the house. I wouldn't wake up the family. That didn't work. They woke up anyways. And then I crashed out. I crashed out pretty hard. 6,000 premium currency saved. Nice. So yeah. So here's my take on Joker. It's actually more than a take on Joker. This game, and you're going to find this pretty quickly, you need a variety of characters. So you will not be able to progress everything in this game with one single DPS unit. And so skipping Joker is absolutely fine. I think at this stage of the game, he's probably, when built properly and with Ren as a support, he's probably the strongest DPS. Maybe you could argue on up there. But you could skip him. You could go with, you know, if you do, I definitely think you should get on and then build her with like a fire team. And you'd be fine, and you would just be roadblocked when you hit like fire resistant content, which isn't like the resistances aren't as prevalent at this part of the game. It's more like in your Velvet Trials. And then Joker, what's nice about him is he is strong now, and when they do character buffs, they tend to buff him. I think because he's like the poster boy of the franchise for P5, like he gets a lot of love. Plus he's an OG Phantom Thief, so he's definitely good. The saving, my question to you is, what would you be saving for? Like, is there a unit that you're looking for? Because like, if you tell me I'm saving for Cord, well, you got a hot minute, friend. You're going to save up enough to get Cord if you're waiting for Cord. If you're telling me you're saving for Yui, which will be, we don't know the date, but it would be the next feature character banner unless they change something, then I would say, Yui's around the corner. You might want to consider pulling him later in the cycle. He's going to be here for a month. He's not going anywhere like in a week. And so you can play the game. You don't have to rush into Joker. My own personal bias aside, I still use him in my KR account. No, I'm not playing my KR account actively anymore, just so you guys are aware. I still go in there and check events, and I have to film a lot of my videos there because like there's just like I have characters built, and I could come in here and show you their skills on global now, but I can show you a full build for my KR account. So like I still use it for that stuff, and I still keep up on the news and everything else. We'll talk about Barry here in a little bit on the stream, but yeah, I think he gets a lot of use for me personally, and you'll occasionally get this one guild boss, and I'm spacing the name of it, but he's like tailor built for flipping Joker. Matter of fact, if you know who Bladesifer is, which if you've been on the Discord that I'm on, it's Bladesifer's Discord, I think he put a video out recently, in the last few weeks, of him fighting that specific guild boss with Joker. So this is something the last few weeks that Joker is good at. So don't let the Joker falls off scare you. Yes, you're going to get other teams that do crazy damage. It's gacha games. It's just how it works. But it's not like he all of a sudden drops down to like the bottom ranking tier and you can't use him. It's nothing like that. And a lot of content, you can just freaking bring whoever. So don't even worry there. Yeah, Blade is fantastic, Neptunic. And Blade really, helped me out. I don't think he's in chat at the moment. He's probably streaming himself if I were to know him. But he actually, I was trying to figure out where I want to run the guild from. And he and I were talking, and he invited me to his Discord to run the guild from his Discord. So I'm actually a part of his community as well. And when I was starting in Korea, the first, I don't know, a few weeks of the game, I kind of just floundered around and played around, and just I wanted to see it from like that fresh perspective without the kind of content creator influence, just because I'm very familiar with gacha games and Persona. And then when I was starting to watch content, his was really the first content that came up. And so a lot of like my initial learnings of the game were from Blade. And as a content creator, I make it a point not to watch somebody else's video until I've made my own take on it. So like, I'm not going to watch Blade's Joker guide and then go film my Joker guide. I feel like it's just too influential into me, and I want to make my own opinion. Now, granted, fair enough, on Global, he launched his Joker guide after me, to be fair, but he's also had his KR ones, right? So, whatever. And so I watch less of his content now, not because I don't support him, or I shouldn't say less, I watch it delayed, but because I want you to get my perspective kind of untainted. I don't know, does that make sense, what I'm saying? I feel like I'm maybe not explaining it well enough, but I do still watch his content, but it's usually like if he launches a video today, I'm of course going to see the thumbnail when I'm scrolling through YouTube. I won't touch that video unless A, I know I'm not going to make a video on it, or B, I make my video and watch it later on, like, a couple weeks later or something like that. I don't know future characters, and I don't know what characters are meta. So, Kenny, meta's an interesting topic in this game. And, I'm going to also pull up my screen. Let me switch my stuff here, because this will also tell me while in game if my camera starts breaking. So those of you who are here now, we're started a few minutes early so I can do some technical checks, because I had some technical issues on my stream the other day. So here's the thing about meta. There are some stages that you'll get that, like, for example, when Figure Skater Monk comes out, she will have a event, and this event structure happens for multiple different characters, but you do some fights. Honestly, you probably can I usually do, auto through all the initial stages and then the first like 2 stages of the boss. Then you'll have like harder versions of the boss. So it's like, yeah, your level 10 version, like who cares, just auto that. But then eventually you get to a point where you actually have to think about the mechanics. And those are typically tailored to something with that character. So Figure Skating Mont has the ability to flip between wind and ice. She's the first, and I think still the only character that can switch elements. Now, granted, she pretty much sits in one element, and that's kind of her thing anyways. And so that fight was really hard without that. And so could you get through it? Yes. Have I beaten it finally? Yes. But you have to get like a bit more creative. So if you have that banner character, it makes it easier. Or like, I think it was maybe Chinese New Year Rin, if I'm remembering correctly. She focused, or no, maybe it was I'm spacing her name, but the firefighter chick. They focus on technical attacks. And so their stage is very much in that cycle where like, hey, do technical damage to get bigger scores. And so when you think about meta, there's a little bit of that. It's, they want to sell their banner units. And so they're going to do content that makes sense for that banner unit. And so in that cycle alone, they are meta. The second part of meta is you have a couple characters that are just flat out good. Now and you've probably noticed this if you watch my videos, I very much advocate for having fun. When I finally pull the people I need, I'm going to run a Ryuji team. I will. But Ryuji is not going to sit on anybody's meta list. I can tell you that right now. I can have fun with him, and I can beat a lot of content with him and just enjoy my day. That's why I'm here. But if you ask me about meta units, I'm going to tell you that Futaba is the first truly meta navigator because of her insert vulnerability or insert weakness, whatever you want to call it. And then she, decreases defense. She's just an absolutely fantastic navigator. You've got Anj, who's another navigator, who's the 1-year anniversary unit, and she can let you do like a free turn like Joker does. And she just has really good buffs like penetration. And then you have Cord, and oh my God, Justin, Jesus, thank you. Thank you. I'm not used to this kind of reception. So if I seem a little flabbergasted, this is still really new to me as far as like this many people, like, being interested and then to drop a super chat. So I will invest that back in the stream. Somebody gave me a super chat the other day, and so just before the stream, I actually went and bought that stamina pack that's on sale, just so I could use it on the stream with you guys, because I'm here for you, and I'm here to create content for you, and so I want to, make sure that the value you're giving back to me, I'm giving back to you, so it's reciprocal. But yeah, so Cord is incredible. What Cord does is makes your highlights stronger, and then her skill, is it 3 or 2? God, I'm spacing it. One of her skills is effectively, it lets you launch your highlight regardless of your highlight charge. And highlight's your ultimate move, right? So like an amazing team, one of my absolute favorite teams in this game is Miriam, who's the nurse. She's a healer, bless character. Violet, who is interesting because she factors around her highlight skill and she can crit on it. And so you get her like supercharged for crit, and then she can run her highlight whenever she wants to, basically, and then she can crit. And so there's times when I'll do like a million hit, a literal million damage hit with her on her highlight if I set her up properly. But then Cord can go in and then say, cool, do it again without it charging. And so Cord enables some pretty cool stuff with so many different kinds of teams. I think there's really only, and I'd have to try hard to think about this, but there's only a couple teams where I don't think she is like ultra synergistic. But when you're saying that there's a character that can go through 98% of the teams and make them better, that's meta. So, but that's it. That's 3 characters. That's the only 3 I can tell you. No, I have not studied Akihiko. He just came out. He, I think, is electric damage, just based on P3. I'm not sure if he's more physical based. I'm pretty sure he's electric. I have yet to study him, so I couldn't tell you on him. The new Makoto that came out is great. I don't know that you put them meta. Like a lot of DPS, it's like they're meta because of A, they're the only one who do their job, or B, they they just do something new or unique. Like, Howler, you could be like, oh, she's a meta debuffer because she does really good debuffs, but you can get by without Howler. I don't have Howler on KR, and I do all the content. So, it's stuff like that. So Joker, don't worry about him falling off. Yes, you're going to have periods. Like, I'll give you the best example for Joker falling off. It's going to be Summer Closer. So Summer Closer, I suspect, and there's nothing that has told us this, I suspect Summer Closer is going to come earlier than she had, same with Summer Moko, for the other servers, because just physically Summer is right now for most places. And so it doesn't make sense to be like, oh, Summer Closer at Christmas. Plus, if you look at the trailers for the game, for the global versions, they've already shown her. They've already shown her content, or at least like cutscenes. And so I think she's coming soon. I would say if you go AoE DPS to AoE DPS and you've got the right team behind her, Summer Closer is potentially better than Joker. And she can do some really devastating damage, but she is bless damage. He is curse damage. They're opposite parts of the same coin. And so you cannot bring her to an event that is, bless resistant, curse weak, and expect her to do better than Joker. And so you're always going to have those things. And, let's jump in. It looks like so far the camera's kicking off. So hopefully, it is. Guys, give me a shout if my camera starts bugging out again, and I'll see if I can't fix the shutter speeds on it. Theoretically, my computer should have no problem with this. And I streamed KR, and I've never had a problem, so I'm not sure if it's a client thing. But if I go into our Velvet Trials, you could pull Summer Closer. Let's just say they dropped a nuke of an unexpected and gave it to us tomorrow, and everybody was given Closer for free. Will never happen. But let's just pretend that would happen. This entire last branch is curse damage. What are you going to use Summer Closer for? She's not going to come in here and hit your scores. And so this is what I really want to drive home to people is you can have a unit be meta and another unit next to them, and they can both still be good. Now, in certain situations, yeah, Summer Closer is potentially better than Joker in a lot of places, but he is still going to be useful for 25 stages of getting score. And I'll tell you, I ran him at every one of these in KR. I've cleared them all. No, I think, no, I did. I finally finished 25. You're going to have stages up here. I don't know if you guys have started going through the technician battles, but in here, like this one, I need lightning and ice. This one, I need fire. Some of these are going to have, curse or bless. And so eventually you're going to find stages where you need that. Like this one's gun damage, so you're gonna want Yanosik in here, right? So would Summer Closer be devastating here? Yes, but she's not hitting weakness, which means you're not getting score. So it's the thing that I love about this Persona game that sets it apart from other gachas I've played. Even again, if you take my fanboy out, I love the Persona franchise. I would tell you I like Final Fantasy more, and I played the hell out of Final Fantasy Opera Omnia, Dissidia Opera Omnia, and I would say I like this because I have a reason to break out teams. Like if I were to actually get Ryuji, I would throw him against these Dekikabras, or however you say the name. And so there's just a ton of use for a lot of teams, and then you can fill in holes with, your personas. Like for example, here I'm not running an ice unit. Oh, hold on, my dog. This is fun. My dog, I think, is knocking at my door. Do you guys want to meet my dog? He's my little buddy. Hold on. That's a rhetorical question. I'm not giving you an option. I'm gonna go have you meet my dog. Hey, pop it up. The people want to meet you. Come here. Oh. Give me the guy. Give me the guy. All right, let's give you the center screen here, puppy. Guys, this is Momo. This is my pup. Oh, he usually likes to take a nap on my lap. What's up, friend? What are you doing? Do you want to say hi to the people? Say hi to everybody and then go take a nap, okay? You are an internet star now. Did you know that? You're going to at least get me like 1 subscriber. Go lay down. Here, do you want me to fix your blanket? Love you, puppy. I love you, puppy dog. That's my dog, y'all. If you want to talk about meta, Momo, he's meta. That's meta. Okay. Yeah, so you can fill in holes with personas, but your characters that you pull, or your 4 stars, whatever they're attuned to, ice, lightning, etc., they will always be better than the personas Wonder can bring from a raw DPS perspective. I shouldn't say always. Maybe there's like a fringe case. Somebody in global is going to figure out something ridiculous that none of us have thought of before. It happens in every gacha game. Summer events. Honestly, Rexy, I think they're going to be soon. I don't know. I have no insight on this. I'm not in like any special creator program. I don't get invited to those cool things yet. And I wouldn't be shocked if it came with the next patch cycle. So this would be like post Joker as when they launch the second half of Palace 2. That would be my guess. Let's see what else we got in here. His name is Momo. So he's a foster that we got from somebody. I mean, he's our dog, but we got him from like a foster place. And they had Larry, Curly, and Mo. Somebody had already gotten Larry, so Three Stooges reference. Curly kept trying to like nip at my kids, and then Mo was like the sweetest thing ever, and so Mo came home. Let's see. Just watched your video about Persona Global Value Shop. Yes. Battle Pass, worth it to buy. So let me show you why I personally like it. And then I promise you all, we're going to do a lot of gameplay today. So my normal streaming time is Saturday nights, 9:30 p.m. until roughly midnight my time. This is Mountain Standard Time, if you're curious. I will have that stream tonight as well. But my wife and kids are going to disappear for the day. So I'm going to stream probably till roughly 6 p.m. my time. It's about 1. So we'll call it about 5.5 hours. And then I'll pop off. I'll have some dinner with the family. I've been playing Fantasy Life I on the Switch, and my kids have it on their Switches. And we've been doing treasure groves together. I love cozy games like that. And so I promised them I would do a few treasure groves with them tonight before bed. And then after they go to sleep, I'll be back for that 9:30 stream. So you guys got me for quite a few hours. I'm going to answer a ton of questions as much as I can. And the gameplay shall come. This mug, yes. Okay. I don't recall exactly what it says. So last year, we took in a exchange student. His name is Max. Absolutely amazing, incredible person. And his family came out during Christmas. And do y'all know what a white elephant is? And if you don't, it's basically like a blind gift exchange. And then like when you pick your gift, you can steal from someone else. And you do it, it's like $5-10. Like you get small gifts. I mean, I'm not rolling in like everyone's like, exchanging Nintendo Switches or something. And I drink a ton of coffee. And I love coffee. And in that white elephant, his parents had bought this mug. And so it's a Polish saying. And it says something to the effect of like, this is a super awesome mug that someone incredible got me. I don't think, he sometimes joins my streams, so I'm not sure if he's here at the moment. I don't think so. But I managed to win or if whatever you want to call it, get this from the White Elephant. So it is absolutely my favorite coffee mug. God, CJ, I cannot get Leo to save my life. It's just not happening right now. The true, yes, Momo is the true mascot of this channel. It was funny. I used to do sort of Convalera content, and they had a character called Momo. And so I had to have my Momo come in for a special guest appearance when I did my polls. Stuff resets at 2 p.m. my time, so just over an hour from now. If you show it, the camera, could I translate? Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I'm going to hold here for a minute. That mug looks huge. I mean, obviously perspective, right? I've got it closer to the camera, but it makes it look like it's like twice the size of my dome, and I've got a big head. Weapon selector. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I wasn't showing the game anymore. Let me show you the weapon selector. I'll do my best to keep up with questions, people, but if I miss one of yours, I apologize. Just put it back in the chat and I'll do my best to answer it. Here is my view on the weapon select. So this is what I put in. I don't have Leon. I still think his is the prize of this banner, except for obviously Joker's. I did pull Joker's banner. I got it right at that pity. I did not pull Leon's. So here's how I would evaluate this. And some of this will depend on your roster. Some of this is me using my own foresight to my advantage. Eventually you're going to get all your 4 stars. There's just, at this stage of the game, the mathematical probability is in your favor. Now, when we have a whole bunch more standards, it gets harder. But his weapon, does it let me do it? Yes. So his weapon, the reason it's so good is it also increases your crit damage. And so basically this is all to say that under the right conditions, which you're likely to have, you're going to get an increase in attack and crit damage. This is a powerhouse of a weapon. And so I will want it, and so I will make that my target here until I pull it, even if I don't have the character. I put Ans here because of all of these, she's going to be a main DPS for you, likely, as long as you're getting her, you know, from like the beginner select or whatever. And so I'll get it here. There's another place in the beginner book where you get to pick either her, Ryuji, or Morgana's weapon. And so eventually, you know, I would get it either from that mode, which is where I'll have to get it now because I didn't pull it here. Or one of those. And so that's my reasoning for her. Soy, his axe is really good. So this is another kind of early target for me. A lot of people, if you're building Mont, like Monts, because it brings down your need from ice crystals. I think the default is you need 10, and this brings it down to 8. I'd have to double check because I don't actually actively use her, but I'm pretty sure that's it. And then if you're building Fleuret, it's never a bad thing to get his weapon because he is still a really decent DPS. The rest of these, to me, are kind of, they're just okay. They're not bad, but if I was going to prioritize, those are the ones I would look at first. Maybe Okean's. This one's not terrible. That's kind of how I would look at the picks in there. This cup belongs to a nice person. Rexy, thank you for translating that because I have a hard time remembering those things. That's so awesome. Yeah, anytime I use it, which is every day, I think about Max and his family, so it's very nostalgic to me, and it's one of those things like the coffee warms my heart and the cup warms my heart. All right, what else we got going here? Hey dude, been moving through the videos. Thank you. Loving the videos, thank you. Soy is fantastic. Oh, Perp. Hey, Perp Platypus, I'm not going to say it. I want to ask your permission. The thing that you hit me up in Discord with yesterday, how would you feel about me presenting that concept to the chat here and getting their interest? We got a little bit over 100 people in, so I'm wondering, you know, what their perspective is on it. And if you want us to talk about it more first, then you guys can consider this a tease. Do you know if the timed missions you send your party to get materials? Oh, good question, Joseph. I don't know. I don't remember when they got introduced. Thankfully, they're not super consequential. So what he's talking about is every day you get like timed missions and you just put characters in it. They don't like leave your party. And then like they come back with resources after 15 minutes or an hour or 15 hours. I don't remember when they launched because when I started KR, they were already there, which means it had to, at the latest, have been at the start of the 2.0 content cycle because I came in at 2.0. Look, Joker A2, nice. Don't chase his dupes. So I would tell you save for your future banners, Ethan. Regret I put on weapon in the second feature slot and lost to it. Now I don't know, should I get the Ryuji weapon plus his selector or Morgana? So Morgana, his weapon's not terrible for him, obviously. But for Morgana, you get, let me show you guys this if you haven't seen it yet. In your events, when you do the Crossroad of Fates and you get, all of your Cafe LeBlanc stuff done, you get to exchange a 4-star for him and all the dupes. So if you invest your coins there, you get a fully duped out 4-star weapon. I used that for most of KR until someday I randomly pulled his 5-star. So, okay, cool. Then I'll bring that up in just a few minutes, Perp. So I kind of regret I put on, I don't know, I definitely wouldn't be mad about getting On's weapon. But as far as when you get to the selector, who else to get, it comes down to Ryuji, unless you're a Ryuji fan, like me, and or you just want to use him and you have like Leon. Ryuji is very hard to use effectively without Leon. So if you don't have Leon, my concern for you is that you're going to grab his weapon, use Ryuji, find him underwhelming if you don't really and check out, I do have a Ryuji guide. I kind of talk about it in more depth there. But if you get his weapon, you're not running him kind of at peak, then he doesn't feel as good. And you might be like, man, I should have gotten Morgana's weapon. That would be my only call out there. A1 Morgana. Dude, I have a weird, we were joking about this in Discord. I have a weird ability to pull flippin' Moko. I think it's because in all my videos, I'm like, I will never build her. And that does not change. But like, I keep getting, look at this. What? I mean, granted, one of those they give you in the game, but that still means I got all these other ones myself. Like, please stop. Give me somebody else, Tomoko. Like, I mean, I've been really fortunate with my pulls. I can't be mad. Like, I back-to-backed and pulled on the beginner banner. But, like, stop. Just stop. I will get your summer version because her summer version is flippin' awesome. But get out of here, girl. Level 37, no commission. Oh, yeah. So if you're 37, it might be at a certain story gate part. I know there's at least one confidant who makes it better, but I don't think they actually unlock it. I think they just make it better. They basically enhance the value that you get from them and reduce the time it takes to do those. Spent too much coffee. So just so everyone knows, I know we haven't gotten into gameplay yet. I will. I have to do a couple guild things really quick as well. But I'm going to do a bunch of gameplay, and we were talking about earlier, there was an incredible super chat donation from Mr. Justin Bailey, and someone else had given a super chat. And guys, please don't feel pressured to do that. I'm here just to have fun with you all, but I want to reinvest that in the stream. And so before I logged into this stream, I went and did some purchases on my phone and got the it's like the $3 or $4 stamina pack. So I reinvested that back in. So I do have some extra stamina pots that I specifically bought for this stream. Now, don't take that. If you saw my most recent video, don't take that as I'm advocating that you should go buy stamina pots. I would not have bought those stamina pots had it not been for that super chat, but I want to make sure that, again, that value gets reinvested into you directly. And so I did that so you can have some more content to enjoy today as we talk. Haruna. Which one is Haruna? That name is escaping me. It's not Puppet. Oh, it is Puppet. This is why I can't remember her name. If you have Leo, the answer is no. I would pick a 4-star Leo over an A6 Puppet, in my opinion. So she just takes too long to ramp up. It's not that she's bad. It's just in comparison to somebody who can just press a button and buff you like Leo, she's not as good. I've yet to really find a case to build her on my KR account. I do have her there, but what I would say is to deter you from using her and be like, oh, my account's, bricked, is at this stage of the game, you can build her, get her up to level 30. Let her be your buffer if you don't have Leo. Maybe even up to 40 after you start going to content 2, which is the second palace. But there's going to be characters that you build for the early game that you don't use. My closer is not level 80 in KR, but I still used her, and she was on my team that beat the final boss for Palace 2. So you can get a lot of mileage out of people, and then don't feel bad if you just like, hey, you were good for the first 50 levels of my game, but you're not level 80 worth it. So I'm going to knock her quite a bit because I have a hard time justifying teams for her. you know, again, versus like a Leo. But if that's your only buffer, like I don't have a great buffer right now. And so if I had her and I didn't have Leo, I would be building her at least level 30 just so I can get some benefit and have some extra juice in my teams. Will I bring her to 80? No, I'm not going to bring her to 80. By the time that I get to a point that I can even get to 80, I'm going to have better characters. Bear with me. I need to jump in the guild. Let me swing over. I'm in the wrong place. And sorry, guys, my friends list is full, which is baffling to me. So thank you for the support. But if I'm, you know, ignoring your friend request, it's just because I legitimately cannot invite anybody else at this point. I need to switch over here for a second just so I can get a couple screens going on the other side of my computer. Bear with me. I got to jump in my guild. I was holding an invite for somebody who had like the 24-hour cooldown. My friend. Oh, okay. Okay, did you change your picture? You know what kills me is everyone who's applied for the guild that has the default name, and I'm like, I have to go through and like check your in-game IDs because I'm like, there's 1,000 of whatever homeboy's default name is. Okay. And then, sorry, I've got one more I need to do in here. This one. Okay. Okay. And then back over here, let me switch my screens over. Okay, sorry, I needed stuff on screen so I could do that. My guild is full, just so you're aware. The way it works, so I get a lot of questions on the guild. I am on Bladesfir's Discord, and if you go to my community post, one of them talks about the guild and then gives you a link to it. I can also post a link in chat later. And in his Discord at the top is like the guild recruitment section. So I'm not the only person recruiting for guilds on his Discord, by the way. And you effectively would go into the Bearpocalypse, because that's the name of my guild, and you would put your in-game name and ID, and you'd have to, you know, send me the invite here. But I'll warn you right now, I'm full. Usually with Gacha games, a couple weeks into it, a bunch of people quit. It's just the nature of the beast. And so I wouldn't be surprised if a few slots open up. So in a couple of weeks, I'll see if that has happened. And then I'll, you know, take people out that haven't been playing or have left the game. And then I'll go through another round and say, hey, I've got X amount of spots left. And, you know, I'll find a fair way to see who might still be interested at that time. Yeah, CJ, I think you and I are just going to A6 Moko. All right, so what did I want to work on today? What is my stamina at, actually? I burned it before I went to the concert, and I am now capped. So don't cap your stamina. I have not had a chance to log back in since the concert. And so this is another important thing. I'm only going to burn a little bit now because server resets in an hour. But I get asked, you know, how do I prioritize my stamina? So first of all, fill out your personas. I have, oops. Yes, that's it. So I have built, not like leveled, but have created every one of the tier 1 and tier 2 personas. So this is 100% done as of this point. And once I open up to level 3, I will 100% get them all. Or did I miss one? Oh, okay. So that's why, because I can't actually do it. And so I will always tell you to prioritize your personas for your stamina first. So, you know, for two ways. One is coming in here. If it says not registered, just run it, get it, whatever. And then if you need it to fuse, sometimes you can burn stamina. Like if you needed a copy of Suzaku to fuse something else, so you can come in here, burn stamina, get Suzaku, and then fuse it. So that's number one. Eventually, you'll have another box here to repeat bosses. Do that. It's weekly. Just get those knocked out. And then here's how I do it. So I'm either actively building somebody or like right now I'm not. And so, whoops, wrong spot. And so I'll go into my bag. I'll come into my materials and I just kind of look at it. You're always going to need a lot of these irises and a lot of these crystals. And so I first kind of take stock. And so I've got 87 of like the early level one. I've got 72, so they're not bad. I'll then look here. I've got a couple hundred of these, so I'm doing pretty solid there. I've got enough of this right here. And so then I'll look at my incense. This is what I was running last night, or like when I burned my stamina. So I backed that in a little bit. And so just knowing that we're, you know, close to level 30, you're going to have to start converting these into purples. And so even though this looks pretty good, I'm probably going to need more of these. And so I'm going to just go burn a stamina in there just to not be sitting here at cap. And then I'm going to wait an hour because server reset, so I might as well get my daily done with it. And again, I'll refresh some stamina later. I want to go do some Velvet stuff and some other things. So we'll come in here. Maybe I'll just run 2 of these. We're going to run this team down. And we let it auto out, and I can check chat. Blah. Yeah, saving the coffees for Arcana cards is not bad. That's largely what I will do. For the ones that get naturally in game that I'm not, paying cash for, I will likely wait till like level 70 or late 60s. Yeah, Radiant, nobody should take anything I say about a character as you shouldn't use them. Use who they like, have fun. You can make them work, but I don't personally like her kit. It's just a me thing, but yeah, don't feel bad if not that you said you were feeling bad, but don't feel bad if you want to use somebody. And I'm like, it's not someone I'm building. Who cares? If you like Riddle, use Riddle. Whatever. I actually use Riddle and Moko together if you do. Does the normal banner reset when the next patch comes out? If you're talking standard banner, no. That just kind of goes on. And you only get that 300 pick one time. So once you pick your 300, like you do 300 pulls, you get to pick one of the characters. That's a one and done. I don't believe I've seen that come back in the game. 60 pulls on Joker. Yeah. Fuzzy, man. I mean, you saw my luck. I lucked out, so it is what it is. But sometimes the gacha gets you, and sometimes you get the gacha. Ton of Moko. I had so many people. Like I've got Moko. I've got A6 Moko. Finished the first palace yesterday. Nice. Did you 100% that, Twipster? Don't see people talk about Haruna. Yeah. So that is Riddle is basically what I'm calling her. Maybe that's the name of her persona. I would at least, if you don't have Leo, I would run her to like level 30. Let her be your buffer for now, but I don't think she tends to be much use in like the 80 game. Not that you can't use. You can use everybody, but you just get other supports that outshine her. Second part, second palace, and it's telling me coming soon. Yes. So blank, that will be coming with the next patch cycle. So, and this is another reason I kind of talk about a bit in that guide from yesterday is, I could in theory get all the way to the end of that as well. But then it's like, cool, now this becomes the side game because there's no new content to do for weeks. So yes, for your question though, it just means that the second half of that palace will come with the next patch. Spent half an hour trying to find entrance to Underground Mall. Oh yeah, so the other thing you guys can do too is if you just hit whatever your map key is, mine is M, you can come down here and you can change where you go. So like you can just pick Underground Mall if you want. I use this like all the time. So if you didn't know about the map navi, you can just quick port to places. You can't like quick port to the shop, but like these blue spots are like places you can quickly port to. So I could go straight to Central Street. I could go to Underground Mall. I can go to the access way. And then if you click station, like I can come over here and pick, Yanganjago, however you say it, and go, straight over here. So a little bit of map navi right there. Okay, so where am I at? So I want to check something. I don't think I can go further in Mementos. I've got 2 harder bosses in Kyuchi's Palace I need to finish at some point in my life, but they were giving me some headache yesterday. I'm fairly certain I can't go further. What? Didn't I check this already? Hold on, let me check something. I thought you couldn't go down there. Let me check. That's not what I wanted. Y'all can't see me like tabbing through stuff. Whatever, I'll just go drive there. We'll make this easier. I could have sworn that was like a solid wall. But I want to say Owlboy. Yeah, it's a solid wall. That's what I thought. I don't know why it doesn't show that on the other map. Because otherwise it would be like breakable and you would see stuff down there. I don't think I can go up into here yet. Am I going the right way? I looked at the map and I didn't even check to make sure I was going the right way. Get out of here, dude. I don't want to fight you. Yeah, God, it's so annoying. Let's proceed. Dude, I can't. Oh, I can go through. I'm dumb. I love where he's like, let's go fight, homeboy. And I'm like, I'm not level 30, so I would love to, but I cannot. Yes. So you guys have to deal with him like I am for a minute here, because I can use these tickets to get some levels. And like, I don't assume that everybody has, has gone through my most recent video. If you want to, please feel free. But the whole thing is centered around this level 26 block. And this is one of the things that you can do is go through mementos and use that ATM ticket machine thing. And then that will give you some more XP. So just like you see me doing, oh yeah, blah, 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 you have to do this. Oh, and also check your tutorials. If you missed this little hint, whenever you actually do a tutorial, you get 5 gems. And so you can come in here and like, so I missed one somewhere in here, and just click on anything with that little exclamation point and you get 5 gems. All right, so we've got 150 people. Per Platypus, are you still in chat by chance? Because I don't want to bring this up without you. Oh, what team am I running right now? Oh, I should switch out my team. All right, next save spot, I'll switch out my team. It'd be better for me to run my fire one here. Which persona tokens should we be aiming? So the way you should treat tokens right now... okay, Plaque, give me 2 seconds, I'll talk about it. The way you should treat tokens right now is to buy the personas you need to fuse. And so that's what I did. So if you were looking a little bit earlier, if you were here... I have all of the tier 1, tier 2 personas done. So, you know, I'm basically A, building my stable if I need them, and then B, getting ready for the skill points for Wonder. Now, you can have some, like, natural breaks where, like, I can't level certain skills right now because I have to be level 40 for it. But when I get there, I can just dump skills. So do that. And then, like, it'll be like, oh, you need a Huang Po. And so your choices are run around in circles in a palace and hope that it drops, or just spend 30 to 50 coins, whatever the cost is. For now, that's all I would do, is just do it enough to fill out your persona compendium and then move on with your life. And then just hoard them. When you get closer to like the mid to end game, you end up using more because you might want to grab a specific skill off of somebody and then, you know, put that on a different persona. And that's when the coins, you're going to be like, okay, I wish I had 100 more coins to try this one more time. Message retracted. I didn't know that was a thing. Everything at rand. Everything else is visible from the safe points. Just teleport around, open map, and see if there's something missing nearby. Okay, I think I might have missed a question in there. Sorry if I missed the question. I'm not catching what that was referencing. Character's level 30, but when I try to fight those strong shadows of 28, are you talking about the ones in the palace that are like the strong enemies? One is like a Eliagor, and he has that he has that mechanic where like one of the Eliagors takes his damage for him. Because yes, that is a very hard fight. That is actually one of the... I have 98% in that dungeon. That is one of the 2 things I haven't done is him. And there's one other boss who I had down to the last hit and somehow it managed to wipe me. And it was one of those gamer moments where I was like too tired and too mad to do it again. So I just need to go back and finish it. Yes, so the lucky punch Jack Frost, to get Jack Frost, you have to fuse him. And I'll show you here once I get to a safe spot. But you fuse him, and then you can put the Lucky Punch on him because the character that you fuse him with already has it. And so it gets inherited to him because of the fusion system. Palace Mementos are one-shotting your team. Have you leveled your team? Swaggy. Oh, no, you said your character's level 30. I guess it would depend on what teams you're running. You shouldn't be getting one-shot on normal shadows. And keep in mind, if they're red, that means they tend to be stronger than you. But the things to look for are, you know, are you leveling here? So have you done your breakthroughs and got to 30? It sounds like you have. Are you leveling your weapons? So remember, you can come in here and, you know, purple's, rainbow is your biggest weapon. Gold is your 4s, and then you have lower. So make sure you're leveling your weapons. So it's kind of like character level, weapon level, and then you have your skills. So skills... don't level them all. Like, I rarely use skill 2 on Joker. I'll level it eventually. But for now, when my resources are more scarce and I have to get everyone jump started, he's a use skill 1, skill 3 kind of person, plus his highlight. And so just pick the skills you're using and keep those leveled up with you for now. That will give you power. Those are kind of like the only gear type things you can do at the moment. Okay, so let's talk about what Per Platypus and I have on the table. So all the credit to Perp. He, if you don't know, is a great content creator and a friend of mine. And he actually is somebody I attribute to me staying on YouTube. So back, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of story here. Back in the day, what is this? Oh, yeah, okay. We did sort of Convolaria content, and Itty Bitty Creator over here had 17 subscribers. I was rocking it. And saw that game, loved it. I was like, you know what? I'm going to give this content creating thing a try. And so I did. And he reached out to me and he said, hey, I like the style of your videos. I like the quality that you put into them. Really, really cool. And, you know, would you like to do like an interview? And so he invited me on his channel. We did an interview and we had a blast talking to each other. And then we did SOC content for a while. I then took some time off because I wasn't sure what game I wanted to cover. And this was still just in KR and I didn't want to cover the KR version. I was playing it, just didn't want to cover it. And then, was it 3 or 4-ish days ago? He and I were talking and he's like, hey, would you want to do another interview? Let's talk, and for his channel, and please go watch it. It's on his channel right now. We sat down one night and he just talked to me about the KR version and my thoughts on the game. And it was super fun. And so last night he hit me up and I was in the middle of headbanging to Metallica when I got this message. And he's like, what would you think about a Persona 5X / Persona, because you can bridge the topics pretty well, maybe a little bit of Gacha in general. But what would you think about the two of us collabing on a podcast, potentially on either his channel or my channel? We haven't worked out the details yet because we just started talking about it. And I said, that's interesting. And personally, I love podcasts. I listen to them every now and again. Oh, Doctor's in the house. What's up, man? And so I want to pose it to you. We got 149 people, if my screen is up to date, okay, strong shadows, that I would love to hear from you. Now, I don't know how to do polls. Let me go to my YouTube and see if I can do a poll. I need to make someone like a mod that knows how to do cool stuff because I'm literally in my YouTube right now, hence why my screen's not moving. And I don't see, engage with your audience. Start a poll. Guys, I figured it out. Ask a question. So, would you watch a weekly or bi-weekly podcast about P5X / Persona with Platypus, I probably spelled that wrong, I'm sorry, my friend, and Bear? Star poll. All right, I think I did that right. I'm obviously an amateur YouTuber, so hopefully I got that. But yes, so that's the idea. Now, podcasts are a little bit different than filming if you're not, familiar. A regular video, I can jump in at lunchtime. And I did not even see what that guy's weak to. Let's just throw the fire team in here and see what happens because I was not paying attention. Did I build one yet? No, let's go here. Hold on, bear with me. I'm going to keep crit. By the way, this is my favorite early game Persona. It's Succubus. You can't see it because my head's in the way, but Succubus. All right, so I did get key finally. All right, let's see if they can auto through this. I'm not even going to pay attention. Blah, blah, blah. It will permanently gain a weakness stack, whatever. Oh, yes, I know how to check info. Follow these tutorials. I know how to do that. So when I film a video, I do it on my time. I usually am thinking about the concepts like on my morning walks. I don't really write full scripts. I'll do like bullet points just so I keep my head straight. But I'm at that point in this game where most of the stuff I can just talk to you about off the top of my head just because I've been doing it for so long. But, less research needed. Podcast style, a good portion of it is just kind of off the cusp, chatting. Perp and I just have natural conversations. And so I don't think there's an issue there, but the setup is different. Like we have to get in Discord. We have to make sure our cameras are synced. We have to make sure our audio is synced. We have to decide who's filming it, who's editing it. And so your setup is a lot more. And then, we both have a, style that we keep, and we have to make sure that we're honoring each other with that. So it is more work, believe it or not. Even though it seems like people are just sitting back and chatting, it's more work to run a podcast than it is to run a video, unless you're like crazy, super skilled editor. And so I would love to do it. I think it'd be a tremendous amount of fun, but I don't want to do it if it's like 7 people care. Not that I need thousands, but I'd like to know that a few people in the community got value out of it. I don't know. Per platypus, did I cover that well enough, do you think? Matadors are a pain, Neptunic. They can be. Some of the palace bosses were thought that Ice Tank Dude was a big help. Ice Tank Dude, yeah, Soy, he is one of my favorite characters here. Yes, Purple's to blame. Really interesting. Yes, please. Okay, yes, I like the yeses. Podcasts are great background noise. Exactly. I don't always actively listen to podcasts, but I like to have them almost like white noise. And if I hear something that perks me up, like I'll pause it and listen to that. Hope you're doing well. Question: started day 1. Not a fan of rerolling. I will not reroll. Lost to 50-50 after 35 pulls, 35-80 guaranteed. So Slay, 2 thoughts. Had this been 4 days ago, I would have told you definitely don't reroll because it was a pain to get the premium currency. The only argument that sits on the premium currency now is that they gave you the free 10 pull. So you can get to the reroll period in a few minutes now by skipping the story and just pulling that mail. All said though, in this game, I don't think rerolling is necessary. You could, in theory, reroll and get it in that first multi, but I wonder how many, either you're lucky you get it in 10 minutes or, could you spend hours going through this and not getting it? And that would be my concern for you is, would you have more fun re-rolling knowing that you saved currency, or would you have more fun playing the game and just taking what the game gave you? I personally go with what the game gave me. Let's see. Lucky Punch was way because my Jack Frost does have Lucky Punch. Yeah, so you need to fuse it, and then you need to put Lucky Punch as one of his skills. So when you do your personas and you get those added skills, I didn't realize this one of those. You do have to equip them, and you can only equip so many, but you will need to equip the skill to count for that. If I remember correctly, it's been a long time since I had to do her quests for fusing specific personas, so forgive me if I'm a little bit outdated on it, but I believe you have to actually have it equipped. The some monsters are roaming around can be insta-killed. It is it's based on your wonder level, and your wonder level compared to the enemy you're facing. And actually maybe I'll make a video on it later because we're not far enough for you to be able to do this. You're well into Palace 3 before this becomes a thing. But you can get up to 10,000 of, what do they call them? Kampaku gems in here, the soul gems, the things, it's like the currency you use to, oh my God, yes, Timid Shadows, they run away, thank you. It's the currency you use to like level everything in this game except for Wonder. Yes, blah, blah, blah. Sorry, tutorials. So you can get 10,000 of those a day by grinding. So you can come into like Mementos or a Palace. And so a way that people will farm that is actually in Palace 2. There's a route you can run. And it takes, I don't know, maybe 5 minutes. I don't remember exactly. And it's basically just running through and one-shotting everything. And then you get your 10,000 and then you're done for the day. So if you're trying to farm the gems, I'm kind of too lazy to do that. The soul gems, Kampaku gems, whatever they call them. That's something you can do. But that's where like the one shot is most beneficial, or just when you just want to rush something. You can also just run past most of the enemies. Every once in a while you get caught just because of the controls of the game. But you'll see me like when I'm doing my 100% runs on a Palace, a lot of times I'll just run past them, get to the next door, and once you get through the door, they won't follow you anymore. What else do we have? It's fun, takes work. So yeah, exactly. Purpose is I would have a blast doing it. I would love, and any excuse to talk to poor Platypus or Showtime Doctor, who I saw in the chat earlier. These guys are friends of mine. Like, I love talking with them about this stuff. We will geek out. I think it was Showtime and I months ago had an entire like episode around just talking about our favorite Persona like games. And I will gladly rehash that with anybody because it's just a great topic. Hard not to do it with it's hard to do it without giving spoilers, but you can do it. How do we give? Oh, so Lunik, yeah, it's just one of her once you get it and she has enough confidant points, just from meeting with her regularly, eventually she will say, "Hey, let me have my conversation with you, and it'll just be like the next event. Like you don't have to do anything particularly special for it. Like there's not like a special trigger that you're going to control. Just keep leveling her confidant, and then eventually it'll be like the next thing you have to do, and it'll just happen. How possible is to get every character for only pulling on characters, especially long term? So if you want to get every character, and you're free to play. So I'll take away the I'm spending money on that one, because obviously, if you're a low to mid spender, well, whales will get everything. But if you're a low to mid spender, you have a much greater chance of getting everything. But the big thing will be you have to decide on two things. One, do you want the weapons? Weapons are going to take the same resources, aside from when you have some of those coins. And so if you're getting character and weapon, you are diluting the amount of currency you have for the character itself. So, there's a limited resource in pulls unless you're spending money. And then the other one is, are you chasing standards? I, in most cases, will not chase a standard. I may chase Howler. And I don't know if you guys saw the preview for China this morning for Barry. I will pull Barry. Like that character trailer, and I'll talk about it again in a minute here. That character trailer was so good. It was so well done. And we're going to come back to that topic because I think it's an important topic I want to talk to you about. That I'm probably just going to straight outright pull her. I don't know if she's limited or standard, by the way. I just know of the character. But if she's standard, I may still go for her when she comes out. But if you want all characters, you may want to leave to Fate that, I don't really have a good physical unit, but let me show you something else. You may want to leave to Fate your standard banner characters when they migrate to the standard banner. So for example, if a banner has, say, Miriam, who's the nurse, she will have her own banner, and then the second the banner expires, she moves into the standard banner. So you have to wait her cycle out, which, sucks, but then she becomes a chance to pull, just like what you're doing now with your standard banners. So I usually will advocate for just doing that. Just let luck be luck on standards. If you're doing that, your currency will go a lot farther. I'll come back to Barry. I want to talk about her because it was so cool. So I don't have a good physical unit right now, but I want to show you this. Like I have been building certain characters specifically for that reason. And so use your personas, friends. Rampage is a great skill. So Rampage is like multiple hits, physical. And then if you look at what I gave him, he's got an automatic increase of damage. So if you put him in your lead spot, you get that as the battle starts until you change your persona. If I fight something physical, I take less damage and I can counter. So I do not have Ryuji right now, and so I have to fill my hole. Phrasing. Y'all know that reference? Phrasing. I have to fill that roster slot. And check this out. I've got double strength on physical gun. So there are some incredibly good personas, but they're very situational. On the other side, I would say, like I always say, get yourself some crit damage. And I'm going to throw my fire team into this one. I can't believe I said that on a stream. Y'all going to clip that, and I'm going to feel it, and someone's going to put it on a community post. How to get the currency to trade 4-star weapons in EY shop. It comes through a few different places. So one of the places it comes from is like events, like just regular events. You'll get some occasionally. And then you have in the palaces, you get these like special items when you're going through the 100% routes. And what it does is there's like a section of anime. And it gives you like a scene from the anime for Persona 5. And it alternates between a standard banner pull and it goes into a green weapon token. And so you get some there. You don't get a ton of them. So use those cautiously, use them sparingly. But that is effectively how you get them most of the time. And then some of the shops, like for example, the shop where you can use your friends' units to get the friend coins, you get, I think, maybe 10 in there or 20. I'd have to go double check. But you have some in there. I didn't even think to check Tekikabra's resistances. I threw a full fire team at him without checking to see if he's resistant. That's like a noob move right there. Don't do that. Best personas level up early, Janosik. So your main persona is good the entire game. All the way to level 99. You will use them in the end game. And then a particularly strong one is Succubus. You get her very, very... Or you can go get her from the shop very early. So level 21 is when you open the persona shop. where you can use your stamina to run them. So she is good because you can get her duplicate just from using your stamina, which is what I did. And usually the first time you fight it, you end up with 2 or 3 of her coins anyway, so you don't have to do it twice. So you can full break her. She goes level 25, I think. And she has Rebellion, which increases critical hit. And criticals are one of the most potent ways to up your damage in this game. And so having a persona right off the bat that can do that is great. And so one of the most common persona loadouts you will see when you watch me is Janosik with Succubus. Then you get, I think it's Asperus, also has Rebellion. Either Rebellion or it's the AoE one. The difference is the single target one is stronger. The AoE one is obviously AoE, so everyone gets crit, but you usually are just building 1 DPS unit. Cognigems I think are the premium one, aren't they? Let me see. Hold on. Let me double check the terms. I'm used to the KR terms, everybody, so I'm still like trying to get used to the new terms. Do you mean cognition crystals, or can you tell me where the cognigems are, my friend? If you're talking about this is cash only. So this is you're getting from Cash Shop, either in certain packages or by just straight buying crystals. How to beat Matador Evade. Raiden, it depends. There's a few Matadors. Can you tell me which one you're fighting? Because there's some in Palaces, and then there's some in Mementos. I just don't remember where Mementos anymore. Rin is good. Rin is Joker's 5-star weapon, is what I would tell you. So if you have Joker, she's fantastic. She's synergistic to him, so she's best with him. It doesn't mean she's bad without him. She still decreases defense either way. It's just that she does curse things. It makes her stronger, which is why she's so good for Joker. But her defense down is still defense down. I mean, you're making the enemy weaker, right? So nothing bad there. My favorite team to play since launch is a tie. So on the single target side, it is Violet with Cord, Mirian, and Futaba as your navigator. And then my favorite AoE team is Haru with Summer Moko and Cord. And that team from an AoE, and they buffed Haru in one of the more recent patches, and she is freaking devastating. and Perplatypus knows this from the SOC days. I love characters with giant axes and giant hammers. I don't know what about that archetype, and she obviously has a giant flipping axe. So devastating damage, massive AoE, craziness. She whips out her gun and basically blows everything up, if you remember from P5 anyways. And then she's swinging her axe around. Like, there's nothing to hate there at all. Cognition crystals, dollars. Yeah, cash, dude, cash. That's honest. That's probably the best way to say it. Let's see. Any guide to collect all chests. So there is one I know of. Do you guys know the P5, the Persona 5X worldwide Discord? It was made for like the Chinese, Korea, Taiwan versions. And I'm in that Discord as well. I don't talk as much in there, but I'm in it. And they have some guides from the other versions of the games, but like palace layouts don't change. Ergo, it's still a valuable resource. The trick I'll tell you, okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to the palace. Hopefully nobody minds. I'm gonna be in the palace for a minute. I can't avoid what it looks like from a spoiler perspective, but also if you're in the stream, I'm gonna be playing the game. So spoilers abound. But I'll show you the trick to this. Yeah, look at this. You can see where I died. That's fantastic. I love that they're like, hey, you were terrible at this moment in the game. So second floor, let's just go there. I'm going to show you how you find the baseballs, because the trick of it is knowing that the baseballs are always on the same floor that you are. You will not find a baseball like in the entryway when you need to be in floor 2. So these rooms are not where the baseballs are. Ignore that. That's not the point. So this is what you do. So like down here, this was one of the baseball doors. Okay. So if I look at the map, that means that the baseballs are mostly in this area, and there might be like 1 or 2 kind of off to the side. Sometimes you get like a weird, like the path will take you there and it's technically the other floor, but it's like this path goes one place. So what you do, this is how they hide them from you. Press your sight button, and then the gloves will glow. And so what you want to do is just run around in sight mode And then what will happen is like you'll see around a corner like a yellow glow, and it's the glove. And it probably won't show me right now. It also gives you these, which you get the Kampaku gems from. Clearly I missed a couple, but that is how, because I did the same thing, and I've beaten 100% of all the palaces except for Palace 4. That is how I did it, even when I like also started missing it. And then the other thing you're going to see too is this. So there are, I see this a lot where someone's like, I can't find, I'm at like 97%. And it's because it was hidden like this. Like you came in this room and you went to the left and you got this, you're like, oh, cool, a card. And you get the card and you turn around, you walk away. And you didn't notice there was a vent. And this vent will bring you to XYZ location. And so off the top of my head, no, I can't tell you exactly where every baseball is because I just, my brain doesn't work that way. I can't remember things like that. But that is literally how I went through the process on the couple of times where I'm like, damn it, I'm missing 2 baseballs or 1 baseball or a pink baseball or whatever. You know, I just literally turned on my sight and I was like, okay, I know it's on this floor just because, again, I've played the game before. And, you know, I'm going to look around. Oh, boom, there's a glove and it's glowing. And that's how I found my baseballs. You know what? Should we go die to this boss really quick? This is where I wish I had Ryuji. If I had Ryuji in this fight, I would be very happy. Okay, so I don't have a wind. This is how I make my decisions, friends. I'm literally looking at this boss. I know that I did not build Fleuret. I will build him eventually, but right now I just don't have enough resources to justify it. So I'm not going to build him from one fight. So I can either A, brute force it with Joker. These guys are resistant to fire, or null fire, so I can't bring my fire team. I have a nuke persona because I know I can't get a nuke character yet because I don't have Leo. So I can go in and build a persona, or I can try to brute force it with somebody else. The big difference is if I bring a wind persona, I can get all out attacks. If I brute force it with Joker, I cannot get all out attacks. This is the one that I was telling you earlier killed me when I was on the final hit and I got so mad. Sorry, I'm going to check chat really quick. In the Discord for Blade and that one Neptune. Yeah. Next banner, Paquito, should be Yui Bui, so that Confidant that you unlock through the quests. Again, nothing to say they can't change things, but they already put a Confidant in, and she was the second banner originally, so I don't see why that would change. Yeah, you're watching him play the game. Don't get mad at us, Suarez. Fair. Guys, when I get to the story beats, I will not be skipping cutscenes. And that is, I will go fast because I'm a speed reader, but I will not skip cutscenes because I've seen it in KR, and I want to see what the translations come through as. There's been some funny ones. Like there was one where Closer says some stuff and I'm like, damn, she went hardcore on that one. I think I did that on stream the other day. Front entrance and was just blind. Yeah, I've missed some very obvious baseballs. Okay. Friends, give me 2 seconds. I am going to go refill my coffee. It's literally upstairs. It's going to take me 1 minute. So I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. So I'm totally a noob streamer, by the way, but I do try to at least bring quality. So hopefully you like my little background there. Oh, let me change the poll here. How do I end the poll? So we're going to go end poll. 83% of you have said that you would be interested. And there was 105 votes. So, you know, it's roughly, 82 votes, 83 votes. So I'll talk to Platt. Give us a little bit of time to figure it out. I'll talk to Platt about a what is it called? A podcast. Question, and this one will not be a poll, but I want you to put your thoughts in chat. So, do you want me to try to brute force this fight and show you what it looks like to try to brute force and potentially, more than likely, lose? Or do you want me to show you how I make a decision on what wind persona to build and then try to go through it the more appropriate way, which is to actually try to play into the mechanics with the wind? What would you like to do? And I'm in no rush. I'll give you guys a few minutes to respond. Redhead gymnast lady is Violet's. Alice is fantastic, but she's a level 80 persona. Once you get her, she becomes the persona you always use with Joker. Bar none. Unless they release a new curse one, but she is like the queen of it. Yeah, the null fire is a pain in this one, Venti. The first time I ran it, I did what I normally do. I just went in blind because I don't really care. And I totally was like, oh, crap. What's interesting, though, is they'll still take burn damage if you can actually land a burn on them. Sonny, man, thank you very much for that. And just know that I will reinvest that back in the stream. Thank you for all the guides and streams. Super helpful. Do you mind going over some really quick early game personas? Yeah. So, build a win persona. So you know what? Let's build a persona because you're also asking that question, Sonny. This is like the best way to do it. So here I'm going to show you because again I have every one of the stage 1 and 2 personas, and so when you're looking at these, you want to consider roles. Now, one of the strongest things you can do for your team damage specifically is crit. Now, unfortunately, on the filters, you can't be like, give me crit right here, but crit is a buff. And so what you can look for is the symbols. And so, you know, things like that, like you can look specifically for a debilitator, for a supporter, for a tank. This is heals, AoE, and raw damage. But just to skip to the point of it all, Succubus, you'll see mine is level 25. Succubus gives Rebellion. Rebellion is your best crit buff on a single target at this stage of the game, and really pretty much always. You're less using her for the curse piece. That's not so much her thing. And then the nice thing is if you don't have another highlight, she gives you increased party damage and more curse damage, which if you're using Joker, you know, curse damage is always good. So she, with Janosik, is my typical default team. Some other ones that can help you, and you probably saw that I built them, is, let's find them. So you've got Slime Guy. Where did he go? Did I go too far? So this guy, Slime, what's nice about him is he's strong against physical. Now, obviously, he has his other weaknesses, and he has Tarunda. And so Tarunda, this is help. Why is it not giving me the skill? Tarunda decreases attack. Why it's not letting me show you that right now is beyond me. Let me try to go back into him. There it goes. So the Eliogor fight is the other really nasty one in this dungeon. So the Eliogor fight, one of the things you can do to help you is just throw this on him so that at least when he does that AoE damage, his attack is lessened. So he has a decent debuff. And then you get stuff like this, decreased speed, which is nice because you actually don't want Wonder going first. And then this one doesn't really help you that much, to be honest. And then you have, I was showing this one a little bit earlier. Where is he? Homeboy over here. So Oni, you see mine is level 30. So I haven't broken him through, but he's level 30, which is fine for the stage of the game. He is the one who's strong on physical and gun. So when you go against, you know, fights that don't have a lot of elementals, he is going to keep you Wonder alive. He also automatically gets physical reduction in Automataru. So Automataru increases your party's attack. So by having him, you're stronger. You can counter and you have physical reduction. So he's another just kind of nice persona when you get roadblocked by physical. So he's a good one to build. And then I think I might have her already. Yeah. Asperus over here is another one with Rebellion. So she's good to build up. She's a good replacement to Succubus potentially. You just have to consider your, you know, elemental affinities. So again, we talked about her. Why is that not going in there? We talked about Rebellion earlier. She also is an ice damage dealer. Now you're going to have better damage ice units like Jack Frost. But she also has a heal. So she can help heal in a pinch. Wonder's not a great healer. But, you know, if you need that little bit of a top off, she's not a bad selection. So those are some of the biggest ones early. There's another one that has Racunda, which decreases defense on enemies. Let me see if I can remember who it was. It is... I undoubtedly already built her a little bit. Is it you? I don't know if it's Silky. Oops. No, it's not Silky. I think I built Silky for a mission. I don't remember why. That's my nuke dude. Suzaku. And that's just because I need a nuke element. That was nothing particularly special. Oh, is it her? No. Oh, yeah. So, Lina Side. So she decreases enemy defense, and you get her in your book missions. So you don't have to go chasing her. I'm pretty sure she's like step 3. So, oh, dude, Black Frost is one of my faves. So, Sunny, let me know if that helped you. This is going to get you to level 30, and then level 30 will open up a whole nother batch of them. So those are some early ones. But so let's talk about, because I want to level up a persona. So if I come in here, we're talking wind. I can't remember. Where's the filter on this one? Is it not? They need to put a filter on this one. That or I'm just absolutely missing it. Oops. Oh, bummer. Okay. So we'll do it from here. So when I'm thinking about personas, you obviously are going for the damage. When you get new personas, can you recycle the old ones? So when you get a persona, it's just always yours. And whatever you do to it, it always retains that. And then anytime you get an additional of the same one, it gives you a coin, which is what you use to fuse or to pass on skills to other personas. But like I have Bicorn, and so I will never not have Bicorn. He was always just going to be sitting there, but all his duplicates will go into helping me later. So your differences between 1s, 2s, and 3s in terms of raw levels is just that they can get more breakthroughs and they can get to a higher, character level, if you will. So don't get too hung up on that. Like there's some 1-stars that are great. There's some 2-stars that are great. But yeah, come level 80, you're probably going to use many of these. So what I usually do when I'm deciding on my personas is I hit the right buttons. I pop in here and I look at what do they give me other than the element. And so she's got Hysterical Slap. I know I'm not going to use that in this fight. I'm going to use her for wind. And right now I really need an AoE wind unit. And so I wonder, I'm going to start here. And my preference would be, can I debilitate? And so right off the bat, I've only got one that has AoE, which is surprising. I thought I had 2. So ambient aid, this is not going to be helpful at all. SP recovery is not bad if the fight drags out, but if this fight drags out, I'm going to be dead. So it's not bad. It's just I know the fight well enough to know that I will not live if that happens. And the other thing I need to think about is, in this, I'm building this for a fight. So I need to know what am I going to get hit with. And this is going to hit me. So strong from ice, weak from whatchamacallit, and then this one is wanting to enrage me, so they're going to be doing physical damage, I believe. And so can that persona handle that? It's kind of what's in my head. So again, I'm going to look at those. I think I may be limited on this particular choice. The other thing I can do is you can knock down 2 at once with your follow-ups because you knock it down and then you baton pass to yourself. So if I go back to wind here, and let me just check debilitation and see if there's anything else that might be helpful. So we know she doesn't. We got Kodama. I do not memorize absolutely everybody. Okay, so Makajama. So forget could be good, but I think she resists control, which means that that's useless. It's good in some situations. Some bosses, a lot of your big bosses will resist forget, but like a lot of your Velvet Room will not. But she would give me an attack up. But I think for this situation, I'm going to need to use my AoE one. Get out of there. Which is going to be the other dude. And we're going to try it. This may not go well. But we can try. What is his name? Sudama. Okay, so let's pop over here and find him. Either I'm blind or they need to add more filters over here. Is it worth burning standard on coins? No, not. I mean, if it's like you needed it for a succubus, I would say maybe yes. But I would not, at this stage, worry about breaking through those. Your materials will be better as long as you've built 1 copy of every persona so far. A lot of your early personas come in the banners, so you know how you've been getting personas. And then they also come from random drops in dungeons. Sorry, he's talking way too loud in my head here. Okay, and then do I have... I do not have a breakthrough for him, so we're going to run with him at this level. Not a big deal. Okay, let's see if I can get my butt handed to me on this fight. If I do, we'll go back and try to brute force it. Alright, so I know I can't fire on this team. So I'm going to kind of have to run him anyways. And the only other real option I have that isn't fire is unfortunately closer. And we are going to want him. So if I'm enraged, my best bet is to have more defense. So I'm thinking through, do I put a defense down? Do I try to go attack up? He's got more stats at level 30. I'm going to try this setup. Worst that happens is I die. Okay, and I'm not going to let this auto battle, because auto battle can be the stupidest thing that you ever see. We'll do our skill 1-3 dance on him. Couldn't find this somewhere. Thank you, Manny. I'm glad that you're here to join us today. Okay, so this one, I want to get him rolling faster, and so I'm going to use his highlight. Because this gives him one of his fury or whatever they call it in this game. And so now you see I've already got him at 5, which is fantastic at the start of this. And now... the only thing that sucks is I can't baton pass him to nuke, which is why I don't have his nuke one on. But I can try to take these guys out before they overwhelm me. I'll be fine, Doctor. Doctor's jinxing me. He's still mad at me for doing better pulls than him. Let's get Wrathful going. Try to get a shock on some people. Alright, so one of them's down. And then they resist fire. And she already has it on her, but pretty soon they're going to be dead. And I need her to be dead as soon as possible. Get the likes up, people. Oh, thank you. Yeah, and don't feel pressured, but likes and subs do help the channel, and it helps us get to more people. So if it's not of a problem, feel free to like and sub. I wouldn't mind it at all. I'd be very thankful for it. Joker's weapon is not necessary. It gives him power spike, of course. Every single 5-star will. But I would tell you that... as much as I love him, it's not as impactful as some other characters' 5 stars. And see, now what we're into is that wind will no longer be useful for me. And so I'm also a bit behind on healing, so I need a highlight to kick in for cattle. Lucky Punch could crit her. This gives me more attack. Dude, you're going to take off like a helicopter up here. Decrease accuracy. We're going to try Lucky Punch in this one, because if she doesn't hit me with rage, that is huge. Yes. Okay, we needed this. How do you level Succubus past 25? You don't. I'll show you that after this fight, how you know that. Because there's an easy way to tell on every persona. Does this give me shock? So this doesn't... So, Closer's good for Yui. She's not good for much else. We're going to go back to Wrathful. On and Rin's weapon on his banner choice and got On's on the first 10 pull. Oh, so you... Okay, so then you lost your pity, which means that your next 5-star weapon pull will absolutely be Joker's. So, on the weapon banner, the way that it works is similar to the character banner. You get your 5-star. It's either the banner choice or something else. If you get something else, your next one is absolutely the banner unit or the banner weapon, whichever of the two that you're pulling on. So she is still used for... if you're talking about Closer, Sprigatito, I used her all the way through Palace 2. So I beat Palace 2 with like a default kind of team composition. But then she just... You start getting more characters that can just do more damage, and she's in this weird place where she's more of like a sub DPS, which isn't bad, but the only person that's particularly useful for is Yui, and Yui is fun. I wrestle with pulling her, but she, you know, if you look at tier list, she's not meta. I hate that, by the way. You can still get a ton of use out of her, but that's really the best place for Closer. And then later on, if you pull Summer Closer, you can't use two of the same character together. So you can't use Summer Closer with regular Closer. So if you're using a Closer, you're probably using Summer Closer anyways. Oh, Succubus. Succubus is good most of the game. You will get better personas, and you got to keep in mind that Wonder inherits some skills from his persona, so you do eventually want to level her up. But don't be surprised if you see Succubus in my party for a long time. I might switch her with what's her face, Aspras or whatever her name was, depending on elemental affinity. But ultimately, she's still useful. End game though, you will replace her with Dionysus. Let's go back to this. 5-star banners for the 5-star weapons for the banner. For Joker, my favorite ones to go for are Leo, even if you don't have him, simply for the fact that when you do get him, you want his 5-star weapon. I don't have him, and that was the one that I put on my banner. Oh, crap. That rage. And then On. And if you have On's weapon for some reason already, I like Soy's weapon. It's the ice guy, so the axe. You've either pulled him or you'll get him in Palace 2 naturally, so everyone will get him. Don't worry about that. You see him in the trailer, so... Damn it. All right, so that sucked. That actually kind of was a brute force team anyways, just for the fact that Joker's in it. But let's heal. We're going to try it one more time without the wind, guys. Let's do heals, and then we'll just swap out the persona and see if we can do it. And if not, we're going to go back to mementos and start pushing our levels, because we're about 2 minutes from server reset. Down, left. And then we're going to run past a shadow that has no business being that thick. All right. Is it worth upon the weapon banner only with the currency they give you on pre-registration? I mean, you have a fairly decent probability of getting his 4-star weapon there, if that's what you really want. But if you're only using the pre-registration rewards, you may still end up not getting it, so be careful with that. I would not level every character to 30, just the ones that you intend to use at least until like level 40-ish. Like I'm not gonna like level Seiji and stuff like that right now. So then I'm gonna want no, that's not Succubus. I want Succubus. Didn't she have Forget? Or not Forget? Reduce accuracy on like who had the Lucky Punch a second ago? Was it him? It was him. I kind of like that idea of getting a Lucky Punch off. So I'm actually going to bring him still, but I'm going to get my DPS going. So Martin, most people that have gotten to 30 have used stamina refills. Now, I don't necessarily advocate for that unless you're paying for them. Oh yeah, see the server reset just happened. Like that's fun that I put it right in the middle of my screen. Thank you for that. That is the gem pack that you get every day, by the way. Yeah, so your stamina refills, in my personal opinion, are better when you're more in like the 70-80 range, maybe like mid-60s, you could argue. Because the stages you're running have better materials and materials that are harder to get, and just more quantity of the lower materials. So your value per stamina is greater, but there's nothing wrong with saying using a couple stamina pots to push a level if you just want to do it for the enjoyment of the game. My other caution is the game is only going to go as far as the middle of Palace 2 right now. And so if you rush that down, you're going to have to wait a couple weeks for more content. Oh my God, that was a hit. Futaba comes well before Kasuki. Or Kasumi, not Kasuki. Oh, was it at the same time? No, I thought I was pretty sure Futaba came a long time before Kasumi. I'd have to double check. I could be wrong. I'm wrong sometimes. It happens. All right, so they are not dead, and I need a heal. Surge, they said that they're not trying to speed up and catch up to the CN server, the Chinese server. What they may be doing is shifting some events like the summer events or Chinese New Year because, you know, obviously if you did the Chinese New Year banner and it's not Chinese New Year, it doesn't make a lot of sense. And so that's where it looks like they're going to be doing kind of the shifts. Okay, so my options here, by the way, are do I try to decrease her accuracy or go for the kill? I think with my health, I need to go for the kill on the dogs. Any merit in using it to bridge the gap? Only for fun. I would ask you, have you gone through and done all of Velvet Room? Things of that nature. Because if you haven't, then you still have a lot of content that's not stamina bound that you can have fun with. That helps your account. Gonna date Futaba. So I'm gonna disappoint you, Showtime Doctor. You cannot romance any of the P5 cast in this game. Oh, did I just pick the fire move? I wasn't paying attention. I meant to pick the heal. That's gonna cost a run right there. Yeah, as far as we see, they're gonna keep that 1 year gap essentially. To your question. Watch that misplay there is what cost me this run. Because I don't think I'm going to have the juice to beat her now. Yeah, I'm out. Skill 3 is what you want on an extra turn with Joker because it gets buffed. All right, let's go do our dailies. Date the girl in the diner. Yeah. I wish they would let you date everybody, but they just don't. What did I just get? Oh, okay. So I got one of these. So unfortunately, they've got these gated up. We have to be level 40. I didn't realize that was yelling at me. All right, what are my dailies? Let's go check. Worth using exchange for Persona coins. Yes. So I did this literally yesterday. I used, I don't know, a couple hundred coins, maybe effectively. Just to finish my level 1 and level 2 personas. And I would do the same thing at level 3. Your higher tier coins you have to be a little bit more careful with, but we're not there yet, so it's nothing to worry about yet. Are there any bonuses for choosing a date instead of staying friends? No, it's just flavor. You get a, it's like a icon. I'll show it to you here in a second. By the way, you get a free gift in there every day if you guys didn't know. It's not much, but it helps. So what I'm referring to is, like, if you go to rewards, you can see all the rewards. Oh, I can't do it for her. They don't let you romance her. I don't think you can romance her either. 15. So do you see these avatars? This is what you get. So obviously a different conversation path. You watch yourself. I'm gonna tell Showtime Doctor, why are you doing that to me? But you just get the like little blushy one, or the friend one is the hey, we're cool. Thanks for the friend zone. You can whatchamacallit, you can break your romance, but it costs premium currency. Up to you if you think that's worth it to see all the conversations. I won't be doing that, but I think to date I've only ever gotten one free. It's like a ticket looking thing to break a romance. I don't think they really hand those out. Is a store for you cheaper on phone? So I don't play on Steam, so I can't comment on Steam, but somebody did tell me that it was cheaper on Steam. I don't know if that's because of taxes or something like that, but I don't have an ability to directly comment on that. This is the Google client, and so I'll tell you the prices, as far as I've noticed, are the same on Google and my iPhone. That or they're so close that it wasn't noticeable for me to figure that out. How do you unlock her synergy? Heathen, would you mind fleshing out that question just a little bit? I'm not sure I fully understand it, and that's on me. But what do you mean by like who and what do you mean by synergy? Do you mean the conversations for confidants? Starship, I can't say that I know who Dave Parker is, but obviously I know what baseball is, and I'm sorry. Clearly that's, something that person you care about, so I'm sorry that you're going through that. Level 30, good job. Any bonus? Oh, I already answered that. But yeah, you can't harem route this one except for the Valentine's Day event, which is fun. I accidentally did. I actually tried not to, and I accidentally did it, and it's like the best scene. Don't Sleep on Isis has heal, Mabufu, Zayanaga, Electric Highlight. That's actually not bad. Yeah, that's a good point for the first palace. All right, let's keep rolling on these. Okay, so I can spend time with Merope. So these ones that say first, these will come back. But if you have one that just has a gem, I usually like to prioritize that. But these ones I know will come back. So I'm going to go talk to our friend here. I need to make sure I have a gift for her, though. So this is what I always do. Synergy. And then likes. And this is the stuff she likes. I've already given her a pen light, so I can't give that to her for an additional bonus again. So I can quickly check if I have any. And if I don't, I'm just going to go buy one. And there's enough ranks that you don't have to like dive into the super expensive gold ones first. Like, don't worry about that. Just give her something she likes. You got to spoil your friends here in this game. Okay, so it's probably going to tell me to go get this from the shop. Right there. Go. Oh, starting her synergy path. So Yui is a side quest. I forget exactly when I unlocked it, but she is a side quest. You do her quest, it will unlock her confidant. And then I'm going to show you guys something else as soon as I buy this. Buy one of those. What else does she like? Anything in here? I don't overbuy early just because your cash is more limited. So don't like spend it all in one place, as they say. Okay, yeah, so Merope is a couple things. So if we go to synergies, so first of all, you can prioritize who's in what slot. So like right now, the only night slot I have is Yui, but like, let's pretend it was like this. I could say that I want to see her more frequently. And so I'll get her more because I set her as my priority. When I get her to the point that I've gotten all of her gems, I'll switch it here for a bit and then come back to her. And then when I open up one of them, cool, I'll do my thing. Some of them are story gated. So, you know, kind of like Persona 5, sometimes you have to get past a story event to be able to start a relationship or a conversation path with them. Hers was a quest. Hers is a quest. He just happens in story. You can't do anything about that. I forgot I was going to say something else on that. I totally forgot. All right, let us jump into her conversation. I'm in the wrong spot. Oh yeah, sorry, now I remember. The other thing with Merope is depending on what ranks you are, some of her ranks require that you fuse a specific persona. So I may not be at the point I can raise her just yet. I'm not sure. We'll find out here in a second. But when I did her last conversation, she said, I need a Jack Frost with Lucky Punch. And so I went and fused a Jack Frost, and thankfully the default fusion lets you do Lucky Punch. And so it may be when this hits the full piece, but if you haven't done the quest, and every once in a while one of these will give you a quest you have to do, it's only a couple of them, then you would click up here because it'll be like something that's like, hey, you have to do something. And then you click and it's like, oh, go fuse this persona. So it'll tell you, but you could be stuck at that. That might be what is causing you to not progress her if you've been trying to. Doesn't have, okay, when I play mobile. After you got City Life unlocked, there's a quest on your phone to play a new video game. After you got Life City unlocked. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, all of your synergies are either story bound if they're story parties, or they're going to come from your quests. So these missions. And so you can see I don't have any other missions. But, you know, like Yui came in here, etc., etc. And so you'll have a quest in here, and those quests will lead you to start whatever that particular confidant is. And then, yeah, as far as like your daily, it's just random. So sometimes they're there, sometimes it's a part-time job, sometimes it's, you know, whatever else. So you don't really have any control. And then the other thing too is, do you see how this says new? So this tells me two things. One, this is not a normal like story conversation. This is like a side conversation just to get things going. But then whenever you see new, you get bonus points for going somewhere you haven't been to with them before. So don't speed through this and just keep picking Shibuya, for example. Look at your map and see if there's something with new, because you'll get more points. And this even, you know, kind of tells you this, but you know, so I'm going to go there just to get the most points that I possibly can for her. Affinity for reading, yes. Total bookworm. You do get more points on certain questions, I believe. Not enough for it to matter, but... Or I'm wrong, but I feel like somebody told me that. Tells me to hang out with her. It's been like this for years, and it's not super situational. I use it all the time. Just click on what you want to buy in the game. Yeah. I mean, that's obviously way to do it. Certain because people did chargebacks. I think that's why I like to try to do the guys the way I do them. Is games like this, particularly gacha games, they have a psychological way. And if you've ever read books on gaming theory, and I have just because of my job, there really is psychological triggers that say, oh, if I open my wallet one time and I spend 99 cents, it becomes easier to spend money again. And so games like this try to get you in that spiral. And it's, hey, let me give you this flashing limited time discount pack. If I come up into the shop, the first thing you're seeing is, oh, buy this thing, go buy. And it's trying to trigger that response of, well, let me get it. And then if they give you something cheap, like, I bought the $3.99 set today for the sake of the stream. Then it's like, okay, well, I spent $3. What's $2 more? What's $5 more? And then before you know it, all your little $5 purchases add up. And so I always like to caution people, it's fine to buy. Like, I'm not saying don't spend money. I've spent a little bit of money, especially to help with the content for you all, but don't feel pressure to. In this game in particular, some gachas are worse. In this game in particular, you can do every bit of the content is free to play. And I'm not just saying that. I've been playing on KR for 7 odd months or so, and I can't buy over there. Or if I could, it's so cumbersome, I'm not going to bother with it. So I've been free to play on KR this entire time, and I've beaten everything. I've done all the content up until the point that I stopped doing the 4th Palace because I wanted to save that for global. So you don't have to spend a dime. You can go with whatever the game gives you on rolls. I've certainly lost rolls and didn't get said character or said weapon. And I'm in love with this game. Enough so to come back and do it again in global as a new game plus. All right, what else can I do in the city? In the city, first, I prioritize gems. And let's go take a bath. Can you change the time of day? You just progress with city, I believe. Is there another way to do it? I've never had a reason to. I don't think you can just... I don't know. I guess we could try it. We could try running to the house and taking a nap and see if that is anything. I've never had a reason to do it myself, so I don't know. Maybe you can go from night to day if you sleep. All my money away. Well, it sounds like you're coming back from that blank, so hopefully things are going well for you. But yeah, I mean, there's always a danger in gambling or in gacha games to trigger that gambling response. So do be careful, friends. All right, let's try it. I'm going to go to my house, and I'm going to go to my bed. Yes, you can get knowledge from school questions. Whether you get the question... Yes, it's not letting me go to sleep. That's interesting. Whether you get the question right or wrong, you still get 7 points, by the way. So it doesn't really matter. Yeah, these... So I'm going to go in here because there's quests tied to it. But you can see, like, randomly it gave me I can rank up UE. So form bonds means rank up, by the way. If I bought the reward card... Is it supposed to still be offering it in the shop? Yes, you can stack. If you're talking about the monthly gem one, the 30-day gem card, that stacks. I do not know how many you can do at once. I don't particularly think my wife would love it if I gave that a test. But yeah, I know you can stack it so you can buy it more than once and just keeps going. Just keep in mind, you do have to log in to get those rewards. So if you are going to be gone for a week with no internet access, maybe don't stack them. Maybe a hot question. Do you believe that gacha games should be locked behind an 18+ age wall? So not only do I need to think about that, I am going to answer it. I kind of want to see what the chat thinks. Guys, that is a great question. I might even steal that, if you don't mind, and bring it to one of our podcasts with Per Platypus. But should it be locked? So let's just broadly take out geographical country differences, because there are countries that have laws against that. EMEA has some. There's some APAC countries that have laws against it. I think it goes into one of a couple categories. So A is just broad open access. Do you have... I have not found an anti-rage skill. I could be wrong. If anyone knows of one, let us know. Do you have just broad access and they can just use a credit card if it's tied to the account as an adult, and nothing is stopping them. So that's kind of one extreme. The other extreme is they can't play the game at all. What is the most widely recognized? What does that say? What is the most widely recognized constructed language meant to be used as an international auxiliary language? Unicode. I should have known that I'm wrong. Okay. Apparently I'm wrong. So then you have the fully locked down. If you're not 18, you can't play it at all. And then you have somewhere in between, which would be the, like if I think about my kids' Google accounts, they can't make a purchase. They can play a game, but like if my son is playing Geometry Dash, he can't play or he can't buy anything. It will send a link to my phone and I have to approve it and I can decline it. I personally think there should be a couple things. One, you always have that for minors. And maybe you have an option as an adult to change the age restriction, but maybe a cap since like, hey, you can't change it under 13, whatever the number is. I think the other one is it would be nice if games like this had like a parental safe option. You guys are getting me on my parent zone here. And you could just turn off the cash shops completely. So like I could let my kids play this game and they don't have a shop, period. This button is minor restricted so they can play the game but not the shop. I think that might be possibly a middle ground. But what do you guys think? Incentives to waste money, yeah. I mean, we do have to acknowledge the fact that your... all right, I've got one left. You have to acknowledge the fact that your companies do need to make some money. Otherwise, they can never produce these games. But I would also greatly agree that many gacha companies get into practices that I think are... We'll just call them scummy. I just call it what it is. What did I need? Guts, proficiency... Do we have a guts or a proficiency? We have a proficiency. What about the daily free package? So the way they could handle that is if you restrict the shop, they just send it to you in-game mail. Because that's obviously meant to bring you there so that way you can look at it and be like, oh, cool, I got the free thing. Look at this $2 thing next to it. So yeah, easy enough. Just make that a mail thing where you wake up and you press the button and you've got mail with rewards. Then the kids aren't missing out. Payments in general should probably be locked behind an age wall. So some of them do. Like, it depends on the game. Or the service platform. So, like, my son could not get this on Google Play without me authorizing it for him. Did I finish them or do I see any more? Oh, 29. We're hitting 30 today, friends. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Sorry, you guys don't hear the sound because it gets me copyright strikes. And so I'm like literally singing the song for the rain. Oh, do you know you can change your music? Do they have that unlocked yet? If you haven't checked this out, I don't think I'll put like a YouTube guide for this, but you can come into your music player and in here you can set your time slots. So evening, night, after school, and if it's clean or raining. And you can change your music. Now, some of these will unlock later, but like if I wanted after school, I could play Beneath the Mask. And it's not every song. Like Rivers in the Desert isn't here. But if you have some favorites, you can actually customize this, which I always thought was kind of cool. How do I show Merope? It just happens. So when you get to the point that she can rank up again, then you just have to have that fusion done. And you have to have that skill. I'm like 90% sure that you have to have that skill equipped. And so if I go into my Jack Frost, I'll show you just so that you're kind of prepared. So if I go into here, let's find Mr. Jack Frost. So down here in skills, you have Lucky Punch equipped. I can't sit like this, I don't think. I mean, if someone's tested this, let me know. But just for safety's sake, just put Lucky Punch on it. So when you fuse him, the persona you fuse him with has Lucky Punch. And so, just by nature, you should have that. Oh, a lot of chargebacks exist in these games. As far as I'm aware, Google's a little bit more into it. I don't think Apple or like iOS is as free about it, like as like much of, hey, you can do this all the time. Oh, did I finish step 4? Nice. We're We're getting there. Do your books. Your books also get you a bunch of XP, friends. So he's almost 30, and then I can do this. I need one more thief to 30. I don't know who I want to do that for. Cleared Velvet Room. Nice. Okay, so we can do that pretty soon too. What do we... Oh, we were working on dailies. So I think I mentioned earlier I need to get more of the irises and more of the gear forging. So let's just run that through and get ourselves some stamina usage going. How do I get the Phantom Thieves to show up at LeBlanc? So what you need to do is start that quest chain. So there is a quest in your quest log at some point to go meet with your team out front of Shibuya Station. When you do that, it kicks off the Phantom Thieves crossover event, and then just play through that first quest. After that quest is when you'll start being able to do the LeBlanc conversations. And then same thing, they're random. They're just going to randomly pop up. I like to prioritize them because there's some really good stuff in the shop there. You don't have to. You've got, I think, 30 days for that event. I wouldn't ignore it because, again, nature of things being random, you don't want to get to the last day and be like, oh, I haven't done any of these conversations. So, sorry, this is loud. I feel like I'm going to shout on the thing if I don't turn that down. So, don't ignore them, but you can also take a conversation with a confidant right now if you wanted to. Set Merope as my preferred. I like Merope as my preferred in that slot until I get at least to the gem place, because she unlocks specific persona fusions, which is always a wonderful thing. By the way, guys, just so you know, as of right now, I have not done any stamina refreshes. And so you see that I'm almost level 30. This is what? Day 3 technically now? That was the second reset. Because it came out at like 9 p.m. for me, one of those days. So even if you want to do stamina resets, just know that if you just have about 2, maybe 3 days of patience, and you're doing things like you saw me do Mementos earlier and like 100%ing the palace or close enough to it, that you're going to get to 30 within a few days. So don't let impatience get the better of you. If you don't want to burn your stamina pots, you can still get to 30 relatively quickly. By random, is it chosen in game time? If you mean random as far as the confidants that show up in your daily tasks, it's random at the time slot for that day. So what I mean by that is you have your like after school, your evening and night, I think it is. And you have certain characters that can show up in that time slot. And then you have other activities. Like you might see the fortune teller. You might see, I don't think she's opened up yet, but she will be soon. You might see like a part-time job or whatever, LeBlanc. And so if you think about 6 to 7 activities for that time slot, that's what's random. And then, certain confidants can only ever be within a specific time slot. You will never see Merope at night. You'll never see Yui at day. What should I be focusing? I've been doing side stuff. Do the palace. So the Palace A has an incredible amount of good resources to level your characters. It has weapons, so not 4 stars or 5 stars, but for characters that you don't necessarily want or need to build up, it's good. Or if you just don't have their 4-star yet. And then Patrick, you do not have to place them. The placing is decorative. Somebody asked us the other day and we checked. So what their question is in the Thieves' Den, do you have to place your statues? Like if you go look at mine, you can see I've got dude with the swords. So what we checked, so I want to show you guys this, is I want to say we did it over here. And so if you check the help up here, it says you can buy statues. Nope, it's not that one. Where did I see that? One of these. Short answer is when we went to place it, somewhere it said that you get the buffs no matter what. Maybe it's layout effects. Okay, statues and illustrations you've obtained will provide benefits whether you have them displayed or not. And then you can see, what your collection. So these are all my collection effects right now. Guys, don't avoid or don't ignore this. One, you do cap out how many medals you can hold So like you can see, like mine is now it's generous, but it's 45 hours. If you hit the cap, you just stop getting coins until you clear your cap. And then same with visitors. When you level them up, and they will cap how much they can get at a time, so like 24.15. When they reach new levels, you also get coins. And then you can see you can place more in at later levels. And so you want to get this cascading effect of getting more coins because two things. One, you can level your collection, and two, there's an exchange. And check this out. You've got monthly things. So I'm going to be able to get purple level fragrances with these coins. Now for now, because we have some time left, I'm going to focus on getting my palace leveled up more. The benefits aren't like insane. Like I'm not getting like 75% more crit rate, but what I am getting is small incremental gains to my team, more health, more attack, just depends on the benefit. So do go through and collect all these things. So like look at this one, Ori no Beko. Restore 1 stamina after the first login each day. It's not 100 stamina, it's free stamina. So, I want these things, and I just leveled up, because I'm just getting little things. And you get it from like, this angel, it'll say, do a certain thing to unlock it. Ooh, okay, unlocked a new platform. So reach a score of 1 million in Nightmare's Gateway, which I think is the guild boss. Increase party's damage by 0.25% in trials from Sea of Souls. So that's going to help you get better scores in Sea of Souls. So this is all good stuff. Just, buy what you want. Don't get too crazy with like, oh, I really need to min-max, this gallery piece versus this gallery piece. Like, don't go crazy. But point being, just don't ignore it. Like, get up in there, get your stuff. Give me my one coin there. And that will give me my last level, so I don't have to worry about it. So yeah, I'm close to getting another object in here. Let's see, almost 40. Jeez, you are cranking it. Do you have to actually... Oh, we answered that. Yeah, this game, and you can play it like mostly ignoring the gacha, which is cool. How many rolls did it take for me to get Joker? I got him on my 4th multi. Yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible to get all of the pity without seeing a 5-star. It happens. It's unfortunately the nature of the probabilities there. Do you know, random question, do y'all know when you get the quest that opens guilds? Level 20, and it's a blue quest to make it easier to see in your quest log. I forget what it's called. It's like abysmal something or other. Is there a way to upgrade your personas once they reach their max? Okay, yeah, we did ask about that. So the way you know how much your persona can level is when you go into, like, let's pick someone I haven't leveled, Genbu. Oops. When I go to enhance, do you see this little card up here on the top right, like where my cursor is? That's how many times you can break through. So if I were to level him, and I'm not going to because I don't want to waste the mats on him, and then I had the item to break him through, I'll only be able to do it 1 time. Other personas are going to have way more. This one. Right now, he is story gated or gated with just the way the story progresses, but he eventually is the one exception that gets all the way up to 99. That is like one of your starting personas. So, for him, I need to get more of these, and it's going to let me do more. But basically, you're going to get those little cards, and that's how much you level up your personas. Most of your early ones, you're not really going to have a reason to push all the way up. Just pick your ones that really help you. And then later on, when you get to like the 60 plus range is when you start getting some really cool personas. I think there's one in the 50 range, maybe Narcissus or Norn, maybe. There's a wind one that gives you a shield. That one's really good because it can do like winded status too. Or I think they call it windswept in this game and in global. Will we get SMT related stuff or metaphor? No collabs for those have been announced as of yet. Not to say we won't get them. And boom, there's 30. So guys, 30 without using my stamina pots on day 3. If that gives you an idea of how long it takes. Now I have bought stamina pots to use. Obviously we've just used it all, but we have plenty of other stuff to do at the moment. Okay, so now I can go through. All right, fair warning, y'all. I'm going to go do story. So if you don't want to see cutscenes, I will take no offense if you leave the stream for a short while and come back to us here in a little bit. The question is, do I want to... I'm going to go fun. I'm going to try to beat him without leveling my characters any further. Obviously, if I went in on this and just bumped up like on and them up, then... does Miriam have a synergy? No, she has a side quest. And then she becomes a contact that you can find in your daily city stuff on occasion, and she'll give you like gifts that you can use obviously to level people. God, I'd have to double check. I really don't remember her having a synergy yet though. Not to say she won't later. Yeah, no worries. I'm going to give you guys about 3 minutes to leave before I start this battle. Because again, I don't want to spoil it. And so if you had a question, you're just waiting for me to answer. Let me give you about 2 or 3 minutes. And then I'm going to go up there and run the story. So we're about to get to the story spot of this stream. Oh, I can clear out some stuff in here while we wait. Take your hearts. We got our daily. Is this... Gold chicks. Do I have enough for a pull? Watch, I'm like 1 off. I'm 2 off. Do not convert your metaverse premium gems for standards. It's not worth it, like ever. And if you're wondering why I have not picked up my free select, even though I'm at 50 of 50, my current thing that I'm doing is I am going for 1 more 5-star, be it at the 80 mark or if I get it sooner, before I see what I want to pull here. I've already got on at A1. I was super lucky and got her back to back while I was pulling for this. I have Joker. I am not going to go for his dupes. I have his weapon. I got his weapon at pity, by the way. I won the 50-50, but I went all the way to 70. And so the thing I'm missing that I want the most, it's 2 things actually. It's Rin and it's Leo. If I get Leo, then I've got what I need for my Skull team. I don't have Skull yet. If I don't get Leo, I may be more tempted to get Morgana from this banner. Rin is the one I want for my Joker team. If I get Rin, then I want Mona because I like the Mona Rin Joker combination. I just think it's fun. I'm confused how not to overlevel. Is there something that kind of keeps you on track? Yes. So what keeps you on track? There's a couple things. First of all, just in general, your book. So you saw that I just hit level 30. At level 30, I can fight the first palace boss. I'm on step 5 of the book, and it wants 8 thieves at 30 and 6 weapons at 30. This is like your hint that this is where the game wants you to be, and wants to give you a relative difficulty for step 5. And so go through your book and just kind of clear it out. And this is kind of getting you there. So like step 4 wants you around level 27, etc. The other thing is if you go to your Phantom Thieves, in your 10 block increments, you start getting to the point where you can enhance again. So like I could come in here and break this through. I don't have the mats for it though. Or I could, go to Joker and unlock if I had the mats and push them up to level 40. So it raises your levels based on those 10 level increments. And then your wonder kind of catches up to your characters. So that's another way. Or like if you look at my personas down here, now I can level these up. Well, actually, no, these ones I can't have to get to level 44. But so the game, by nature of its account level system, is going to give you like roadblocks at how far you can level your people up. Although I did see that I did unlock this again. So let us spend these points before I forget later. And so now you'll see like I have to wait till 35 before I can put more points in here. Now I could, and I may actually, think about branching out here, but I really think you should go for these first if you saw that guide I had. But even though I've gotten all those personas, I'm not at a stage right now that I can actually spend those coins. Any strong weapons you suggest to put on the banner? Leo. Leo is the best weapon in that group. And then outside of On, I would go for Shun. Those are the first picks I would personally go for. More optimized than P5 or P3R. I guess it depends on your device, but yeah, it's kind of funny. Yeah, my iPhone is maybe an 11. It's not a recent one. Like I'm actually at the point where I'm like, is this going to keep lasting me or not? I don't know. Okay, so I've given you a warning. We're doing story. Last chance to bounce. Beginner select. You already have Joker, Rin, and On. I don't believe in chasing the A1s because standard banner might give them to you on accident anyways. And so I would go for width on your team and look for either of the other two. Ryuji is harder to get going without Leo. Not impossible. He's just not as efficient. Oh, I have to send the calling card. I came in here, I didn't even send the calling card. And then Morgana's a healer, but we were talking about this, I think, in Discord last night. Morgana is better when you can build him with crit. It's harder to get him to crit at this level. So he's going to feel a bit more underwhelming right now. However, we're going to try to do this at level 30. He will feel better later in the game. It's okay, Halmar. It helps her speed, and she's based around her speed. But it's far less necessary because her bigger thing is really just increasing that defense down and then synergizing with Joker. You're already in the second palace. Yeah, you. And here's the thing. I've already seen all this, obviously, from being on KR, but I'm so curious how they handle the translations because some of the translations on the fan translation, whatever you want to call it, super great work, but some of them are just super funny. I don't know how it works, but sometimes you get stuff like, they'll call the Phantom Thieves like goons or like random stuff like that. So I'm curious what it actually translates into sometimes. And I need to switch out for some water for a bit here. Sinner of Lust. Subway Slammer. Assaulted countless women. Speed reading. Decifer, it's up to you. As far as a 3x versus the 1x. You're going to need certain social stats to progress them past certain levels. And so at the end of the day, you're going to hit the same roadblock one way or the other. So kind of look at it that way. Like if you're stuck on a certain social stat, you may want to focus on it, but it's not going to hurt your gameplay. Yeah, translation and localization are incredibly, incredibly different. They just said he had a long oval-shaped head. To like, check out this dude's dome. It's recognizable. Of course, man, of course. Roberto, did you get the guild invite? You were the last slot in the guild, by the way. I was waiting for you. I actually had your spot reserved at the start. Roberto has been with me since the start of my YouTube channel, basically, which is insane. Just about the start. I actually started with Minecraft. For those of you who don't know, not that I'm back into Minecraft content creation, the whole reason, there's two reasons I'm in content creation. One is it's just a fun creative outlet for me, and I like kind of building communities. But the other is, at the time he was 7, my son was like, I want to do YouTube. Will you do a YouTube Let's Play for Minecraft with me? And so for the laughs, if you go back to my first YouTube videos on this channel, it's my baby bear and we are doing YouTube worlds, and you can just tell that it's like your first videos. There's this whole thing, and it's like, just get started. Your first stuff is going to suck. And it's true, because if you look at those videos versus like, obviously more recent ones, it's night and day difference. But it was so fun, and you can thank my son for breaking my analysis paralysis of starting YouTube. Why choose Succubus and Kodama? Did I miss a question above? Oh, so Succubus. So I was trying a fight earlier, and I needed wind, which is why I have Kodama. I just haven't swapped him over. Succubus, because she gives you Rebellion, which is a crit buff, and it's one of the best ways to amp up your damage this early is by trying to get critical strikes, and so she's fantastic for that. My normal loadout is Janosik and Succubus for most content, unless I need a special element. All right, do you guys want me to run? Well, I have to run closer, so I can't run my full fire team. Never mind. This is part of the reason why I leveled her, is because I know that you have to have her in this fight. Out there. Do-do-do-do. It's got the song playing, so I'm head bobbing over here and you guys can't hear it, but sorry. I'm trying to not get copyright strikes. Don't want to lose the channel over that. All right, yes, let's just try it straight at 30. I know it's possible. 1,000 people have already done it. I was able to walk in without changing her in. Oh, I thought you had to do her. Okay, sweet. There are some fights where they force certain story characters into your party. He's got the drip, yeah. Both, Verity. Both Navis right now. Puppet is your defensive, and Okean is your offensive. I'm building both. I've not played Arc Knight, so unfortunately I can't answer that question for you. Ooh, call him out, girl. Call him out. You ever see like the memes where it's like, you know, somebody walks in and you watch an anime and it's always like the most lewd time? This is when my wife would walk in, is this fight. And you will see why. If you haven't seen this fight, you're about to figure out why that would be like the worst time for your spouse to walk in. Oh, okay, it did force you. I was like, I thought it, but you know, it has been, like I said, since the start of KR, since I've done the story part of this fight. So, old memories. Every once in a while, you forget something. Although, considering the way this guy's talking, my wife would be like, this misogynistic dude. Beat him up. Active at all times. It's the persona you're using. You ready? Yeah, so like for example, if you looked at that Oni or whatever's name I had on, it says like if I switch, then I don't have that automata whatever it's called active. Or like if it has say like a forget resist and you switch to a different persona, then you no longer have that forget resist sitting on you. Hey, Showtime Doctor, are you still in the chat? Let me. Oh, you are. Okay, I see you. So Showtime, this is what I want from you. On your next persona video, can you cosplay as this palace boss? I'm just saying. It would get you a few views. I can guarantee it. All right, so I want to swap slots. Oh God, I don't remember. I don't. Nobody tell me. I'll gladly fail for forgetting. I don't remember what element his phase 3 is. Which is the difference between bringing on or Joker. I'm gonna run it back like this. Let's do it. I'm doing the Google Play version. Hellbiker, I do remember using him for a little while. I don't remember why though. I'd have to check his skills. You have to bear with me so I can get there in a little bit here. I was honestly worried that I would come into the stream today. I knew I was going to stream today with no voice because of that concert last night. Because you better believe that when Limp Bizkit was playing, I was singing their songs and that I sang 85% of Metallica songs. So I was rocking it last night. P4R event, my guess will be closer to or at the launch of P4R. I don't think they're going to release those assets early. I don't know if it's the official PC client or not, to be honest with you, because SCA has their own client, but it's not handled through Google Play, I don't believe. See, Showtime, Ren agrees. You have to cosplay like that now. I am on Windows. Dun, dun, dun. See, and like I could switch to Okion here, but knowing that it's a boss, I want the extra protection. Plus, if you don't know, Puppet on her skill 1 gives you some SP back, and so when you're in longer fights, that extra bit can be helpful. What am I on? I'm on 2. You get 2 Fury on single target when you use that second skill, which is why I'm not currently using the first skill, even though I have not leveled my second skill. I probably should have for this fight specifically, but it's all good. It is all good, my friends. Dun, 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 dun. Resist or not, the reason I use that move is for the mark. And I want to conserve SP, which is why I didn't use her lightning there. If it helps you to tell you why I'm making decisions I make in fights, let me know. Not to say I'm going to win this, but there is a reason behind my intent. I do love that they actually like animated some cutscenes and stuff in this game like this. They really went with the Persona, quality, in my opinion. Have you guys seen this boss? If you haven't seen this boss, get ready for something special. Yep. I mean, the Google Play has ran fine for me so far. Yeah, when I say that this would be when my wife walks in and says, "What the hell are you watching?" Like, you get it. Y'all know what's going on here. I love that Persona is not afraid, or Atlas, I should say, is not afraid to, like, just go for the weird. They're like, you know what? Yeah, this is what we're doing. This is the form we're going to put on. I might have to put, like, a PG-13 warning on my streams. All right, so now we're going to... I really want to get burn on him. I maybe should be healing here. This might be a misplay. So if you're keeping score, I've done 2 misplays here. I did not level his skill 2 before this fight, so I'm running at a suboptimal. And I maybe should have just taken the precautionary heal because his heals are not that great yet. I'm not going to burn his big heal here. Whose turn is it? Is it his? So we can go for electric damage or gun damage. Gun damage he is resistant to. So let's go with our Lek. Yeah, I think they basically said, let's do a somewhat similar story to Kamoshida, but let's make it look a little bit more perverted. Can you advance time without spending AP? We tried. We went to our bed just a little while ago and to see if it would let us sleep. And unfortunately, it did not. So I'm not saying you can't, but I don't personally know of a way to do it. And we tried the most obvious way at the very least. Oh, Dark Arrow, what's going on? It's good to see you in here. I can check one other thing. Remind me when I get past story stuff and I can actually do something again. But maybe there's an option in the top when you're in that menu to advance time. I didn't check specifically. That might be a spot. I don't recommend spending gems on stamina. No. Okay, so she needs to guard. Do I have my mermaid songs on still? Increase shield, permanent defense up. Shield 84. I'm trying to see if I should use my big shield yet or not. Because this one, remind me, 4+ seashell. So I want to build seashell. I have 2 stacks, so we're going to use skill 1. If you don't know how Puppet works, and sorry if you do, but you want to build up your seashells So that way when you use skill 3, you're going to get a big shield, but then you also get increased damage if you have more than 4 seashells. So this is how you use her to buff your damage, but she's more defensive. And you really don't use skill 2 unless you're about to take massive damage on a single character and you can't guard. But you more than likely are going to use skills 1 and 3 for her. 4-star weapon from the event. Are you talking about for Morgana? If so, yes, because the 4-star weapon from the event gives you crit, and he needs to crit to be at his best. We need to heal. I'm gonna try to actually remember to heal because you guys saw me last time I was talking, didn't heal, and we got ourselves wiped because of that on that other boss. Hi, Joker. Would you kindly crit on this for me? That would be beautiful. Let's see. I already gave him Rebellion. Let's get Mark going. Hang on. My son is texting me. Let me see what's up. Bear with me. I'm still a family man. My wife is texting me. One of my kids is texting me. All over the place here. I can hold his heal still. Yeah, so let's do this. Do it up, Joker. This phase is not the bad phase. This fight gets worse after this. Worse in the sense of being harder. Does he have shock? He does not have shock. There we go. You want to do... this is Persona, guys. So you want to get as much into the buffing, debuffing as you can. That's really kind of the crux of this game. Alright, so this phase here... there's going to be one of these that are powered up. That's the one you want to take down. Otherwise, he does this devastating attack. Look at that dance. Do it up, dude. Is Morgana enough healing versus Owl or Shun? So Morgana is definitely not necessary, but he can do some pretty good healing, especially if he's crit healing. But you're fine with just the Owl if you don't want to do Morgana. One of the reasons I got me into Persona games. Oh yeah, who here has played Metaphor ReFantazio? I got incredibly hooked on that game. Like to the point that like I did all the conversations, I did all the confidant building, whatever you want to call it in that game. And so like the designs for the humans in that game, as they call them, are fantastic. Yeah, see the one that's like blinking or whatever you want to call it? She is the one you want to take down. So she's weak to electric and nuke right now. So check their resistances. Oh, did I hit? Sorry, I need to check my seashells. Let's check Jokers. 3 stacks. I need 1 more stack of seashells. And then I'll get the attack buff when I do skill 3. Joker team, who would you have as the assist unit? Assist unit. Do you mean the Navi? If you mean the Navi... And sorry, Miyu and KO for some reason aren't registering. I feel like those are the Navis. If you need more sustain to live longer, then you want Puppet. If you want more damage because you're not coming into a hard situation like that, then you're going to want Okeon, so the other navigator. It's basically the big difference between them is one is focused around defense, the other one is focused around offense. So like when you're running Mementos or just General Palace, a lot of times you'll go with an Okeon strictly for the fact that she can just get you through it faster until you get to like those like kind of hard shadow boss looking battle things. That's when you might jump into a Puppet. Or the other thing you can do too is, and you'll see like Bladesford do this a lot, is try to fight things a lot higher level than you. In which case, then you might need Puppet just to like decrease some of the hits that you're taking. Does he have Mark? All right, so he doesn't have Mark, but the more important question is, does Joker have crits? He does. He has 1 more turn of crits, so we can buff on the next turn. a lot of your buffs are like 2-turn buffs, so keep an eye on that. They don't last forever. Yeah, guys, Metaphor. If you've not played Metaphor and you have an ability to do so, please play it. It is so good. I love that game, and it's Atlas, and it's basically like an evolution of the Persona franchise mechanics. Obviously, different story, different time setting, different concepts there, but ultimately, an amazing amount of fun. Who do you have equipped? Don't want to do gun damage. I want to switch him to Succubus and get attack up. Let's go with... I'm doing pretty good on damage. Let's drop some fire on him. Yes, we got Burn. Burn is such a great sass effect. So, if you don't know, I'm going to give you another tip. On Wonder, you can switch his persona before you pick his highlight. So here, I've got... Oh, I'm on Joker. I confuse Joker and Wonder all the time. But you can switch their persona, by the way. So I'm intentionally not using my highlight right now because I want to switch it to Succubus because that'll give me bonus damage. Yeah, the press turns and stuff like that. I love, man, the combinations you could make in that game in terms of like synergies and skills. It was so fun to come up with. Yeah, so now check this out. So I can go into here, switch it back out, and now I'm on Succubus. And so now I'm going to increase my party damage instead of a gun attack, and he's resistant to gun damage, so that's just a smarter play. And now again, I want to see if I got 2-4 seashells. I am. So rather than doing anything else, I've been building up my seashells because now this final piece here, I'm at 4 and above, I'm going to get increased damage. So do read your skill tooltips or watch me or any other content creator. We can help you with what these skills all do. Because the cool thing about this game versus other Personas is there's just so much variety in the types of things you can do with all these different characters. I haven't played an SMT in a long time. I think 4? 4 was the last one I played. I remember the first boss, like, was ridiculous. Like, it caught me off guard. I didn't realize how hard the series was supposed to be. Definitely a challenging game if you're not paying attention. Yeah, dude, seriously, the bad guy was awesome. Okay, so the one on the right, I'm going to pop a heal. Let's play it a little bit safe. We're pretty far into the battle, and I don't want to fail because of somebody getting one shot. He's got 2, so I can do this. Dun, 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 dun. Bump, bump. This right here is a perfect reason why Joker's so good at this stage of the game, because he can do stuff like that. I did already buff, right? Yes, I did. Okay. Let's go for Mark. Okay, final phase. So far, so good, friends. How are you guys liking this game, by the way, so far? I know you're asking a lot of questions, so that tells me that you've got, obviously interest. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. But, I mean, taking that aside, what do you think? Are you enjoying the Persona gameplay? Does it feel like Persona, or do you feel like this is a cash grab? I think it feels like Persona. I'm biased here. But, I mean, I can appreciate opinions can be different. I don't think there's a right or wrong one here. I have always wanted to play Undertale, and I never have. I understand what the game is, and I know what you're talking about, but I've personally not played it. Who should I use here? I'm going to use you, actually. Yeah, the feels on P5X are solid. It really does. And I mean, as I'm playing the first boss, I'm going to say I don't want to give story spoilers. That's a little bit ironic. But, as you go through the story, you get a bit more into those connections. And I'm looking forward to how they're going to play that out. Because they have talked in like developer chats and stuff like that, throughout the months here and the year in CN. And it sounds like kind of post Palace 4, maybe, if I'm remembering correctly, you're going to start seeing more and more of like the payoff of that initial story, because we all, I mean, unless you have just been watching this and haven't played the game yet, you know what that opening cutscene is. And again, I'm not going to say it if you haven't, but there's obviously a big character situation going on there, and apparently that's going to come to play soon enough. Jacoby, that is one of the first things that I truly thought about with this game was it felt like they really wanted a Persona side story, another what do you call it, spin-off, if you will, but they also wanted to monetize it, and so they added gacha to it versus starting with the gacha and putting a Persona skin on top of it. And I think that's a very important distinction to make, because I definitely feel like other games, like as much as I love Final Fantasy Crisis Core, whatever it's called, the Final Fantasy 7 one, that one feels like I want a gacha game and I'm going to put Final Fantasy 7 on it just so that I can cash in. If I go back to the City of Final Fantasy Opera Omnia, which I dropped a lot of money in that one, a lot by my standards, I wasn't a whale, but I spent enough. Like that one felt like a Final Fantasy first, followed by a gacha. Doc, are you in here, man? I beat him for you. The second palace boss, the first time I fought him, I didn't read tooltips, and he stomped me. I won't tell you anything about him until we get there in our journey together. The other thing I like too is the Morgana versus Cattle playoff they do in the side mission story, whatever you want to call it, the Persona 5 stuff. It's just fun to see them like as mascots kind of messing with each other. And I really hope that when Teddy finally gets in the game, they like kind of add that dynamic. And I think it would be awesome if there's something specific with like the mascots. Like I almost picture, I don't know if you played Persona 5 Strikers or P5R. Hopefully most of you have played P5R. But you've got those like team up moves that, it's like where An pulls the gun out of the flowers and she's, with Morgana. I would love if they make some more of that kind of stuff, maybe in a future content update, but then you have like the mascots doing it together. Like that'd be so cool. Maybe you have to have them in your team to do it. Would you say with global release it's still worth making? I mean, one, do you play? I mean, if you really want to play a lot, then yes, only in the sense that there's just so much more because it's a year in advance and you get like the Tartarus stuff, you get the P3 stuff. But me personally, I'm intentionally backing away from KR because now I want to see it with a localization, without a translation pack. If I natively spoke one of the other languages, I might think differently, but I don't. I'm using translation packs or whatever form. And so I'm a big fan of kind of having variety in my gameplay. So I play this game a lot. Obviously, I make content on it. But then I play Fantasy Life with my kids. I have a pinball machine behind me. You have no idea how many hours I put into that thing. And so for me, I would rather come in here, enjoy some time. When you get new content, really, go hardcore. Obviously, this is like my main game right now. But then when I've cleared all the content, I'm waiting for that content cycle, I'll probably play more pinball or some other, video game or whatever. And so from that perspective, I like the variety. Oh, anybody, so here's my thing with Tactica. I have it. It's sitting somewhere near enough to me on my Switch. But, blah, 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 blah. But with Tactica, my only gripe with that game is how easy it is, even at the hardest difficulty. And to be fair, I'm a very big veteran of tactical strategy games, starting with, old school era, Final Fantasy Tactics, Battle Ogre and all that other stuff. Whenever the next Fire Emblem comes out for the Switch too, that's a day one purchase for me. But even without that, I think you could be new to tactic games and still throw that game on the hardest difficulty and get through it. Like it was fun. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the story. It was cute, but it was super, super easy. All right. I need. Give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds, friends. I need to quick use the restroom. I'll be right back. So 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay. Thank you for your patience. This is how you know I'm not a young streamer, because I've seen young streamers go 4, 5, 6 hours, never leaving their desk. I don't know how you can go through life without stretching your back and using the restroom every now and again. So all the power to you, youngins. This game and Steam Deck are a match. Yes, I will be in love if they put this thing on Switch too. Even regular Switch. I'm sure the regular Switch can run this considering my phone runs it, but I would love to be sitting like, I don't know, outside by the fire pit, cranking through this game without being on my phone. How is the Steam Deck, by the way? I actually don't have one. I would love one. But I have so many other consoles and stuff, I don't know how much I'd actually use it. I hope with Persona 6, in 3024 when it actually finally gets announced, that they bring this up into maybe at least college years, something a bit more adult, and like get even deeper into, I guess, the themes, because then they can still keep like the day cycles and like the school life, but then it's not high schoolers. I that's a good point. I didn't think about Nintendo softening that. I could see them totally doing it though. I mean, they're definitely okay with adult content now. Like they put Cyberpunk 2077 on the Switch too, which by the way, I've put like 300 or 400 hours into that game on PC. Um, shove it in. But that is as far removed from a kid's game as you're gonna get, basically. And so they're okay there, but I guess I don't mind if they get away from like the gacha scene, because they are still in a lot of ways presented as a family first company. Yeah, maybe just skip class, but then you have to like pay your college tuition. You can go into like massive student loan debt. Oh, that's cool to know about the Steam Deck. Six is green, hope. Hard to do hope with adults in this gray world. Interesting. Apathy. Where's my 4 there, Serge? I see you put P3, 5, 6, but we all know P4's got the best story. I said it. I said it on stream. It's been recorded. Four is mixed theory. Okay. All started with the ball. About it being the villain of P4 and having an adult cast? Huh. Oh, is my camera messing up again? Oh, yeah, you're right. Why would it do that now? Hold on, I'm going to turn it off for a second. I'll come back and try to fix that in a second. Jealousy for villains? I do like that they have like distinct themes though. Like you're definitely not random in these games in the sense of what it's trying to get at. Golden Wisdom Divinity. Oh, here we go. Cutscene time. Do you run OBS as admin? I do. It did this the other day on a stream, and then it's been fine most of this stream. I've been streaming since, what, 12:30? I don't really have anything running in the background right now besides, you know, I have a YouTube window up, obviously, to manage this stuff. And then I use the Elgato Neo Cam, and so I have their camera hub open as well. And so when I started, everything seemed okay, at least as far as this is the first time someone noted it. And I even started like 15 minutes earlier just to, thank you, Carlos. I really appreciate you saying that. Just to kind of see if I would have that camera issue. And here's the thing too, like nobody is in my house right now. So nobody come rob me. Not that you know where I live, but you know, just in case. But there's no one else like eating up bandwidth in my house. The only stuff that's really actively running is the PC I'm on right now for this. And it's a beefy PC. It's not something that shouldn't be able to handle a webcam, basically. Oh, man. P3. So I would say that of the moderns, and Showtime Doc and I have talked about this quite a bit, P3, 4, and 5, and maybe this is just partly because of the order I played them in, but P4 is my favorite story. P5 is my favorite mechanics and visual design to begin with, and then P3R, they came back. And I would say that the story isn't, of the three, it's my least favorite, but I still love it. So it's not a knock at the story, it's just if I had to pick an order. But that ending, and I'm not going to say it, but that ending, loved it. I love that they did that. I love where it went to. Hold on, sorry. I just want to read through that. And what I really loved about P3 too is there was a certain, with P3R, sorry, with P3R is, I don't know, it was a vibe, it was a bop, if you will. Like I love the new battle theme, especially when you have the surprise. Like, oh my god, whatever, 100 something hours I put into that game, and I never got tired of it. And that, I mean, Persona's got a strength in music. Let's be real here. Oh god, dude, OBS takes up so many resources. But what's funny is when I'm not streaming, when I'm just doing my regular videos, I don't think I've really ever had massive camera issues. And like I said, like I've streamed KR in the past. You know, for quite a few weeks I streamed it like every Saturday, just about every Saturday. And never had camera issues. So this is a more recent thing. And I even ran an update on OBS today. I thought maybe that would help. So what is this? Milestone pass. I haven't seen this yet. So $4. I'm going to do some math in my head here. So $4, you get 240 gems. It's $150 or dollars. 150 gems for a pull. You get a couple. Oh, wait. 240. I'm not going to bring the spreadsheet out. 4 days. So you get 4 pulls there. You get a 5th pull here. Not enough for a 6th. So 5 pulls for $4. Oh, wait. Is it 4? Oh, no. I'm sorry. You get that on day 4. So you get 2 pulls. So you're getting 3 pulls for $4 and a couple things. I'm not going to amend my video, but this is actually not bad. It's not like a perfect dollar per pull situation, but it's 1, 2, 3 pulls. That's interesting. That's actually not a terrible pack. Let's see. What do we got here? I did not play episode Aegis. I I thought about it, and it just the gameplay loop of that one didn't look fun to me, and so I kind of just left it as I'll keep it at the original. Maybe I'll play it one day, but like right now, I'm not overly concerned about it. All right, so let's see if I can fix my camera really quick. So if I click on the game, this is usually when it was breaking the other day. So now you guys get to see what I was doing at 12:30 today, where I was like bouncing around. Let's go back in the streaming set of my OBS and turn the camera on. So now I'm double resourced. I don't know. The only thing that I think that could be causing this is obviously you can tell I'm in a lower light setting when I'm in my studio lights. And sometimes that messes with shutter speed, and shutter speed can cause lag when software tries to render it or tries to adjust for it. So I don't know. Keep me going. Let me know if I starting out crazy. I don't want to sit here all day and just look at the camera because you guys would find that boring, but that would be the thing for me to worry about. Okay, let me catch up on these questions here. But how can you check if you're getting the daily membership rewards, but it still shows in the shop? Are you talking? Okay, let me see. If you're talking about this, which one? No, I'm going on with this. If you're talking about this here, you can see up here that I still have 26 days. So that's how I know I'm getting it. Now, you don't get it if you don't log in. So make sure that if you are going to buy this package, you plan on at least just logging in once a day. You don't have to play, just sign in. But like if I were to buy this again right now, you would see this jump up by another 30 days. That's how you know that it's in effect. And when you log in, you're going to get like a big yellow bell looking thing. That's that icon. So keep that in mind. Oh, we didn't get any pulls for that. That's surprising. They should give you a couple. All right, plans. All right, so we finished the palace, level of 31. So this is what happens, guys. You get these spikes like this, and then around like your 10 level marks, you start slowing down a little bit. Are you saving crystals for energy? So yeah, I'm not using my crystals to buy energy. I did, however, I've gotten a couple super chats, and so I did invest using those for there was like a sale. Where is it? Which one was it? Now I'm like losing my sight on my things here. Oh, it's this one. So I reinvested that super chat back into the stream by buying the stamina. So that way, if I run out of content on stream, I know I actually have a notepad next to me. And I wrote down how many stamina things that gave me. So that way, whenever I'm streaming, if, you know, I've beaten the content and I need more to do, I can bump into those. Or if I'm hitting like a level block, like if I didn't hit 30 today, I would have used it to get to 30, just so that I can make sure that I'm giving you guys good value and content. And again, please don't feel pressured to do anything spending wise for me. I just wanted you to know that if that happens, it goes to the stream. So that is why you might see me with extra stamina, but I'm not using my crystals to get it. I did make a few purchases, so I'll tell you what I've bought. And this is, you know, my own, I mean, I probably said most of this in the video anyways, but I bought the card. I bought the one level up battle pass. So I did not buy the more expensive pack. I bought this one here. I think this is actually decent value. I bought the $10 platinum set because that's $1 per pull. I am not going to buy this one here. This is still a great value. It's 30 tickets, platinum tickets for $30. That's $1 per pull. But this to me is more into the above the mid spender category for what I want to do on the game, because I'm going to buy the battle pass in this card every single month. And somebody gave me a super chat the other day, and so I bought the $5 Millicoin set as well. So two of my purchases were because of super chats. No, three of my purchases have been because of super chats. So that is my way for those individuals, for me to say thank you to them. They did that, and I want to make sure they're getting something for that. And that something is me giving them more content. So again, do not take that as I'm asking for memberships or super chats. It's not like that. I just want you guys to know where it goes. and where I'm spending my money. So, or how I'm getting my stamina. Oh, what else do we have here? Poor condemned souls with only happiness and smiles. I love how cross tag battle is canon to P4. Can you get to 30 today without using? Yes, Carlos, I hit 30 today and I have not used stamina pots yet. I bought some, I have not actually used them, which is a key distinction. And the way, let me show you what I was doing earlier. It's so gross that you can throw him up there. It's so funny that you can, I'm going to go display him. Let's go display our lewd friend. Actually, I don't know if I can at this level yet. I think you have to be a higher level. Or maybe not. Oh, yeah, level 15. That's gross that you can put him in there. It's kind of funny, though. So what I did earlier is... So my palace is 98% done. I have 2 bosses I need to fight. But in here, I went into area 2. And, you know, you can see how far into area 2 I got. And I did that to get the adjustment fair machine thing to get more of this. Because as you rank this up, you get, you know, Wonder XP. So that is how I bridged the gap. That, and if you look at my beginner book, obviously I just did the level 30 ones just now, like literally on stream, but I had everything up into step 5 done. So, you know, I did come in here throughout the last couple days and focus on making sure these missions were done, because that's a chunk of EXP. And I also had cleared out all my quests. I don't know if I opened any more. Yeah, I haven't opened any more. I cleared out all my quests. So those are all ways that I got to 30 at this point. 9k EXP pass, stamina, 250 XP daily. Yeah, I don't know. Colors, I got here without burning stamina pots. So, no, I did start exactly as the server opened. So it opened an hour early on iOS, or I guess on phones. And so, I mean, I was playing literally from the second. Somebody on Discord was like, I just got in, and like I literally logged in like 5 seconds later. And I also didn't do any re-rolling. I don't know to what extent that has, but I also, and this might be the difference, guys. That first night, I pushed the story to the point of opening dailies. So I gamed until like midnight that night, and I got through the daily goals for that day. Maybe that extra 2250 or whatever it was, maybe that's the bridge. And maybe other people started later and missed getting to the story point that you open up dailies, and so they couldn't have gotten that. I'm guessing. I don't honestly know. But yeah, I haven't used stamina pots, so I don't know. Hey, Goto. Does P5X have a web store? I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I don't remember seeing it on their webpage. I just downloaded on my phone. It's great. Yeah, it's fantastic. Okay, so we got to do some more stuff. What do we got? Let's go progress the story. Or what did I miss on Thieves Den? I'd use 2 stamina packs to get to 30 today. Interesting, Alex. Yeah, I just got there and I didn't use any stamina packs yet. Oh, okay. I leveled up. So let's put Joker in here, because I love Joker. And then... Oh, I leveled up my Thieves Den. That's what it was. That's why it's yelling at me. Did I hit 3,000? Oh, I'm so close to 3,000. Okay, that might happen today anyways. Okay, so I can press story. So why don't we do a little bit of that? Oh, I was like, why isn't it taking me there? I always use V as a shortcut to get places, but it's because my owl friend is like literally right next to me. But may well be worth investigating. Okay, so he's just talking about... Okay, perfect. Let's go back to mementos. So this question comes up occasionally. You know, in P5, you can't replay your dungeons. If you don't know, in here, you can. So after a certain point of time, you will... What am I doing? Where am I going? After a certain point in time, you can go back in the palaces. So if you are worried about 100%ing your palace before being the boss, just progress in the story. I'm going the wrong way. Progress in the story, because after a certain set point, you'll be able to go back. Oh, is this maybe guild boss? Oh, no, this is the palace. Okay. I forget when you open the guild boss up. Is it maybe level 40? Let's see. Just looked at the supported systems. Yeah. It's like, do you have a Game Boy Color? If you have a Game Boy Color, you can play. Okay, so yeah, so it's saying I can go back in the palace, which I will worry about those two bosses later. I don't feel like batting my head against them right now. Let's see. Does Velvet Room in Thieves always have a notification unless you level someone up? Yes. I don't know of a way to make your notifications go away on that. It irritates me in my KR account because there's characters I will never level, and I'm like, that's forever just showing me that little icon. Oh, you know what? I will show you something on the characters though, because a lot of people miss this. But let me get through this whatever story part to where I can, and then I'm going to show you something on those character pages. You get stop point at 25, and that's it. You get, let me see, push hard to get guilds, but 100% shows down around level 25. Pushed hard to get to guilds, but 100% slows down. Oh, your game slows down on 25. Yeah, 26, anywhere from 25 to 27 seems to be the kind of place people are getting stuck. I think it depends on if you start day one and got that extra bit of jump, like I potentially did, because that seems to be possibly how I got to 30 without using stamina. Tonight, Alex, I'll be back on at 9:30 Mountain Time. I did throw the stream link up already on my page, so I think if you want, you can do like the notification on it. After you finish first palace, you get a lot of new sides and palace. Yeah. So, and that's kind of the content cycle on these things on this game. Sorry. So the way this game kind of does content cycles is you'll have more major patches that give you more into the palace. So for example, Palace 3 actually has basically 2 palaces. That's going to give you big content bumps with more mementos, more palace, more of that kind of story campaign, if you will. And then you'll get on certain character releases, events for them where you'll have kind of like stages to beat. And then you'll have like boss battles, and then you'll have something you can do daily with your stamina to get specific resources, but you can only do it 3 times a day, so it doesn't burn all your stamina. Then you have some new content that's going to open eventually. So you'll have Tycoon, which is the card game. You have a train, and the train is like a roguelike type system where you get on a train platform, and then you go like on a path, and you pick like, do I want to go up or down? And then you get something, you fight something, and then there's like 4 bosses on each of the tracks, and so you pick which one you want to fight. And there's a lot of like achievements and rewards tied to it, so it's a good mode for materials. Not my favorite mode, but you still want to max it. And then one of the content cycles will give you Astro Globe, and then each of the patches or each content cycle, they refresh SOS and the guild bosses. So that's kind of the normal process. Oh, my camera's bugging out again. I just looked over and saw me getting all laggy. What in the stuff is causing that? Oh yeah, man, Alex, enjoy the family, of course. Do I feel like Global's more stingy? Let me turn my camera off for a second, guys, because it's doing that bugging out stuff again. I did that and I totally missed the button. I don't... It's a little apples to oranges on the timing, because current servers, non-global servers, I feel like have been more generous, especially because we just came off the anniversary. And the anniversary gave a ton of resources. It gave you 2 5-star pulls, or selectors, I should say. Not that you can select absolutely every character, but still getting 2 5 stars is great. Sorry, I'm like reading and talking at the same time. And right now, it's in a really good place. So if the worst case is we get to that place in global someday, cool. That's not bad. I was not there. Is he multi-streaming? Who is he talking to? Me? I'm talking to the chat. Somebody asked a question. And so The current game I didn't play at launch for KR, so I don't know how it compares to that to give you like the flat out perspective. I don't feel like it feels too stingy though, honestly. I haven't had issues leveling the characters I want at the moment or with the rewards. Yeah, camera. I just turned my camera off for a second, Camrex, just because it started doing this weird laggy thing, which it was doing the other night. So I'm not quite sure why. Yeah, I was just answering a question that came through chat, trying to keep up on people's asks here. I don't know that I have any interest in multi streaming. I have nothing against it, but is this better now? Let's see. I don't know. I have no issue with multi streaming. I just am too lazy to try to set this up on like Twitch or TikTok and YouTube. Oh, I could go for some ramen. There is a delicious ramen shop not far from my house. And ramen is my favorite food. So there you go. Cameras in the dark hour. Yeah, exactly. Do you know your friend ID? It's on the bottom of my screen here. So you can kind of always see it there. I will tell you though that unfortunately they cap friends at 100. And I, beyond my wild expectations, hit 500. So, or not 500, 100. So unfortunately I can't accept more friends. I wish I could. I do occasionally, like every few weeks, we'll go through and purge it though. So if I see that someone hasn't been online in a couple weeks, I'll take them out so I can get people that are still playing the game that want to be friends in there. So feel free to send me the invite, and then I basically just say kick people off and then hit yes. We're only in day 3 though, so obviously I'm not going to kick people yet. Ooh, yes, boiled eggs and roasted pork. That is how I like my ramen. Give me some good tonkatsu. Oh, okay, we got. Would you say it's ideal to have 2 different AoE teams and 2 single target teams of different types to not get locked behind content? Not yet, Goto. Reason I say that is because at this stage of the game, you can get pretty far with substituting things with wonders personas. Now, when you get into like the SOS trials, so that, one of those Velvet Room things, that's when you really want to have people specialize to that team when you get into the higher ranks, but we're not there yet unless you're trying to really punch above your weight. And then things like guild bosses, when you're trying to push score, you really want your damage to come from your characters, not wonder. That's where it kind of gets a little bit different, but you have a little bit of time to really experiment and get there. But right now, if you tried to build 2 single target teams and 2 AoE, you're probably looking at something like a Joker team and an on team for AoE, and then maybe like a Fleuret and a Ryuji, or like a Fleuret and God, who else is single target? I'm spacing here. Isn't Katone AoE ice? I'd have to double check. And so you don't have like a ton of options that are really driving your account a couple months from now. So I wouldn't get too concerned about it. I would first approach it from, do I have a great AoE team and a great option into single target if I want to do one of each? And then for what I'm playing, can I sub into some personas to cover the difference? And then see what your pain points are. And if your pain point is, I really need a good single target DPS, that might be where you look into a Ryuji or Fleuret. Who would I replace Yao with if I don't have her for a Joker team? So my Joker team right now, because I'm in the same boat, and I also don't have Leo and I don't have Riddle. Riddle is like my least favorite in that round. But if you have Leo, put Leo in there just to buff him up. You'll just be missing the debuff and the curse bonus for Rin. But you could do, so let me back up from my back here. You could do Leo's your best buffer in that situation. Debuffer you could cover with a persona with Rakunda. And then I guess it depends on who else you have. If you have Shun, so Soy, he would be good there. Yeah, unfortunately at this stage of the game, you don't really have a ton of like, oh, I don't have this person, so let me do Summer Moko, or I don't have that person, so let me do Howler. And actually, that's a good question for you guys. Do you want, it would have to be a longer video just because of the amount of potential options, but do you want me to do a video in the near future of just the banner units we have now? So the characters that all of us can pull today, not future characters at all. So no Yui, no Fox, no Queen. And just kind of talk about if I had this person, here's like the order of people I'd want to go in and who I'd build. I don't know if that would interest you or if that's like too in the weeds, but I do get a lot of questions around, hey, I've got this person, but not that person. So it's almost like a priority stack of go with A, if not A, go with B, if not B, go with C, if not C, then, well, you're screwed. You're not screwed, but you just don't have an option. Oh, I finally am unlocking her. Good. Do not level all characters to max. I say that because you'll end up running out of materials too quickly if you do that. I right now have an on team and a Joker team. That's really where my focus is. And so I'm not building like 5 or 6 people right now. I'll check my roster here in a second. I'm not building everybody because so far, save for I need to go back and beat those 2 bosses in Palace 1, nothing has gated me yet. My on team is on, Key, and Cattle, so they're all fire units. And that's up until basically Howler. That's one of the best fire teams because you've got Sustain with Cattle. Key helps apply burn and then helps strengthen fire damage. And then on plays off of fire damage and burn damage. Oh, my camera again. I think it really is the shutter speed. Because I backed up there and then the camera, I just saw it's like blinking at me. You guys are gonna have to bear with me. I'm going to switch this over to my talking cam because I need to see. I'm going to, I think, cut my camera for a second here completely. So actually, let's actually go back here. I'm going to turn my camera down completely off for a second and then bring it back in. Hopefully this doesn't break the stream. Maybe it needs to like wake up or something. I have no idea if that's going to help anything. Joker stays consistent throughout game less than that we know of at least. Yeah, I mean, you're going to have other teams that can get strong and do things. And obviously he's not going to be good against curse resistant damage. It's not that you won't have other teams that are better than Joker. It's just that I think it's a bit overblown when everyone's like, oh, he falls off hard in the Yang game. It's like you still use him in different things. But yes, I mean, if you want to go pound for pound and say that if I'm fighting certain, fights that the Haru, Summer, Moko team is better, then yeah, there's fights where they are better. But believe you me, I've run Joker a lot in KR. So I can't say that I know much about mini PCs, but so far this game seems to work fairly well on older phones, low spec PCs. The PC I was running KR on, which is just about the same client. Obviously, there's some differences and optimizations in global. That was I guess 6-year-old PC now, and it was only mid-grade at the time. And so that was running it just fine. But I don't think you're going to need anything super crazy. But I'm probably not the best person to directly answer that, unfortunately. High awareness for a character only can solo 1 SOS and half a guild boss. I think pushing awarenesses outside of kind of wailing or favorites or love for somebody is really not necessary. Are you using another fire persona? Right now, you can't synergize his weapon, so it doesn't matter. So like, with Joker, or not Joker, with Wonder, The third palace is a dagger that, whatever your first slot persona is, it will give you added elemental damage for that element. So like if you walk in with fire, then your fire damage is boosted. So you want to run like who's your main DPS and then element match. So like you might put Succubus with Joker, for example. But right now, the only weapon that you have access to for a 5-star is this one, unless you've opened the second palace one. Second palace one is like a defensive based one. And so this one is you're getting more attack for having your different personas equipped. It just isn't a great weapon, to be honest with you. But this isn't giving you anything for having slot A versus slot B in a certain element. So it doesn't matter yet. So I don't necessarily need another fire. So what I run typically, it's not what my default says here because I was switching things out for a battle. I have Succubus because Succubus gives you Rebellion, which is crit. So you can put this on or Joker, or whoever your DPS is. And then I have Janosik typically as my other slot because he's my highest level. And he has his skill 1, which does marked, which gives defense down or increased damage. I forget which way it works. But it's super good. So Janosik is good the entire game. Yeah, I don't have Rin. This is why I'm doing one more 5-star on the standard banner to hopefully get her. And if I don't, then I'll just get her when I get to 300 pulls because you can pick her at that point. Haru, Sumire Cord. So those are all great picks. You could argue against Haru and Sumire being god tiers in comparison only to the fact that Cord, Anj, and Futaba are more useful universally. But as far as DPS, especially with Haru's recent buff, she is like amazing with AoE. Sumire can crit on highlight, which is why she pairs with Cord so well. And so she is ridiculously good. My favorite team is actually with those two different teams, but like those are my two favorite DPS. Would I be able to use Joker just on anything? So you cannot use Joker. Well, you could, but like you don't want to bring Joker to curse resistant or curse null fights. Like that is just a recipe for him not to do damage. And keep in mind, he is not a single target DPS by nature. He's AoE. And so it's not that you can't bring him on single target. Matter of fact, from that last fight, I'm going to come level this up because I will be using him for a long time. His AoE is just his specialty. So his single target's not great. But you obviously are going to use him in curse weak situations, even if it's single target. It's just not as good as if you had a single target. Like, we've got Queen coming out. Queen is a single target nuke. If she's fighting something as a single target DPS, she is going to do better than Joker is. So you gotta kind of look at stuff like that. Let's see, what am I missing? Yeah, for story's going to force some characters on you at the story boss. So basically, like whatever the palace boss is, whatever character is focused around, you have to bring that person. So like I had to bring Closer to the palace 1 boss. There's not an option there. But that's only like 4 or 5 fights, something like that so far, maybe 6. So you get a lot of freedom. But yeah, you do have to consider that, there's like a fight we were doing earlier today, and it's null to fire. So On becomes 100% useless. So as much as I love the fire team and would argue it's on par with Joker right now, it literally shut her down. Like you just cannot bring her. And we don't really have personas to do like elect break and fire break in any sort of reliability right now. So there's not like a clever way to get around it. Dude, people are going to sleep on Soy. They will. Partly because, he's coming from the story. He's a 4-star. I used Soy all the way through Palace 3. Let me think. I've used him on my on quite a bit of Velvet Room. I've had him in guild bosses. Yeah, he's absolutely a great unit. I'm going to build him. And we all get him, so why not? Let's see. Yeah, you got a year to wait for the P3 part, Ethan, unfortunately. Haru and Sumire. So Haru, my team for Haru is Haru with Summer Moko and Cord with Futaba as my Navi. And then I do Cord, Minami, or whatever they translate that to, the nurse, and Sumire with Futaba for my single target team when I'm using Violet. But those are my most fun teams. I love playing those two teams. You know game. Yeah, Serge, I play on KR. So I know game because I have cheated and I come from the future 7 months from now. Uh, heard rumors unconfirmed. Apparently Makoto might come earlier in global. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard that rumor personally, but I don't necessarily. The only real other source of news I go through is I love Najox on Twitter, and so I keep up with his stuff. But otherwise, I don't necessarily see much. Don't have a smartphone is for the streamer. Is that me? If you're under level for a boss, do they lock you out of fighting him? No, except for palace bosses. So, for example, the big thing everyone's running into right now is, hey, I'm stuck at level 26, and the story will require you to get to level 30 to take on that mission. So, I went in there as soon as I opened the mission. I didn't level my characters up anymore, but that's the only places like they're going to say, oh, you can't fight this person. Now you might walk into a mission and get wiped. There's nothing stopping that from happening. But the story is where you're going to get a few kind of natural places that it's like, sorry, you can't do it because you don't have a certain level on your account. Kaiser, thank you. Hello. I'm glad that it helps you out there, friend. What level do you farm revelation cards? Earliest I could possibly recommend is level 60. But honestly, the gold revolution cards are more of like a end game thing. What I would tell you is you're going to start getting them at level 35, I think is when that opens up. And so in Mementos in particular, you're going to get card drops, and they're going to be like the white, blue, and purple variety. And so they may not be like the top tier cards, but what you want to do is get your 4-piece set going first, then try to replace your 4-piece sets, the individual cards with the right main stat. Don't even bother with the substats for now unless you just happen to find like the right card for that character. And so even though myself and all the content creators are going to tell you like this is the best card set, really what you should take away from that is get your 4 pieces going, because those can give you a good power spike now. Then make sure your main stats are synergized where you can, but don't spend resources to make that happen on those lower level cards or the stamina farming form, because that's like the true RNG of this game. And there's other, gacha games that do stuff similar like that. And you're just going to burn out trying to level those cards with your resources. They're not good. And then what ends up happening is when you get into like level 80, and for those that don't know what we're talking about, in the realm of repression, there is the revelation cards. So just like these other like materials, you've got, more. Oh, nice. I opened up level 30s. So like, check this out. You get 5 to 6 blue, and then, that was the first one. And then if I go into level 30, now I've got 2 to 3 purples and 2 to 3 blues. It's the same thing for the cards. If you go in at level 35, it's going to make me do this. If you go in at level 35, you're going to get stuck with like the basic tier cards. And so you're spending stamina on stuff you can get from mementos that gets outplayed too quickly. And you don't really need that power spike until the end of the game. So I would not focus your stamina on revelation cards just yet. I guess I'll do that tomorrow. Because my stamina. Let's see. Is this Joker summon worth to use all my crystals on platinum tickets? Jared, if you like Joker, first of all, yes. If you don't care, like you're neutral to Joker, and you're doing it from like a, I don't know, game spike power thing, he's going to be really good for quite some time. Of course, there's going to be other characters that come out and do a lot of good damage. Like we've been talking about Haru today. She comes out in the 2.0 patch cycle. She's really good, but she's a ways away. So I'm not, within reason, I'm not of the delay all my gratification to later person. Things like the revelation cards, yes, just because it's a waste of stamina to do them now. But, I would rather enjoy Joker for the next 6 months than to sit back and say there's a better DPS AoE damage dealer 6 months from now and wait for them, because I'm going to get them be like, oh, but then there's another better damage dealer 7 months from now because we have the foresight of the CN server. So I personally like using Joker now, and he's strong. I mean, I just took him into the boss fight and used him for that battle. So Zovalis, I don't know on every character if the recommended set is good, but what I will tell you is, if you look at my guides, I'll give you the set options I think are worth it. And then another great resource, because I'm not like magically coming up with this information. Some of it is obviously my time playing it, in KR, and so I have that practical knowledge, and I've done stuff that didn't work and did stuff that did work. But if you go to the Persona 5 worldwide Discord, not the official server. We have a P5X, I don't run it. I'm just on there. But there's a P5X worldwide Discord where, people have had a community for the non-global version forever. So, we've all been talking about this stuff for a year now. And then Najox on Twitter, you're going to hear me say Najox a lot. Najox on Twitter is one of the people that builds the guides that go on that site. So if you follow him on Twitter, he will occasionally put, guides and stuff up. And so there's just been a lot of community testing over the last year to figure out what sets are best or what rotations are best or who has a good 4-star, who doesn't. And then the rest of it is just most of us that have played it long enough, and you're going to get there. You're going to get to the point that you understand how to just read these skills and understand what cards go with them. But when you get there, it's just like, I play Joker. Like, I love playing Joker. And so I know that he's curse-based, and I know that his mechanics work on there being debuffs. There's a card set that increases curse damage and does more damage if a character's debuffed. So now I've synergized his core mechanic, and that's really what you're looking for in the cards. I don't know if the in-game recommendations think about all those, but like if you look at my Morgana guide, there's actually 3 sets you can pull from Morgana. Do you want him to be Ultra Healer? Do you want him to be a debuffer, or do you want him to be a buffer? And there's 3 different card sets you can do based on how you want to control yours. Mine, I think right now on KR is set as a buffer. So, I'm picking a card set that may not be their default recommended one. Okay, let me see. What am I missing here? I was going to look up the Google Doc guide. I don't know what Google Doc guide that is, but maybe it's coming from the worldwide Discord. Yanosek with Lihan is also nuts. You get Mark and 50. Yeah, so exactly, because she's got what? Raccoonda? Is that the defense down one? Phantom X gives me hope for Fallout Shelter online. Oh, yeah. Okay. I played Fallout Shelter when it first hit iOS. Does pity carry over between banners? Yes, it does. That's both on the weapon and limited. How long do you think this is going to take to come to consoles? Don't know. I know they're working on it, but they haven't said anything more than that in quite a few months. Tomoko really bad. Yeah, I mean, I've never found a team use for her. And again, it's not to say you can't use her, but let me grab her, because this game is throwing her at me. It wants to prove me wrong. Like, watch this. It's like, look at how many copies it's already doing. It's like, just every time I pull a 4-star, it's like, should we give him Tomoko? I don't know. She just doesn't, she's not doing anything for me. So, Psi damage. So, okay, so right now she's your only Psi unit. So you got that going for her. And she gets this green leaf. And then, she spends it obviously as I'm just reading you what the tooltip says, but she has this to spend that stack, which gives a chance to give sleep. It's okay, but your bosses are going to resist a lot of ailments. So right off the bat, you've got quite a few hard fights where her mechanic here is unusable. Like, you're not going to put the palace boss to sleep. So I'd rather bring a DPS that can get amped up than worry about sleep. Then she has this buff here. It gives attack, which, I mean, that's good. Attack's not bad, so I can't really knock this one. But like, I'm not getting a lot from her. And again, being centered on sleep, like, I can't think of there's a couple of fights where sleep can be helpful, but your hardest fights are not it. So it's just one of those characters. I can see what they were trying to do with her, but I just don't think it's necessary. And so when I'm filling out a team what am I bringing her to support with versus, if I pick someone else, let's go the other way, versus Leo. If I have Leo, I'm getting attack up. If I have his 5-star, I'm getting critical boost up or critical damage up. I can get a multiple attack ups and then decrease health and get a shield. Like, I don't know. I don't see where she does a lot, to be honest with you. Okay, what have I missed so far? All right, I was gonna worry about perfecting cards. Don't try to deal with perfecting cards at 60. I would say, at 60, it's like you still get a lot of like the purple cards if you're running the stamina stages. You don't really kind of guarantee your higher amount of gold cards until the level 80 stage, maybe 70. I'd have to check my KR account. But you have to ask yourself, do I want to gamble on getting a card that may not even have the main stat I want and don't even bother with substats yet? Or do I want to get a persona I don't have that increases wonder, his skill tree? Or do I want to get more breakthrough materials because I want to level a whole nother character that could be useful for my entire roster? And so when you think about using your stamina, you're taking a chance at burning stamina on something that you might just trash versus something that's guaranteed to give you something in the game that you don't have. I need a cheat sheet about what stats Arcanas can roll as a main stats. There's probably one on the Discord. I don't know. Usually the way that we look at it is because we've done this for so long, like we know that we want, for example, attack in slot 4. And so you kind of get these, and you'll see it like even with like my guides. It's like, okay, you want to really go for attack percent for your main stat. And so it's almost irrelevant what other stats can roll on it because you're going to eventually try to get to the point of having attack percent. The only one is the first card is always HP. You can't change it. So that one is there's nothing to look for. It's always HP. Okay, sorry. I'm trying to catch up with these questions here. Like, are the core attribute goals and the character profile reliable? So Lunik, I don't really know. I've never compared it that way. I just know what to look for, and so I just go in with kind of already having the knowledge of what to get. So I haven't like compared it to what they recommend. The thing you do, I mean, the thing that's helpful in this game, and maybe this is what you're talking about, is this. So, someone like Joker, how do you build him? You want him obviously cycling his skill 1 and skill 3, and you want to build him up to where you're using your skill 3 on his extra turn, because that's when you get the most damage on it. And he scales based on enemies having debuffs. So you always want to have a debuff on the enemy so he gets more damage. So right off the bat, you're thinking before even skills that you want to have a debuff on, and that's going to amp him up. Then you think about your stats, and this is always like your kind of cheat sheet. But what I would tell you about this is I want his crits a little bit higher, even though this isn't telling me that. So my crit rate right now is 5%. It's low level. I probably want to get this around 40%. This is saying 37, close enough. Or maybe that's saying I need 37 more. I'm not sure. And so if I'm getting crit, I also want to get crit damage to make it amp up more. So then I'm kind of like nuking people in an overall DPS situation, on an AoE DPS. And then if I've kind of gotten to the point that I've got my crit where I want it to be, then I'm going to want to focus in on just flat attack and damage boost, because that's now making my base of my hit harder. It crits and then it goes up in the multiplier. And then if I compare it, I don't know if it'll let me do Ryuji because I don't have him. Oh, it does. Okay, no, it doesn't. My bad. So here's the thing for Ryuji. I don't know what his stats will look like because I don't have him pulled here. I'd have to jump on my other account. But for him, if it said crit rate, I would tell you no, because on Ryuji, what you really want to do with him is always use skill 3. So especially if you pair him with Leon, your goal is to have his health low enough that his crit's guaranteed. So why would I put any crit rate into Ryuji if I'm guaranteed the crit with him anyways? All of my focus is on crit damage. So, without going into every character and kind of comparing my notes and what I know about the character, I don't know for sure, because I don't think it always knows all the situations you're running into. Now, things like your navigators, you get a certain percentage of your navi. So like right here, increase party stats by 15% of Miyu stats. So what do I want on a Navi? I want, maybe some crit, maybe some attack, maybe some defense. Depends on the kind of teams I'm running. And so this here for her, it's defense, attack, and HP. So maybe this is a good mix for her because she is a defense-orientated one. So I'm bringing her to sustain anyways. But if I think about Okeon, I definitely want crit on. And so let's look at her. I'm not seeing crit here. But if I have crit rate on her, then I'm getting more crit rate on my characters. So I guess just looking at those couple, I would say it's probably not exactly perfect, but if you don't want to spend your life watching all of our guides, which is absolutely acceptable, you do not have to watch our guides to enjoy this game, then that's a good place to kind of go. But if you're trying to get into like the super min-max game, then yeah, there's probably other optimal solutions. Oh, I mentioned this earlier, guys. So if you don't know, if you have this exclamation mark, yes, it's always there if you can level stuff. But as you level, check the star up here. Like I totally didn't do it after I leveled her to 30. But at certain level intervals, you get gold tickets and other stuff. So, make sure that you're clearing out your stars up here. I'm going to double check mine now. Yeah, it looks like I missed Okeon's. Okay, what else do we have? Do we get Tomi? So FemMC I think is doubtful because their current collaboration is P3R specifically. And she's not in it. Although there's a killer fan version that someone's working on that has her, which is really neat to look at. Katone. Oh, that's her name. Okay. I was like, I don't know if Katone has that name. I need a cheat sheet about which stats, which are kind of... Oh, yeah, that's what we just talked about. Do I plan on making a video about what's worth to get on monthly exchange shops? A lot of the stuff you can, if you're playing consistently, you can clear out. But what I would tell you is I would absolutely ignore this. So you get this currency by pulling, and it's just not worth it because in the long span of the game, you'll get most of these by failing your weapon 50/50s, to be truthful with you. And the ones you don't get are probably ones you don't care about. So in this shop, I only go for these strictly. There's no reason for me to go for anything else. You could maybe go for this. But the problem with going for this is you're probably going to pick up all of your standards anyways over time. So would I love to get a Leo? Sure. But I don't think I would use it. I'd rather get these gems and get more into my limited pulls versus, when you're going for your limited pull, you might pull one of these guys regardless, right? Because you're going to be pulling 4 stars. So it seems like a good value. I wouldn't go for it. In here, the ones that are really worth it, these bring your skills from level 9 to level 10. These, in the earlier half of the game, are more rare. And then as you get closer to anniversary, you tend to get more of these. And then the anniversary gave us some. So it's less of a problem later, but we're talking a year from now. So I still think these have value. The rest of these, the way I kind of look at it is, at least this is how I've done in KR. I hold these until I need something. And then if I'm like trying to push a character up and I really need more skill stuff, like I'll come in here and get just what I need. Don't feel pressure to buy these just because it says monthly limited. Because again, this first shop is tied to pulls. You can only get this if you're sitting here pulling. So these, yeah, you could clear out the monthly shop, but then if you don't pull, you're not refilling your funds. Hopefully that makes sense. Login rewards. This is the special shop right now, I think, right? I'm not sure. I'd have to double check this one. I think this is the monthly shop that we got for launch. If this one were to refill, then obviously you're going to want to go for your platinum tickets first. Then you want to go for your platinum coins because these are your limiteds, right? So you're not getting these, by just playing the game. Then you could go in and get your golden ticket. And the rest of this is just, do you want the fits? If you do it up, man. Have some fun. Otherwise, yeah, you get, these, but, play it how you want it. Challenge rewards, this stuff is just your personas, so that doesn't have a monthly thing. Companion shop, yeah, so clear out your cards. Always get your free pulls. I'm trying to remember how much of this we get, but like I would not be focusing on sun crystals right now personally. I would focus down my weapons. You might as well while it's the only weapon you have, but like you don't use this weapon ever afterwards when you get a better one. And then the defensive one, the only team that off the top of my head I think might be good for that is Fox, because he scales based off defense instead of attack. Sorry, this is a long answer to your question. Velvet Shop, yeah, grab these if you're doing enough. I would not go for the Purple Revelation cards. I'd rather save my currency. Let's see, Merchant Shop, which one is this one? This is Thieves Den. This one is tricky. The way I tend to do this, or at least how I did on KR, and I need to think about this for the sake of global because we got it earlier than KR did, is I try to get my level to a certain place that I've got a good steady income every day of coins. And then I start clearing out the monthlies, and then I try to push the level. So that's how I do it in KR today. But my KR is like somewhere between level 35 and 40 on my palace. So I'm getting like 4,000 coins a day or something like that. It's a lot. It's a lot more than you get now. So, early game here, I would probably focus down a little bit more into opening up more of the palace just so you have more income. And then I would probably look at just getting what you need. Like if I am missing a fragrance or a crystal to break through, I might come in here and get one. I'm not going to try to buy all 5 in a go. And then assist rewards, that it doesn't matter. Hopefully I didn't answer that. All right, what else do we got in the questions here? Is it okay to be pulling on unlimited banner now? So, okay, so this is a great question. So they're talking about, I'm assuming this one, people are going to be tempted to rush down to 300. Granted, that depends on how many pulls you have. We haven't had 300 yet. I wouldn't get crazy here. So what I did, and this is all going to depend on what you pulled, I got super lucky in that I got 2 ons already. So I back-to-back pulled on these banners, and I have not pulled my select yet. And I've not pulled my select because I want to give myself one more chance to get Rin. Some people could argue that's a bad play. Not because Rin is bad, but because A, it's random, and B, other characters are going to come soon. The characters to look out for earlier on are going to be the nurse, so Miriam, and Vino, who comes at the same time or right around the same time as Queen, and she is just a great support, and she's like Queen's best friend. So what I will do is get myself to one more 5-star, and then the gods gave me what they gave me, and then I'm going to wait and just sit on this currency a bit until at least Miriam's in. Maybe I'll do a couple pulls there. It depends on what the content's doing if I feel like I need the better healer. Because again, it's still a chance. You're not guaranteeing you're going to get her just because you pulled on this banner. And then I'll probably wait and save some for Vino and hope to get her on this banner after she comes into the standard banner. So right now you have to think to yourself, well, what is in this banner? That's not what I wanted. I wanted this. And so you can get for your 5-stars, Ryuji Morgana on, who you can get from other places. You have Rin, who's, obviously good for Joker, and the, consolation prize, the one you don't really necessarily want, is Riddle. And then for 4-stars, just by pulling the other banners, you probably have quite a few of these already. But, like me right now, I'm missing Leo. And Leo to me is about as good as a 5-star. And so, had I already pulled Leo, I may not have gone to go for one more 5-star in this banner because he's that good. And he is really, like, if I had Leo and Rin right now, this is about as perfect as a start as I could get. Because your Shun you're going to get in Palace 2. And then I think I have most of the rest of these, if not all the rest of these. So I don't think I would go super deep into this. I would not be trying to get to the 300 before those other 2 are in there. I don't know. That's how I kind of look at that. Okay, so what do we got now? We've got really low CR compared with what you need. So keep in mind too, Looney, we are super early in the game. You're not even like close to max level, and so your stats are going to naturally get better. And then you're going to dump these cards on there, even the lower level cards, and you're going to start bumping your stats up. So it's just power scale. It's like any RPG where like you start off with low attack, low accuracy, low crit, and then by the end of the game you're like decimating things. Yeah, Pride Wind's great. I went on there a little bit. I don't like their tier list, but that's only because I think it negates a bit of the concept of you have to team build more in this game. Like you can't just be like, oh, I pulled the S rank unit, now I can do everything, because you're going to get roadblocked by resistances. I will eventually level Tomoko for the gold cards. I just, right now, I'm being smart about my resources. How does navigator stats affect anything? So you inherit a certain percentage of their stats. So like if I pull up Okean, that's the wrong spot. If I pull up Okean just as an example here, you can click on their skills. And so if I go enhance status, increase party stats by 15% of Tomiyama stats. And so whatever is on her sheet, so if I come over here, I'm going to get 15% of her HP, 15% of her attack, 15%, et cetera, et cetera. And so that is why their stats matter. It's not because they're fighting or not fighting. It's because you will carry some of their stats into your characters. Used your 4-star tickets since I didn't have Leo. I think is worth more than 1,000 gems. And that's, yeah, I mean, it's all preference. It's, I'm not saying it's a bad play and like you're wrong for doing that. Don't take it that way, hopefully. Is my camera dying again? God, this camera today. I just think that I would rather put it towards limited pools personally because, and again, this comes, oh, Looney, thank you for joining. That is our second member, everyone. So Looney, welcome. If you go on our member page, you can see me in my Metallica shirt yesterday. I got to talk to my son and see if he's okay with me putting his face on my YouTube. I don't know why he wouldn't be. He has his own YouTube channel. But he sported a green mohawk yesterday, so I want to see if he'll let me put it on there. Thank you, Looney. Yes, I will reinvest that into the stream. But in KR, the only standards I don't have are Howler and was it Turbo? Is that her name? I think she's a 4-star. And they're the more recent ones. And again, I intentionally slowed down my game in KR because I wanted to have a cutoff at Palace 4 so that when it hit global, it's brand new to me. I still keep up on the news. I still keep up on the characters. I study their kits and all this other good stuff in the game mode. So I'm educated for content creating, but I'm not going to play Palace 4. And so I don't have, like, I'm not getting new, currency to pull these characters anymore, but I have everybody else. So, and that is as a free to play. That's a very key distinction. That is as a free to play. I have not spent a single cent in KR. Therefore, I'm telling you, over the long span, you're going to get these characters, and many of my characters have many duplicates just because of the way it works. Okay, what else? Why isn't the 5-star weapon not worth? Why isn't the 5-star weapon not worth it? Aradano, could you clarify for who? And I can tell you. You're so sad. I went 80 and lost my 50. Oh my god. Okay, Elvin. God, I'm sorry, man. Of any 50-50 to lose that to, that is the most painful. There's no denying that. And that sucks. There's no way to say it otherwise. I'm sorry. I think we need a higher level companion currency. That, and I think they need to expand the guilds to like at least 50 members. There's no reason not to. I feel so bad because I've had so many people interested in the guild, and the fairest thing I could do is I went in order. I literally went down the Discord. There's a couple people that I reserved spots for because they've been with me since the start of my YouTube career. And they reached out to me, before I even had a guild sign up. They're like, hey, if you do something, we want to be there. I think there's 4 people in that bucket, and everyone else, I just went top to bottom and I just went in order. But I wish I could throw more people in the guild, even more so than just the currency piece. The free pants, it says free pants. I'm not even wearing pants. I'm wearing shorts. It says awaken 2 phantom thieves. Does that mean get 2 copies of on free pants awaken? Let me see if I can find what you're talking about. I'm not fully following that question. Are you talking about the contracts, the books up here? If you're talking about these awakenings, that is in the story when you awaken a persona. And then let me see your question again. Let me know if that's the question you're asking. Because if it is, this is just the story. It's just saying go through the story until they open up. What else do we have in here? The other pages have more important stuff. I'm not sure what other pages are referring to. Maybe from the shop, but yeah, it's your big ticket items in the shops are your pool currency, your roses, which are to break you through to level 10 on your skills. Occasionally events have like special things going on. You'll know that you'll see and be like, oh, that makes sense. Like for example, the Phantom Thieves one right now has, let me get to the shop here. it has Morgana's 4-star weapon. You can fully break it. So obviously that's like a special thing that you don't see in other shops. So that's super important to get to, assuming you even want him. But these are all things that, otherwise, if it says like a monthly limited, you're always going to need breakthrough materials, but you're going to run out more frequently on your crystals and your flowers, your irises, or I guess that's like a cologne or something, than you are on, say, legend cubes and sun crystals. So legend cubes would be a problem if you tried to level every single persona. I think that's their persona one. Yeah. And then sun crystals are for your revelation cards, which you shouldn't even be worried about yet, unless you're like the 17 people that have pushed level 40 already, in which case you're getting them from mementos and you don't really necessarily even need to level them yet. You can also feed other cards into cards to level them. So, like if you have, say, a purple card, you can like use your white and your blues as fodder to XP level it. You don't have to necessarily even use this currency all the time, but like you don't need to stockpile these yet. So you can save currency and be like, okay, I want to break through a character and I have no iris. Let me buy some of those. So you've got that kind of going for you. Sorry, let me keep up on these questions here. Good questions, by the way. I'm glad you guys are asking these. Focus on thieves then. Yeah, do the thieves then. Just get yourself those minor buffs, and just don't let yourself cap on coins in there. Just click the button and then just, let it sit for the next couple of days. Plus 10 yen on thieves den when you're working for 6k den. Yeah, that, and you're going to get like Tomoko gives you more money for your side gigs. So, wow. Thorgrim, 15 membership, or 5, so I can't read numbers. 5 memberships, thank you. Y'all are insane. Like the response from this community has left me flabbergasted. I use a word from like the 1950s. It's blown my mind. Let's use a real word. It's blown my mind. So thank you very much. Guys, you don't have to spend on me. I'm going to create content for you regardless, but you have no idea how it makes me feel when you do. Like it's blown my mind. Let me see. Back, you don't the story. So Martin, for the moment I have finished that palace boss, so you don't have to worry about seeing them. I'm at a story cutscene, but I can always do that later because there's like 1,000 other contents. And right now we're kind of doing some question and answering sessions with people, just trying to help spread the knowledge and show things. So if there's something you want to show, and obviously I have it in global, I can show it to you right now. If I already have A0 on, would you say A1 on, A0 Ryuji? So, okay, so this is a good question, and I'm going to tell you why. So let me show you the difference. A1 on I have by sheer luck of pulling. Call it stream of luck if you want. So if I go into her awarenesses, A0, you guys, this is just who she is. A1 is when your special effect is active, you get attack 25% for 1 turn for the party. That's a decent buff. Is it game breaking? No, but it is decent. My thing with pushing her to A1 deliberately versus another character, that's the real root of this question. You have a good chance of getting her to A1 just by playing the game over time, because you ultimately are going to get duplicates. My on KR is a couple awarenesses in just because I've randomly pulled her. So you don't have to rush into this awareness for her or anything like that. If you get Ryuji, now granted, I will tell you, unless you're me or someone else who just loves Ryuji and is willing to work him suboptimally, Ryuji wants Leo, period. You want them together. And if you don't have Leo to go with Ryuji has to find other ways to decrease his HP to get his skill 3 going. And so you end up having to use skill 1 to do that. The ideal Ryuji situation is he's always in rebound status because his health is low enough, which is what Leo will help him with. And then he's always critting every other turn because this has like a 1 turn pause, and then it like launches a nuke on one enemy. And so Ryuji is great at bossing. He's great at single target, but he is hard to get super, damaging without having Leo. And do not run him with a healer, because the healer is going to heal him up, then he does less damage. So his team, and I think this is why he ranks as low as he does on most tier lists, is when he works, and he does a lot of damage. When he doesn't work, it's because you're not buffing him, because you don't have the right units. So he really does want a team. But if you can build him and you play him, you can get a really good boss ring. Like the 2 bosses I'm stuck on in Palace 1 right now, if I had Ryuji and Leo, he would decimate both of those bosses, because in a single turn, and you have to time it right, but in a single turn, he can do thousands of damage at this level, at this kind of level 30 mark. So fantastic unit if you can build him. Me personally, I would go, even if I wasn't a Riju fanboy, I would rather have another character than another awareness in this specific situation. So hopefully that answers the question. All right, let me scroll back up on the chat here. Okay, where am I missing? I'm just trying to see where I left off. Love the level-headed, articulate take. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Okay, I answered that one. Do you suggest to use your stamina? Yes. Okay, so stamina for me is always, the number one priority is always Persona. So I just hit level 30, and we pushed some story and stuff. And so now let me show you what I've opened up. Because I'm level 30, I can now come into group 3. And so each of these that I register is going to give me more of the skill points. Now, granted, I can't use all those skill points yet, but it's nice to have them. It also gives me options on the personas, and it's nice to kind of get this done. Sorry, somebody made an announcement on my Alexa. I think my wife might have just gotten home. Hold on. Let me check my text messages. Bear with me. All right. She wants me to run an errand with her. Let me just check her timing. So for those of you who don't know, I will be back streaming again tonight. So this is stream 1 of 2 for today. And I'm still looking at tomorrow. I got to see tomorrow what the schedule is, but I'm hoping to stream sometime tomorrow. I do have night 2 of Metallica. So, I got to go. I'm grabbing my oldest son, and we're doing some Metallica tomorrow. The other thing with these personas, too, is you just get a lot of good options. And then you need a lot of these to fuse into others. And so there's some good personas at these levels, but I always start by burning my stamina on getting new personas, getting that done, filling out my compendium. And then the other thing I will prioritize in stamina each week is getting after you beat bosses, they become available again and they give you good rewards. So sorry, you guys, I can't not show spoilers when I have to go to the screen. So, I mean, hopefully by now you guys all know who the first palace boss is, because he's like literally in the trailer. But, I mean, that's kind of my perspective is personas first, get your floor done. This will be where my stamina goes next. And then I get this done every single week. And then I just look at the priority of, do I need breakthrough materials? Do I need, XP, whatever it might be. Okay. Turbo's a 5-star. Okay. What is the other one I'm thinking of? Because you had Howler. There's another 4-star around that time frame. It wasn't CNY Rin, was it? I'm spacing who's 4-star and who's 5-star, but I'm missing I think 2 4-stars right now. Because you have her. Yeah. You know what? I would be interested in getting her on global. Howler I want for sure. Turbo seems really interesting to me, and I think her kit looks pretty cool to me. 5-star weapon selector from the exchange shop. Oh, okay. Yeah. So again, the reason I don't love the 5-star weapon selector from the shop is because in the first few months you're going to feel like it's hard to get those, but you're going to end up in a situation where you end up 50-50 losing and getting quite a few of them just from that. The other place that you can get them, and this is 100% dependent on if you're spending money or not, how fast this can happen for you. Let me go into the Phantom Pass. So in this track somewhere, so you're going to see you get some of these platinum milli coins and stuff. And then you get, that's a 4-star, I think. Yeah, 4-star weapon. Oh, they're already showing. Okay, this is interesting to know. They're already showing, that's Yui's weapon, I think, off the top of my head. That is Miriam, and that is, I think that's Fox. It's not going to tell me, but that can give you, this is like a non-data mine waiting to do stuff. If you look at these, sometimes they'll tell you what the next weapons are, which you can guarantee means they're coming up on content cycles. These salamander coins are a five-star shop item. Jeez, you need 10 of them. And what you do is, I always hit tab to go to map from like my other PC games. I always forget that it's not that here. Nope, I need Shibuya. Let me show you. So if you go to EY, however you say his name, his shop, there is a 5-star shop. So again, this is if you're getting the second battle pass. I'm not telling you to spend money. You do not have to spend money to have fun in this game. But if I come over here, you've probably seen this in some of my videos. If I go talk to my friend here, you have this 5-star weapon shop. And so you cannot get limited character weapons here, but you can get the standard ones. So as people go into the standard banner, you know, so for example, when Howler comes out, she'll have hers in here eventually. But like I could buy On's weapon here when I get 10 of these coins. And again, it takes longer. You're getting it through the battle pass, but if you play for a year, you're going to get a few weapons from the shop. So this is another place you can get it if you're getting that second battle pass path. I think you get 5 coins a month from it. Let me check. 4. Yeah, I think 4, and I think you get 1 on the top track. Let me see. Scroll through here. Yeah, so here's the 5th one. So you'll get 4 on the bottom path, 1 on the top path. So everybody gets 1. So it's either 10 of these cycles to get 1 if you don't pay, or every other cycle if you do pay. So depending on your spending habits, you might have an additional opportunity. But I have a lot of the 5-star weapons in KR, and it's exclusively come from failing 50-50s. I guess if you have a lot of luck and you don't fail the 50-50s, this is a different story. But God knows in KR, I failed a lot of 50-50s. Okay, is trading Violet Cognigems for Platinum tickets a good way to go about it? Violet Cognigems. Are you talking about these? If you're talking about the regular meta gems, that's effectively how you get your limited pulls and your limited ticket or your limited weapon pulls. Outside of, obviously sometimes you get some just in the game or from events. If you're talking about these, you only get these by spending cash. And the first thing you want to spend these on, if you have them, is trading up. So if I go in the shop, you have training sets. And so, if I had 240 of these right now, 240 would get me 2 pulls. 2 pulls is normally 300. And so for less than what it would cost me on a normal conversion, I get more. So that, and you saw that I've already done it for the level 10 and 20 set. So I had these for making, I think, the platinum purchase. But because of that, I traded up, which is why they're no longer in my shop. But if I had 240 sitting here right now, I would buy this. So don't convert this to pulls first. Buy these if you're going to use them. But again, you only get this if you're spending real world cash. So it may not be for everybody. I'm not also sure if that's what you meant. That guy, hey, what's going on? It's good to see you. Is the catch your eye tab under? It's the catch your eye tab under the events. Let me see. Catch your eye. Oh, this. Yeah. So platinum milli coins. Oh, awaken 2 phantom thieves. Awaken 2 phantom thieves. Oh yeah, I'm guessing that is the same thing, the story thing, because I already have awakenings on thieves just because I got dupes and pulls. So it can't be that because I would have already cleared it. I am almost willing to bet that is going through far enough into Palace 2 to awaken, your second story party member. That makes the most sense to me, at least. If anyone in the chat already knows, feel free to put it up there. I'm getting close to that second palace. I'm not actually in it to say for sure. Let's see. Oops, I scrolled too fast. I lost where I was. Da, 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 da. Yeah, guys, thank Thorgrim for those gift memberships. Absolutely freaking amazing. So thank you from me, absolutely. And guys, if you received one of those, definitely give him a thank you. Literally just pulled Joker and already got on with one dupe. That's what I have. I have Joker and I have a on with a dupe, just from pulls. Just used one golden ticket and Ryuji came in blast. And dude, on a one pull, that's streamer luck. That is streamer luck. So I don't know if you were in there streaming when you did it, but I don't know how on a one golden ticket you got Ryuji. Appreciate how chill you are and not acting like this game is serious. Also love that I've yet to hear you talk down to your viewers. Do people... Okay, I'm old. And yes, I do go to live streams, but it's usually like in the background. I'm not usually reading chats and stuff. I'm saying like going to other streamers. Do other streamers put people down? I mean, obviously, I guess if you're saying that, but like, why would you do that? That's kind of mean. I mean, if somebody was in here with hate speech, that would be a different story. Like, guys, I have zero patience for like putting other people down and saying one person's lesser than another. I've unfortunately had to live with that my entire life. And so I don't stand for it. So as long as you're not like being mean to each other, you're never going to hear me say something bad to you. I may ask you like if you say something derogatory to maybe refrain your language, but you know, otherwise just be cool to people, man. I know I don't have Leo yet either. It hurts my heart. If I had Leo right now, I would be grabbing Ryuji on that beginner select before I get Morgana. Otherwise, it really depends on if I get Rin on my 5-star or not. Okay, where am I at? I don't have Leo yet. Would you recommend facing the first Palace final boss? So Bonds, that's literally what I did on stream today. So I ran in there with what? You have to have Closer. I had Joker. I had Cattle. I used Puppet as my Navi. I had Succubus and Yanosik as my personas. And the second that opened up, I gave people a warning to dip out because... you know, spoilers and stuff. And then I went and did them. And I mean, for those that watched the fight, I thought it went really easy. I thought it was very smooth. The big thing in the fight is there's certain mechanics. I'm not going to say them in case people don't want to know it for spoilers, but there's certain mechanics. Just read when Cattle comes up, he's going to say, hey, this thing, pay attention. That's the trick of that, is just play to the mechanics. Don't try to brute force it. You know, you could try to save a turn, but why? Not, you know, if you get one shot, that's not going to help you. And I'll tell you, like, if you don't do the mechanic, the move that he will do if you mess up is devastating. Like, it can wipe your run. But I literally just did it at level 30. I got the mission, went straight to it. So I think it's more fun to not overlevel that mission. Okay. 39, should I get level 40? I would not spend stamina to push to 40 right now. Because you're basically, I mean, we're all... Once you get through the halfway point of Palace 2, there's no more Palace until the next content cycle, which is, you know, at least a few weeks away. So you would have Velvet Trials and SOS, which is the content cycle refresh. So that's where you push for score. And then, you know, clearing out mementos and maybe 100%ing the Palace parts that you can. But otherwise, you know, what are you getting for being level 40? I don't think much. Other than you can like put resources towards building your characters, but you can also just save the resources that you would have used to build those characters. So if you're that close to 40, I would just naturally give it a few days, save your stamina pots for late game, and, you know, maybe do some of the other side content. You know, can you push your Velvet Trials all the way through? Have you done your book? You know, check on your book. Have you met those conditions to get your beginner missions done? Because, you know, if you guys haven't looked at all the rewards, you know, like right here, I'm going to get Principality when I finish book 5. When you finish step 7, you get to pick one of our Phantom Thieves. Step 6, this silver necklace you use for, it's maybe the level 30 persona, one of the levels of persona groupings. This is like, you can use that to level them, to break through their level instead of when they're coins. So that's actually pretty valuable. Step 7, you start getting your power cards. So this is wanting you to be about level 35 when you finish step 1, you know, plan 1. So lots of great stuff. Plus, check this out, platinum ticket, tons of EXP, tons of materials. Focus on your books. And then plan 2, you start getting the top card. So the mind card is that top piece in your card sets. And then you have, or actually these are. So you've got, you know, these are like what give you your set bonus, your third set bonus. Hellbiker. Someone said they already have Hellbiker, which is fantastic. What is his skills? This is what you asked me earlier, and I totally missed it. Yeah, so he's just a good fire damage dealer. When are you going to use that? That's less relevant. Let's see. He's good for fire for this range. If you need a fire damager and you're not using on, or if you have the dagger and you need a fire unit to use the Palace 3 dagger, he's good. You just can't have that dagger yet because that content's not out yet. What else? More cards. You get a 4-star weapon, more cards, and then a whole bunch of like stuff here. And then when you finish track 2, you get to pick one of their 5 stars. And so, pushing this book is really good. So this versus Burning Stamina to get to level 40, I would tell you make sure you've done all the other stuff first and save your pots. Sorry, let me check what my wife said here. Okay, she said she was leaving, and she doesn't know how long it'll be. So you guys just got a few more extra minutes with me. I do think at the latest I'll go right now is 6, which is about an hour and a half from now. Then I'm going to take a break. I'm going to eat some dinner. I'm going to hang out with my kids. I promised them I would play Fantasy Life with them. We've been playing that on the Switch. And then after they go to bed about 9:30, I'll be back. 9:30, 9:45. I think I technically scheduled it for 9:45, but I'll be back and I'll stream to probably about midnight tonight. All right, let me get back to the questions here. Where am I at? So I did answer that one. Him plus Leon plus Soy. Yeah, just be careful because Soy, I believe, heals, but Leon can drop his health back down. So just time the use of his skill 2 for Soy, or on Soy, or his skill 1. Whichever one does the heal / taunt. The other thing with Soy, though, is you can alternate his physical attack and his gun attack. And that will give, they both give defense down. So you drop those defense downs on there, you use Leo to buff Ryuji, and then you let Ryuji just go ham on his skill 3, and you're going to see some really good damage numbers with that. Okay, I think we can disagree. Yeah, Serge, it's not a my way or the highway, I'm right, you're wrong. So much of this comes down to what do you value. And so, yeah, I appreciate that you disagree with me. I think that's healthy. I also need one of these personas for Merope. If you're talking about Jack Frost with Lucky Punch, the first one, when you fuse Jack Frost, he gets Lucky Punch from the persona you fuse him with to fuse to get him. Just equip it to him. If you're talking about one of the later ones, I don't recall what they off the top of my head, but it's the same kind of concept. You may have to inherit a skill on one of them. I don't remember. Until level 40, Wonder Schemos are locked. Yeah. So that is where you put your skill points. So, that's not the screen for that, though. But yeah, you get stuck with not being able to fill these out. But again, it's nice to have your persona stable built and ready. And there's been a couple fights now where I've just been like, oh, I need a wind person. And so I went and leveled them. Or I need a physical person. So I just, built that persona. And then once, like at 35, I can put more points here. And so I've already got the points sitting there. So yeah, you're right. I've got a surplus right now. But I still think it's good just to get your personas kind of out of the way. Or, if you don't. There's nothing saying you have to. You can also go through and say, well, maybe I want to stockpile, my fragrances. Or I want to stockpile EXP books. Like there's no wrong answer to that as well. Okay. I scrolled too far. Sorry, I'm trying to go. There's a lot of questions here. I'm trying to go through them. Back-to-back Metallica. Yeah, so the way Metallica's doing it, this concert is fantastic. They're doing no repeat set. So the openers for both shows are different. And then the set list they're doing have no repeats. So yesterday was, I think the band was called Ice Nine Kills. I've never heard of them before, but that was like the first opener. And then Limp Bizkit. I had so much fun listening to Limp Bizkit. If you know who they are, or, if you're old, basically like me. So that was fun. And then, Metallica played some amazing songs. And then tonight is, I forget who the first band is off the top of my head. The second one is Pantera. And then it's Metallica with all new songs, or just not new, but like different from yesterday. So it was incredibly reasonable, the extra cost to go both days versus the one day. It wasn't like double the price. And so my son and I were like, you know what? It's a dream concert for me. he wanted to see Metallica, so we went for it. Game has palaces. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's like the main core part of the story. If you have time, you can find most under level 2, then fuse the 3 ones. That's a way to do it. Yeah, yeah. I just used a couple coins that I had stockpiled and just bought a couple personas, like because they're like 30 to 50 coins for the ones I need to fill in, so it wasn't too bad. Can you explain Skull Skill 3? Skull Skill 3. That's like a tongue twister. Let me pull it up. Okay, so he's talking about, and this one is called God Hand Burst. I'm still used to some of the Korea translations. So when you click the button, he goes into a charge state. So, you know, where most of your characters, you click the button and they attack or they buff, so, or whatever it is that they're doing, he charges. And this is going to make it so that on his next turn, he just automatically attacks whoever you had selected when you click the button. If that target has already died, he just picks a different target. So he's going to attack something, but it's going to be who you've picked unless they're dead. Then he also has a rebound mechanic. And so his rebound mechanic, sorry, apparently I can't speak. It's based around his health. You want to get his health, though. I think it's under... No, it's not. Is it this one? No, where is it? Basically, rebound is increasing his damage is the big thing. But rebound increases his damage. And then when you're in that status, he will critical hit. So the thing with Ryuji is keeping him in rebound. And then you're clicking the skill 3. He charges for 1 attack. And then it's a guaranteed crit on his next attack. And so effectively, you don't have to build crit rate if you're able to do this because he's guaranteed the crit. And so instead of that, you build critical damage percentage as his main stats. And you really try to buff that up. Now, granted, at this stage of the game, you're not really like running card sets to really be able to do that just yet. Or if you do, it's like the low level cards because level 35, you're getting like some whites and blues or whatever from mementos. But you're basically just skill 3, skill 3, skill 3. And you're getting him to crit every time it goes off. And this is why Leon is so good for him because he brings his health down and replaces it with the shield while buffing up his attack. And Leon's 5-star weapon gives critical damage bonus plus attack percent bonus. So it's doing all the things that Ryuji wants to be able to live in rebound and be less likely to die. Maybe it shows it under his awareness. I'm trying to remember where it shows. Oh, here it is. Increase attack based on missing HP. Minimum increase is 10%. And if HP is 20% or lower, attack increases by 40. So you want that. And then when he's less than 75% health, it's rebound. I knew it said it somewhere. So you want him under the 75% health. He's in rebound. He's getting more damage bonus. Guarantees a crit because you're using skill 3. And then you just boost his damage as much as you can to make that skill 3 just hit like a bomb. So hopefully that answers the Ryuji. Again, Ryuji is not like, say, on where it's like use skill 1 to get attack bonus, use skill 3 twice in a row, and then repeat ad nauseum. He is the make sure you're not doing things to jeopardize rebound character. Like, I would not put Cattle on his team, and I would not put Morgana on his team, because if Morgana gives an off-turn heal and pulls him out of rebound, well, now you're not guaranteeing your crit. So that's kind of the long and short of Ryuji. Okay. Vino. Surge. I'm like the Vino lover. If you were on Discord and you saw my post I did for, applying to the guild, it's literally Vino's picture. Okay, we're talking about Battle Pass. We talked about that. Should I re-roll? I do not necessarily think you should re-roll, McLaren. I think you should go in. The units that you get are basically all usable. Maybe Tomoko and Riddle are the two bad ducks in the pond, but I am more favored towards going in and enjoying what you've got, and don't sweat the mid-max on day one. Cognigems. Cognigems. Okay, I think I know what you're talking about now. And sorry, I may have accidentally answered this earlier. It just the nature of trying to catch up on chat. You're talking about these. Okay, so yeah, we talked about this a little bit ago. And, this is where I appreciate Serge because he's got a different perspective than me. I think this is what we were talking about earlier. Um, Personally, and you don't have to follow my advice, I like to go for the meta gems here. And then in here, like these are particularly valuable because you have this at some less available rates than other things. And this is how you go from skill 9 to skill 10 level. By pulling units, you have maxed the purple ones. Yeah, you get the purple ones from pulling. Yeah, this is from like pulling on banners and such. The thing is you can't even convert one. Yeah. So you've got violet and clear. Clear, you're going to come in here and get these things. So violet, so yeah, to be specific, it's whatever the two shops are. So these ones you're getting gems. These ones you're getting these. But again, like you're getting these because you're pulling. And so if you're not pulling, you're not getting them. So don't feel like you have to rush in. I would treat this more like, except for I would really kind of consider these. I'll pick it up eventually. But I would get this when I need this. I would get this when I need this. I wouldn't just go in here and spend I'll get all these 200 now. And then I'm like, oh man, I really wish I had some more Kampaka gems, right? But again, I don't mind if someone, thinks differently. I think that's absolutely fine. I think that means gain the next story character. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So we're talking about some of the stuff. So I think I've started to catch up to some of the questions. Yeah, I mean, obviously, Serge, they show you some of the characters in the trailers and all those things, but I try not to give the conditions of how people come to join the teams. It's hard not to say some things that are spoiler territory, though, unfortunately. Otherwise, I can't really answer certain questions. If it's like way spoilery, then I'll just say, hey, like enjoy the story for that. But I try to be more general if I can when I can. Oh man, you got Joker and Rin. So Shun, that is amazing. That is a fantastic team right there. Very nice to answer questions. Not many streamers do that. I mean, that's why I'm here. I'm here to build a community, friends. And so, like I tell everybody, I, have a regular full-time job. I'm a corporate stooge. I work in people solutions / finance doing compensation. So, my day-to-day in all of my, life needs are met via what I do, what my family does. The kids are taken care of, spouse is happy. So I come to YouTube to have fun. It's my creative outlet. And, I'm an old guy who can tell you about the launch of YouTube. I was there. I was there when Google launched. And so, I just want to build a community with people with like minds that want to come in here, want to chill, want to have a nice vibe with each other. And we can talk about something that we all have passion in and feel good knowing that we all share a common interest. I play a crap ton of pinball. I love going to pinball bars. I don't even drink, but I love going to pinball bars and just talking with people about the next Keith Elwin game or the next Jersey Jack game or whatever. And I want to bring those kinds of communities somewhere else. And I just happen to love YouTube. And so I'm here to have fun with you. And yeah, I mean, I could sit here and be like, oh, I could be playing Mementos right now. Do you think I'm not going to clear this content before the next content cycle? Let's be real. I'm going to do it. And so if I take the next hour and talk with you all and you leave here in a better state than when you came in here, that's what I'm here for. Let's see. Stuck on logging in for 6 days. No on dupe. Don't worry about the dupes there, Saritza. 6 months from now, you'll probably have a dupe of her because you're going to be pulling standard banner and we just don't have 1,000 characters in her yet. And if you don't, by the way, she's still absolutely usable. Don't worry about it. Let's see. I think getting unlocked next meta rank and farm slow better rewards. Okay. Oops. Sorry, I'm still catching up on chat here. Bear with me. I promise I'm going to try to get through all this. You play in Taiwan? Yeah, I play on KR. Although I'm scaling that back because I'm playing global now. Passive is nice with 2 out of 2. I'm assuming maybe you mean on. In which case, yes. That minecart is 4-star selector for your Leo. Oh, is that what that was? Okay, yeah, I kind of breezed past. I think it was the other card. Yeah, and I will eventually get a Leo through some means. There's other selectors that'll come too. Like they give some 4-star selectors in different events, so I'm not overly concerned about it. Eventually, Leo and Ryuji will come home and be built. Serge, thank you. You probably said that a long time ago, but thank you for joining the stream. W Dad, thank you. Important to spend time with family. Yeah, I'm a family man first. No doubt about that. You guys are just part of the extended Bear family now. Is it worth re-rolling McLaren? I don't personally think so. I think I might have answered that one already. I'm sorry. Okay, can I do anything with Riddle? Riddle, if you don't have Leon, I would still probably level her to 30, maybe 40. It's just that her skills take longer to ramp. It's not like Leo where you press a button and like you're at max capacity doing all the things that you can do. And so I don't want to paint a picture that she's like the worst thing and like your account's borked because you've got, Riddle for your 5-star. It's just that your turn 1 isn't as advantageous as your turn 1 on Leo. There's going to be characters that I think you're going to want to use earlier and then phase them out as you get better characters later. Closer I leveled to level 30 because I knew I had to use her for Palace 1. I used Closer up through up until the last boss of Palace 3, I think is when I stopped using her. And so she's level 50 or 60 on my KR account. I forget exactly what I got her to. And then I stopped using her. But that meant that I had months of using Closer and enjoying Closer before I just went with somebody else. So don't feel like if you're not going to bring them to 80, they're not worth using at all. They're still worth using. And for Riddle, right now, you just don't have a lot of buffers. So it's not like it's bad to use her. Let's see. Summer Moko is an absolute pull for me. She's just really good. She does like off-turn follow-up healing. And then she buffs your EHR, effective hit rate. And she is Haru's best friend. So if you're going to pull Haru later, I would strongly advocate for you to pull Summer Moko whenever she appears. Do not wait for a rerun. A lot of people did that and regretted it. Same with Cord. A lot of people skipped Cord not understanding what her kit did and then were like kicking themselves in the butt. So when Cord comes in 2.0, which is a while from now, she's another one to look out for. So someone was saying that they would personally reroll for Joker. They did make rerolling easier because you get the 10 pull now with that mail gift. So it is easier to do than it was before. So there's a case to be made there. But do what you think is fun. You could be doing it for a long time to get Joker. You could get on the first reroll. You just never know. Break stuff. Yes. Yeah, that was fun when they played that. I was excited because in our seats at the concert yesterday, there was a couple younger cats next to me. They're probably like 25 and somehow knew all Limp Bizkit. Then you had me, my son to my right, and then you had someone who is also an older dad, a little bit older than me. And we were sitting there joking about like the 90s and like Limp Bizkit and other bands at the time. And then we're both old enough to appreciate George Michael's. And if you know Limp Bizkit, they remade one of his songs. And so during the set, they started playing some George Michael songs. And like we're both able to sing them. And my son is between two old dudes, gray beards, singing these songs. And he's just like, what is going on? And my boy dressed up and he went and got a mohawk because, clearly he gets his hair from me. And he dyed it green for the concert. And so here's this 19-year-old kid, almost 20, who's in a mohawk between two guys singing George Michael's and then, singing and dancing to Limp Bizkit as they transition into their songs. And it's like the vibe was immaculate, but it was so funny. First Palace is so long. Wait till you see Palace 3. Palace 3 is actually 2 parts. It's so long. Okay, I find it funny doing the memories to get rewards. Okay, yeah, so I cannot do that on stream, just so you know. Perplatypus gave me a heads up that he got a strike for showing the anime cutscenes from the game on here, so I know I can go there and get tokens and pulls, but I also know that it's a quick way to get banned because apparently Atlas doesn't like you doing that. Skill 1, he loses HP. Yeah, so Surge is right. I think Surge may or may not still be in the chat. I'm not sure. But for Ryuji, if you don't have Leon, do Skill 1 into Skill 3. But you just get more output out of Ryuji if you can always do Skill 3. That's the key difference. Is Ryuji is just more optimal with Leon because you can just always do Skill 3 instead of 1, 3, and then wait. Is awareness on Joker worth going? I would not chase the awarenesses on Joker. It's not that they're bad. It's just that your gems are better on other characters. Jota with the super chat. Thank you, sir. Sorry it took a while to catch up to your super chat. I was not ignoring it. I did see it pop in. I was just trying to get through those other questions. So hopefully you're still here and are catching this. Thank you. I'm glad that you're liking the videos. I'm going to keep making them. I took some feedback from chat earlier. I know what my next couple of videos are going to be. This weekend I'm focused on streaming, so probably earlier into next week is when I'll film those. If I don't stream tomorrow, I'll film, but I'm trying to get into streaming and let you guys ask questions directly and hopefully show you just live in game. How good are Rin dupes? They're ignorable. You can ignore them. It's no dupe is a bad dupe. It's just not something you want to chase. Eddie, welcome to the Bear Pack. Thank you for joining our memberships there. One of these days, so do you guys want to hear a fun thing about the crazy life of Bear? Let me know if you don't care at all about hearing some of my personal anecdotes, but I'll give it a second. But if you are, when I'm done reading chat, I'm going to give you a fun little story. Skill 1 and Skill 3 of Rin. Let's pull her up. Because you honestly are going to alternate between these two skills. So Skill 2 is a forget. You don't really use this, just so you know. There's a couple fights where it comes in clutch, but you almost never have to care about it. So Skill 1. So first of all, actually, a good thing to start with a character is actually read their awareness 0. So when it's her action, and I promise I'm going to answer your question here, gain 1 memory stack for every 10 points of speed. So right away, you want to focus speed for her, of course, as that says. And so when you build card sets, like you want to get stats and speeds. When you get to 40 stacks, you spend that and get a soup stack. And so if I click on here, just in case you didn't know, you have a chance to increase forget. It's not bad. Treat your forget stacks on Rin as an added benefit. It's not really, you're not really pulling her to force forget. There's only one fight I can actively remember and it's one of the Velvet Trial fights, where I specifically brought her. I specifically brought her to sleep or to forget a boss, and that's what let me get through it. But that's one fight in the entire game. And there's other ways to get through it. It's just the team I was using. All right, when using a skill, you spend some soup for 50% chance to inflict forget on a foe and enhance the effects of Flower of Nahi and Lion Dance of Oblivion. So her whole thing is around speed, getting soup, whatever. I'm actually going to make a guide on her soon, by the way. So here we go. Now that you know the background of Rin. Oh, sorry, check these out too. So again, speed up, and then when attacking a foe with more than 50% health, increase foes' curse damage taken by 10%. Again, this is just synergistic with curse. So you understand the base of her now. So Underworld Fairy. Deal curse damage to all foes equal to a certain amount of attack, and you decrease defense. And then for every 10% of speed, also gain 4 memory stacks, which is, again, how you get soup. So skill 1, this is what you lead off on when you come into battle. And really what you're doing for skill 1 is you're putting a defense down onto the enemy. The more speed you have, the better this defense down debuff is. So you come in, you lead off with Underworld Fairy. And by the way, I'm still getting used to the names. I'm so used to reading these from the KR client that like my brain is naturally trying to say other things on some of these skills. You've probably seen it in some of my videos. Like I struggle with some of their translations. Just I'm like, no, I know this is actually up, not down. Like some things are reversed. It's weird. Okay. Lion Dance of Oblivion. So you do a bunch of damage. Not a bunch. You do some damage. And you give Red Spider Lily, which increases damage on the foe based on speed. So think of this. You have defense down, which makes them take more damage. The other part of this is it just makes your damage more potent. So they're like in the same category. One is reduced in defense, so they just naturally are susceptible to more damage. And the other half of this Red Spider Lily is just saying, I give more % damage as they take damage. It's very much the same thing, but they're two unique debuffs, which means that they stack. So that's kind of why that's important, is you're stacking defense downs and you're stacking damage ups to make them just take a lot more damage. And then if you're spending the soup, it just doubles it. So basically, if you've been building up soup, which you just do naturally by playing her, then when you launch this, you do more damage. And so really the thing with Rin, when you're playing her, especially with Joker, is you're just alternating these two is what it comes down to. And you don't have to think much about it. You're just giving defense down, giving damage up, giving defense down, giving damage up. And that's really how you're playing her. Hopefully that answered. So the difference is really defense down versus kind of like a special effect for her damage up. Okay. Will level closer in riddle 30. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with ditching somebody at level 30, 40, 50, whatever have you. Get your use out of them, have fun, and then when you pull somebody that you feel fills that slot better, move on. Not a big deal. You don't have to bring everybody to 80. Oh, yeah, so, okay, JC, you can live without Cord, but Cord is the only character in the game that can force highlights and that can buff those highlights. And so, you know, like a great example is later in the game, Violet. Violet works on, she's the only character that can do critical damage on her highlight, and she can launch her highlight separate from the highlight gauge. And so you basically go through a rotation that is making her highlight like monstrous. And then Cord says, cool, I'm glad you're doing your highlight. Let me give you a free highlight. And so you end up back to back doing crit highlights on Violet. And it's devastating. I'm talking like hits that do 1 million damage a piece. And so, you know, and it's not just Violet. It's every character except for the new P3R characters because you can't force the Theurgies. It just gives them like more strength. But aside from the P3R cast, all your other characters, her whole thing is like, cool, here's a free highlight. Have fun with that. And I think it's on maybe a 3 skill turn cooldown. I'd have to double check. Unless you get her awarenesses up, of course. All right, let's see. Haru's your girl. Yeah, so Haru, the reason Haru pairs with Summer Moko is because Haru has like a tier system on her damage based on a certain threshold of effective hit rate. And Summer Moko's skill 2 buffs your effective hit rate. And so between Haru's weapon and Summer Moko, you just hit those upper tiers, and that's what makes her damage so devastating. And so she's just like almost like another 5-star weapon for her. And she also has like a follow-up heal, and so it like launches the enemies into the air. It's a really cool little move, and it like does a little bit of damage. It's not devastating, so you get a little bit of like chip damage, but then it heals you. And so similar to Morgana, you can get a lot of healing throughput without using the heal itself. And I think her skill 2 also heals off the top of my head. Her skill 1 and skill 3, you usually use skill 3, I think it is, because I want to say that's the one that helps buff party damage. And then her skill 1 is more useful for her own damage. But the point is, like, you put the skill 2 onto Haru to get her effective hit rate up, and then you're doing off-turn heals. And then Haru is doing Haru things, which is devastating damage. I forgot to live is foreign. Well, hey, you're here. That's what matters. And I'll be here again at 9:30. I actually work for an international company, and so I do so many weird like things with time zones and hours. And it's like, you know, my boss is like 9 hours ahead of me. My staff is literally on the other side of the world. Well, I mean, suppose I have some in the US, but a lot of them are in like the Philippines. I got another person in Europe. But yeah, there's days where I'm like, what time is it for you? I'm like, are you calling me at midnight your time? Best family memories with dad. Serge, you know what? I'm older. I'm getting sentimental in my life. And I've come to appreciate what I call experiences over gifts, even to the point that, like, you know, like for Christmas for the kids, like we started, you know, doing experiences more and saying, you know, let's not go heavy into gifts or things like that. And I really do cherish making these memories with them because all this other stuff, you can't take it with you. I'd rather have those moments. The ban is because it's from the anime, not the game. Yeah, that's probably fair. That's probably what it is. But yeah, I'm glad. I'm sorry it happened to Platypus, but I'm glad he told me because I probably would have today played those out because I want those pulls. I'll just do that off stream in between streams. Are you playing a game? So yes. My first Arab participant. So thank you and welcome. We are playing Persona 5X. It is a mobile gacha version or side universe, if you will, of the Persona 5 franchise. Wicked fun. I've played in the Korean servers for 7 or so months. And now it just came in global, Thursday night? So a few days now. So I'm not sure if it's live in your region as of right now or if it's available, but if it is, I would highly recommend you play it. And sorry, if I'm not doing a lot of gameplay right now, it's because the chat is really engaged and asking questions, and I'm trying to do my best to demonstrate where I can and not force people to go watch videos of me. I mean, feel free to watch my videos. I love it when you do, but, I'm here. Let me answer your questions if you've got them. I got every unit except Rin. Just save. If you have every unit but Rin, I mean, you'll eventually get Rin. And when you get to 300 pulls here, you can just, whoops, wrong banner. When you get to 300 pulls here, you can just grab Rin. So you've got a path to her. So I would not reroll or do anything. I would just save at this point. You forgot how long the streams were. You're back. So normally I don't stream this long. My wife and I talked. She knows I love doing this. And she's like, this weekend, have fun. Do your stream thing. Don't worry about it. And so my normal stream is about 9:30-ish to midnight on Saturday nights. So I'm usually a late night streamer, so I can do the family stuff. And then occasionally I will throw in an extra couple hours on the weekends. And maybe every once in a while I'll throw a stream in the middle of the week if work is not aggressive. And so consider this weekend's extra long streams a welcome to the global game, and hopefully I can get you started on the right path. But normally I don't stream for 6-hour sessions on the weekend. Okay. Where did I leave off? You are very spontaneous. Hopefully that's a good thing. I noticed you can cook boba tea that restores activity points. You can cook boba tea that restores activity points for the city activities. You've taught me something I didn't know. Let me go check my kitchen. I have basically ignored the cooking in this game. All right, boba tea. Let's see. Is it this one? No. I mean, I know that there's a confidant later that teaches you more recipes, but I'm not seeing, unless I pass by it, a boba tea that restores activity points. Dogi, would you mind telling me where you found that at, and I can go take a look? Look forward to the guide for Rin. Yeah, I mean, guys, throw me comments if you want on what character guides you'd like to see first. I made sure to get Joker on Ryuji and Morgana done before the game launched, just because of beginner banner selects and stuff. But I have 2 videos in mind that I'll be doing soon, and then I want to slide a character guide probably between the 2 of those. And so let me know who you want. Rin was actually probably one of the top of mind for me just because of the synergy with Joker. I'll tell you that Riddle's probably my last one. I don't know that I'll make one for every 4-star. Definitely not Tomoko unless I'm just out of ideas. Also, I don't have a lot of practical knowledge of Tomoko because I've just never used her. I used her for like a couple days in KR because she was the first pull when you have to do the forced pull, and so I was kind of stuck with her, but that was it. Persona 5X, the best we could say is it's an alternate universe. They have not gone to P5, but they have not gone into the actual final story as to why. So even in the current game and other servers, we don't have the full explanation. So I don't think it always surprise us. Also boost on highlight damage with weapon. Are you talking about closer? Or not closer, Cord? I do have her 5-star, yeah. Cert seems like a decent... Yeah, so Cert is used in a lot of builds. Because he's a late game one, and he also does defense down. Let me see if I can actually see him. I don't remember if they'll let me see his skills just yet. I think they do. So he's fire, and he's awesome looking. That's not him, but he's cool. Cert, yeah. Is this who I'm thinking of? Yeah. So, yeah, so he is used in a lot of people. Like, you'll see him on my KR account all the time. So he does AoE defense down, and then he's fire. So, you pair him with fire units. Oh, my camera's bugging out again. Let me turn it off for a second. So you pair him with, your fire teams, and even without, like, he'll still be used in a lot of other teams. You just don't put him in your first slot. But having AoE defense down is fantastic. Okay. Yeah, asking how to make the boba tea, but I don't have a recipe unlocked in game for boba tea, so I don't right offhand know. I don't recall ever seeing a recipe that allows you to make or to get activity points. So the only thing I know of is you have. Apparently, I'm in the time zone. I can't go into the activities. Hold on. So you have these, your energy recharges for action points, but I don't know of others, or maybe it's like a special thing. I don't know. I'm sorry. What's my point of view of there being no soft? So there is a soft pity. It's just not listed the same. So it was the same issue in KR. So we were talking with Najox about that 2 days ago over on Twitter. But as far as I can tell, it's still there. But I can tell you I've had streamer luck, so I have not had to go to pity. I got my Joker at my 4th multi. But I don't see anything that makes me think that the soft pity was not included. Yes, exactly, Roberto. Those memories, those are what's up. Okay, so it's one of the drinks from the confidant. Yeah, because there is a confidant where you get more recipes, drink recipes specifically. Yeah, but that just tells you how little I do about cooking. But I've never been in a situation where I felt like I didn't have enough activity points to get to what I need to do. So I guess it was just never something I cared to look for or felt a need to look for. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a couple things like that. God, if anyone knows of a secret cooking recipe for stamina, though, like that would be cool. It shows that it exists when you try to use an action refill. Let's check that out. Okay. Yeah. Okay, fair game. So this is from cooking, and according to Surge up here, it sounds like this comes from the confidant. So yeah, keep an eye out for that. I've legitimately never made this as far as I can remember. So good catch. God, now I have to check regular stamina. I'm fairly certain there's not one for stamina, but if I find one that says you can cook this, that's going to be awesome. Because I know they have these, but this is not a thing you cook. That would have been awesome. If there was just like an extra stamina cooking thing, that's what would get me into the cooking game. Okay, so good catch. Thank you for telling me that. Is there anything worth saving gold tickets for? Yeah, so I would not go into the standard banner right now, Bepis. So in the not too distant future, you have what's arguably the best healer in the game. So she's one of the next standard units. And then you have Vino, who is really best paired with Queen because she does elemental ailments, and that's what Queen's like damage mechanic works around. And she's also just really good with a lot of teams. And so, I don't want to ruin your fun if you want to just keep chasing for Rin, but I personally am going to hold and do a little bit more pulls when Miriam comes and a little bit more pulls when Vino comes. Those are the kind of next big ones I want to get some tickets ready for because they'll be in the standard banner. Sai Wonder DPS with Tomoko, go for it. Piquito. And here's the thing. It never ceases to amaze me in gacha games that no matter what the strategy is on the released servers, you always come into global launches and all of a sudden you get this group of people that just figure out some mechanic or some weird interaction that just does something no one anticipated, and it's amazing. So I am just waiting because I know somebody's going to come out with that, and I'm going to sit back and be like, oh my God, Tomoko, if you use this persona with this buff, all of a sudden it's dropping like nuke damage, and I'm going to be like, now I need to build her. Lost Weapon 50/50, but I got Leo 5-star and Joker 4-star. So, I mean, first of all, Leo 5-star is fantastic. The Joker 5-star, like all 5-stars, none of them are bad. But I'll show you the difference between the two. And this is obviously not fully enhanced. But the big thing with this first 4-star is you have an attack boost, and you're pretty much always going to attack, enemies with ailments on them. So you're getting this extra damage bonus. And then his 5-star, your innate attack up is better. And then when you have Will of Rebellion going, you get more curse damage. So obviously that's good. And that stacks. And then you get like a kind of extra damage bonus when you get to a certain level. So 3 stacks. So obviously this is a great damage boost on him specifically. The reason that myself and probably other streamers are telling you that this is not a mandatory weapon is because it doesn't do anything for like his crit damage or his crit rate. And so really a lot of the power spikes come from either crit rate, crit damage on your DPSs, or it comes from like some like super crazy mechanic that is only found on the weapon. So this is just flat DPS increase. I'm not going to say it's not. Would you feel a difference 4-star to 5-star? You absolutely will. But I don't know that I can go through and recommend and say it's mandatory for him. Whereas when I look at Haru, I would be much more considering strongly recommending Haru's weapon because of her damage thresholds. Like I can draw a very clear line to much, much larger increases in damage with Haru than I could with Joker. Or like, when I think about Violet's weapon was a difference from me doing million hit damage and not doing million hit damage. I mean, that was significantly noticeable, or close to million. His is not going to be that big of a difference. It's still good. But if you feel like you'd rather save for another character, you can go without it. And then to keep in mind too, not anytime in the immediate future, but eventually they will run rerun banners. And when they run a rerun banner, you also get the rerun weapons. And at that point in time, you can be like, okay, you know what? I really want a bigger power spike on Joker. Let me go for his weapon then. Okay. They need to add Persona 6. They need to just make Persona 6. Can we stack AoE defense downs? Not of the same types. So you can't do like 2 Rakundas. You would have to have a different effect. So for example, it's not AoE, but you could put a Rakunda on an enemy for defense down and then apply Windswept, or what we called Winded in other servers. So what Morgana does. So if I look at his skills, he has a chance to do Windswept, which is another defense decrease. So they're unique debuffs, and so you can stack unique debuffs. They're just different types that come from different sources. So sometimes you'll find ones that don't stack. I think the lag only happens... All right, so let me try that. So I'm going to... All right, I'm turning my camera back on. I'm clicked in-game, so hopefully... Yeah, because I keep clicking over it so I can scroll down and see... Or scroll up and see all the questions. You guys have been like super engaging today, so thank you for that. I really do like interacting and answering questions, even if I'm stuttering a little bit. Just got Joker 40 pulls into the banner. There you go. You know what, Martin? If I can give you my streamer luck and it gets you pulls faster, have at it. Have at it. Quick question. Why did they not include the other option? So the 110 guarantee, best guess, and they haven't said why. Best guess is because it came out on the other servers about 5 or 6 months in, roughly. I forget exactly what content cycle it was. And so either A, there could be something in the coding that just makes it harder to do it this early. B, it could be an assets thing and they just don't want to remake the assets for it. C, it could be, some people speculate, again, this is not confirmed, but speculate that this would upset the international community, by giving it to us early. So we don't really know, but I can tell you just, from the pure statistics of it, it is better than the current 50/50 system if you're just looking to get a copy of the character and you want to guarantee it. But it's not like you're getting, 50% better pull rate and you're going to start seeing, your gem savings go through the roof. It's not like that dramatic. So I wouldn't let it bog you down. I don't think it's discouraging me from pulling, but we don't know for sure. They haven't said anything. Do you have that confident on KR? I do have that confident. I have everything but what was new in the newest patches on KR. I just never paid attention, to be honest with you. And here's the thing too, like I am swimming in those action resets or restores in KR. These, there was a point in time I had 99 of these, and I spent like a couple days just catching up social stats. Literally at work, I would just reach over here, click a button, and then go back to work. And just I did this for like a couple days. And so I have never been in a situation where I felt like I was lacking in activity points to where I had to chase something. And that's just, again, that's just me personally. And it's different because we're starting at the start of the server, not like where I came in and had like a bunch of extra stuff to get on KR. So, you know, it might feel different now, but it just never became something I was all that concerned about. Let's see. Ring confidant, soy cooking in bars, secret drinking recipes. Okay, good to know. Secret or just from their confidant? I don't know if it's secret. It's just like what their actual things are as you rank them up. Once you get your social stats maxed out, you still have side gigs that give you money. You occasionally get side gigs that give you gems, like 10 gems, you know, for the gacha pool. And so you are going to be running your action points, if nothing else, to make the in-game cash to go buy books or buy confidant gifts or seeds for your garden, or, you know, they have a gachapon. So I want to go do it. Let's go pull something from the gachapon. So in the game, in different places, I still will always hit tab. I don't know why for the map. If I go, like, I think there's some in Shibuya. Let's see. Yeah, these things right here. There's like achievements or things that give you gems for getting your full collections. So I wouldn't say this early in the game you want to like blow all of your money on these gachapons, and you can display them in your house. So like I'll pick this one and let's do whatever it is, a 5 pull. And then you have to give me a second because my dog is asking me to take him out right now. So you can see like there's, you know, 6 characters you can get here. But you can always like get money and use these and try to get your gems from your achievements. Let's see what we get, guys. It's a gachapon and a gachapon. It's a gachaception. That one's cute. Let's see. One. So yeah, you get duplicates and stuff. And do you guys know you can trade these? Have you guys seen that? Let's go. I'm going to show you. So if you go to your friends list, and I'm sorry, my friends list is full. It blew me up. So you can go to Capsule Exchange. And so like this person, I don't have copy B. What are they trying to switch? So that's what they're giving. Can I give anybody anything? All right, I have 2 of these. So even though I have this, do I have this guy? I don't know if I got this guy. So I can take these gachapons and switch with my friends. So there you go. Whoever that was, you just got yourself a gachapon. But when you get, I'm not sure if it's every set, but there's certain sets that actually give you gems for completing them. And there are ones that are limited that, where's it at? I'm on the wrong page. There are ones that are limited that you can only get for a certain content cycle. So pay attention to those. I think it's under City Life. Oh, I should go do that and get my 5 gems. I forget where this is at in this list, to be honest with you. Because there's so many of these. Like you get a lot of like gems and stuff in these sort of things. Maybe it's under home. Made with love, handicraft, cooking. I should do cooking just for these gems, to be honest with you. Creators. There's so much. Like there's so many places to get these. I forget where it's at, friends. I'd have to find it. But there are times when you get gems for completing certain gachapons. Maybe it's with the events. I just remember seeing it. Yeah, 4-star weapons you can only get from pulling for them, and then from EY shop. So actually, I'm already in Shibuya. Let me just walk over there. It's across the street. I don't have to go far. So for your limited characters, it is also limited where you can get your weapons from. So up here, you can see if I had 10 of these green coins, I can get Joker's weapon. But obviously, this is a more limited resource. So if you want a 4-star, 5-star weapon, usually your best bet is to get it off of the store. Club section at 97. I can show you my map. And maybe you can just compare it to yours. So you said club. So you have 3 floors. And maybe you have to go back and screen grab, I'm not sure. But this is what the 3 floors will look like. Now keep in mind, part of your percentages is beating all of the hard bosses and getting all of, like I died to one right there, and getting all of the treasure chests. So you can also go to progress and check here. And so like my club is 97%, and that's because I have 2 more hard bosses I need to go, they're not bosses, but hard enemies to beat. And so when I beat them, I will have completed this palace at 100%. So take a look here. You can see, oh, am I missing a safe room? Am I missing chests? Am I missing bosses? And then just compare, like I said, if you want to come back later and just screen grab this or whatever, you know, these are what my maps look like. So the only thing I'm missing is 2 bosses. I have everything else done. When could we get the update for the second palace? Give me a second, I can tell you. I will tell you when that's coming. I just have to find the Twitter post from Najox because he posted the roadmap, which I just went to Twitch instead of Twitter because I'm used to Twitter, not X. So on the live streams that they did for JP and for Global, they actually gave a roadmap. Hold on. I'll walk you through it. You guys just got to give me a minute to pull it up. And I've got about 30 minutes, everyone, and then I need to do the dinner thing. Okay, so I need to not show you the spreadsheet. You already saw that in my video. This one. Okay. Oh, why is that so big? My screen is way out of pocket here. Hold on. Let me get my face off here too. Wait, we're going to make this work. Okay, so obviously we are here. We're at version 1. And so this is, you know, what we're all working on. And then in July, so not that long from now, we don't know exactly when in July, but let's just say even worst case was like, you know, the second week of July because they have 2 version updates. This is when you can do story 2. Sorry, you can't, I don't think you can see my cursor. Can you guys see the my screen? It says I can on the stream, but you guys can see this update map, right? Then you have 1.2, which is a special event 2. These are the Persona 5 characters, so it's likely going to be Fox and then Queen, I think is the order. And then obviously, you know, going August out for everything else. So after you beat story 2, it's not going to be until the 2.0 update that we get the next story beat, the next palace. But there you go. Let's put that back on and then we get back to the game. Okay. Stuck with the blue. Oh, we talked about that. Good reroll. Riku, what's up? Good rerolls. So I'm not in love with rerolling, but the kind of win, if you will, is getting Rin and Joker. Depending on if you want to push for Rin first or Joker, it's up to you. But now that you can get 10 multi-pull, a 10 pull limited because of the mail that we got, rerolling is a lot faster, somewhere in the 5 to 10 minute range. Just be careful because they're limiting account creation. I think they said to 100 accounts. Hopefully your reroll doesn't take you 100 tries, but know that there is that cap. Yeah, dude, Jarrett, congratulations. Didn't even need the 80. That's fantastic. Ren and Joker for my curse team. Sustainer, right now you're going to be absolutely fine with Cattle if you don't want to pull Morgana. I am biased, and I like Morgana. Now, keep in mind, Morgana's not going to feel as powerful at this stage of the game because you can't crank up his crit as much. But when he starts doing crit heals, especially later in the game, they feel a lot more potent. But you don't. He's not a must-have. So if you just want Sustainer, I would tell you to go with Cattle. He's perfectly fine for that team. Let's see. Is it worth it to waste gems on standard, banner, or just golden? Do not waste gems on the golden tickets because you're going to want to save those for your limited characters. And you get a lot of standard pulls from events. You get quite a few in palaces. Different reward paths will give them to you. And so you get a pretty steady increase of those cards or influx of those cards, the golden ones, for the standard banner with all the different events and things that come. Thanks for answering. I don't want to spoil content. Yeah, Phoebe, you're just saying the name. It's fine. Yeah, I know exactly what that is, Serge. I have her. I just haven't built that particular recipe because, like I said, I haven't had an issue with the activity points to even think of it as a problem personally. 100%. Congratulations. I'm assuming you meant that on the palace. Great job. Don't spend gems on standard, correct? Or at least my opinion, correct? Hey, Bear, just want to show some appreciation as your viewers on the level authority sort of incentivize me to get... Dude, content creation dusk. Very good. When you get into some videos and stuff, will you do me a favor and on Discord just shoot me a link to your channel? I would love to come check out your content. So yeah, we'll spread that around. Give me a shout once you get that going. Who's 4-star weapon? Sorry, my dog is barking because my wife's home. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, I'm gonna let him out. My dog's being protective. Had to go let him go see the family. Okay. Whose 4-star weapon should I pick? Okay, let me talk about that. We have talked about that today. So let me show you what I thought about for the 4-star weapon. Obviously, some of it depends on your roster. So, you know, it's gonna change based on who you have. But when I did it, you can see I still have one left, so I haven't even used them all. I am intentionally not picking Ons because I am going to pick her 5-star weapon from the book that you get for completing phase 2, the contracts or the book thing you do with Lufel, the business contracts. So for me, why am I going to pull her 4-star weapon here when I'm just going to replace it in the somewhat near future? I mean, it's not tomorrow, but soon enough. So I ignored hers. And then I kind of went through this. I said, well, who am I really using? And so if I go to my characters, I am building the fire team, and I know that fire team is going to suit me well for a long time. And so I grabbed Keys. Also, Keys 5-star is not worth chasing right now compared to other things. And so I don't have a reason to think I'm going to get his 5-star anytime soon. And so because I'm building a fire team and I have Key and I know I'm going to use that team for a long time, he had an immediate benefit to my team. So again, if I come into my Phantom Thieves, you can see who I have weapons for. So, you know, I've got Joker, Lufel. I think I pulled all of his copies from pulling for weapons. And that's the other thing too, is if you've been pulling for weapons, you've gotten some of these 4-stars, they give you hers. I got hers, I think, from the banner. Actually, I think I pulled hers from the banner too, now that I think about it. When I made the decision, I didn't have her weapon. I know that. Yeah, so I picked his because it does a decent enough increase. So it was really like a what is my team choice. I would consider Okean's if I was going to use the other one. Hers I just pulled. They give you hers. I hate that I even have it. And his I got from the pulling. So for me, it was simply of what I didn't have. Again, knowing at the time before I got Ons that I would be getting Ons from the selector, so I don't need hers. Key was the one that made the most sense. And so now I'm not touching this because I don't have another character that really needs their 4-star, and I'd rather hold this because, like, if I got Rin, I'd want to get Rin's. If I, got Shun's for now, I'd want to use his. And so I'm kind of waiting to see, am I going to get Rin before I need his 4-star? Like, what am I going to do there? So on your 4-star selectors, think about it from that perspective. Do you know that you're going to get their weapon somewhere else? On's the case in point because you can get hers from the book. And so if you go up to your plans, that is the end of step 2, is you get to pick one of their weapons. I don't think I would burn a free 4-star knowing I'm going to get this. Now, it's not to say it's bad. I mean, you can definitely get it and use it until you get here. And this is going to take you a while to clear this out. This is not a tomorrow thing. So, right off the bat, you're in your level 50s. So you're going to get a lot of use out of that 4-star. Don't take that the wrong way. But to me, it felt temporary, and I know On's powerful enough without it. So it wasn't worth it. But look at your team and kind of decide who are you using and who makes your team stronger. And for me, for that first bucket, that was key. have you heard recommendations for Navigator? So you only have two options right now. Your two Navi options are Puppet and Okeon. So Puppet is your sustain. She gives you shields. She can buff your damage a little bit if you have enough of her seashells, whatever it's called. But mainly she's there to give you shields, and she restores a little bit of SP. Okeon is your offensive navigator. And so if you're going into content where you don't need added sustain, she's your play. If you want to be safer, like maybe you're fighting a boss, she's your play. That's kind of how you look at the two of those. Let's see. SOS suggests in 10 days. I haven't looked at who the bosses are for that yet. I haven't even gone through and finished my third thing. But the thing with SOS is you want to think about the mechanics that it's, you know, being driven. Oops, that's the wrong one. This one. So I would wait. If you're pushing for score, you'll be more powerful 10 days from now than today. Now you can go in there and have some fun, but you want to look at the mechanic. So like on these ones, I want to say it was you couldn't crit, and you wanted to do more elemental affinity damage, I think was the condition when I opened the dig site. And so think about what condition is there. If it says, hey, you can't crit, well, then you wouldn't bring Ryuji, because this whole thing is centered around guaranteed crits. If it's like, you know, ice damage, then, you know, if it says, hey, your score is ranked up by doing more hits of elemental weakness and they're ice, well, then throw somebody who does ice damage, or have a persona that does it. So all of these have that kind of central mechanic that allows you to get a higher score. So it's hard to say to use these people, because honestly, I haven't opened them to double check what the conditions are. I probably will the next day or two. If I wasn't such a chatty person today trying to answer questions, I probably actually would push this right now. But yeah, I can't really answer you directly at the moment simply because I haven't opened it up. But think about what mechanic is it promoting and go from that. Let's see. Let me get some more water. Sorry, hold on. Let's see. Rin and joke is what I was going for. Then pick on twice. I don't think you need to pick on twice. I still would say it's better to have width in your team, so having more options. But there's nothing wrong with picking Ann twice. Building work from home office went with Secret Lab Magnus XL. Nice. This one is one I got actually off of Amazon, but it's like an ergonomic chair with mesh to be nice and cool. So love this chair. Let's see. Joker's weapon worth it. Not sure if I answered that for you or someone else, but I don't think it's necessary. It is a power spike, but you know, you're going to do fine without it if you want to save your currency. Palace is so hard. Stuck at one of the mini bosses when I lost it. Says recommends level 52. Yeah, they ramp up those levels quite a bit. Dusk, they don't have to be better quality. Send them to me anyways. Shoot me a link to your YouTube. Easiest way to find me will be on Discord though. So, you know, send me a DM on there. You know, I'm not the type to give random criticism being an amateur over here as it is, but if you want feedback, let me know. But either way, let me support you, friend. You've been here. I'll be there for you. And yeah, I mean, I was joking earlier on the stream, if you were there, I'm not sure, that my first videos are Minecraft with my son. And if you compare those to today, then obviously there's growth. The important thing is you took a step. So first of all, congratulations on that. And second of all, let yourself suck. Let yourself suck at it for a long time, but every time you suck at it, make one small improvement. It's that simple. And then eventually you're going to get to wherever it is that you want to go with that journey. Yeah, game's an absolute blast blaze. Should I pull an on-dupe for the plan rewards? Yeah, Daniel, I think you should go for someone else personally, unless you just really don't have interest in them. It's not going to hurt to have on-dupes, but I like having options over duplicates, typically speaking. What's up, Verity? Pretty sure you got asked this 11 billion times, but could you please? I got Joker and have a bit of jewels for pulls. Should I save or go for Leo and Shun's weapons? If you're saying, I want to make sure I interpret this correctly. If you're saying that you have Joker's weapon, then no, stop pulling on that banner. Because whereas Leo's weapon is fantastic, and it's definitely the win there. Shun's is great, don't get me wrong, but they're both going to perform fine without him. They do give them that incremental power boost, but I wouldn't say it's worth chasing, because the other thing to keep in mind too is you got Joker's weapon, you could also just end up on your next one getting his dupe weapon. So even if you were to continue to pull in that banner, you can't guarantee you get one of those weapons. So, there's no way to guarantee you're going to spend X amount of gems and get the weapon that you wanted. Are these weapon boxes common? You're not going to get like 10 of them a month or anything like that. They've done them a few times in events, but they're not like, it's not like a currency you can say I'm going to get one weapon every single month because they send it in the mail or something like that. I think there are, like, if you look at the battle pass, places like that, you can get them. So if I go down here, you'll see, I think it's in here. Yeah. So like to get, if you are a spender, and please don't take this as I'm saying you should spend money, but if you're a spender and you get the battle pass, you'll get 2 here. So some of us will have more freedom. I bought the battle pass, this first level of it, but you get things like that, but there are events, like special events they'll do every once in a while, and they'll like give you a weapon. They're not super common though. They're not like, I don't want you to count on them, I guess. Let's see. If you're going for a copy of An or Ryuji, An is the better overall character who still has use in the game today. So outside of favorites, always play for your favorites, but outside of favorites, An just technically is the longer lasting character. Is it worth investing in low tier characters for Velvet Trials? So here's how I would approach that. Let's go to Velvet Trials. And I'll show you exactly what I did. Now I need to push it some more. But some of these stages, like I don't have ice characters. And so I made an ice persona. Because where you get a lot of your points here isn't that the ice damage is doing a lot of damage. It's that you're hitting weakness. So you can hit weakness with damage of 1. And you're still triggering weakness. Now, obviously, if it's also hitting more, it's like weakness, it's damage times X. But first and foremost, hit the weakness. Then how much can you hit it for? And in a lot of these stages, you can get by with just subbing out a persona. At least in like, I would say the first half of these, it gets a little bit harder at the higher end ones. Like those ones have more mechanics and are trickier. But for now, you guys have seen my teams. I have a Joker team and I have an On team. That's really what I'm covered with right now. And so everything else I've done in here has been because I built a persona to do it. Now, obviously I have Curse because I have Joker. I have Fire, but again, Nuke and Ice. So I have a Nuke and an Ice persona that I built. So I would say use what's in front of you first before you use your resources on characters, specifically for Velvet Trials, unless you love that character. Like if you really want to, level Mont, the ice character, there's nothing wrong with that. And that's fine. But if you're like, you know what, I don't want to build a curse unit, cool. Can you throw Succubus in there who has Mudo or another curse unit? So which update? I can tell you what update it will come in. Hold on. So let me find it. They've already said when it's coming. So let me just give me a minute. I got to switch my screens. I'm not actually looking at my screen right now. That one's not translated. Where is the one? I have to find, they had roadmaps, and the translated one talks about the actual train. I think they called it Heart Rail, if I remember the translation. Okay, bear with me. I found what I'm looking for. Mini event, mini battle event, Kijijoji. So version 1.1, they say new content, Craving Metro Line. Now this is the Japanese translation from their stream. I can't promise that's the Heart Rail, but new content, Craving Metro Line feels like that could be. If that's the case, that would be with our next update, which is also when they do the second story chapter, the second half of Palace 2, I should say. So that is our best guess at the moment. Let's see. Should I get a copy? I think we just said that. Me with an A4 on. Abby, there's nothing. Abby, sorry. I have, if you guys haven't picked up on it, I actually have speech problems. And so you have no idea how much actually goes on in my head to speak sometimes. And so if I say names wrong or if you catch me like making really weird pronunciations, it's just the speech impediment I have. So yeah, A for on is fantastic. Okay, 5-star weapons currently out. Which ones make the biggest difference? Leo is phenomenal. Shun is great, and I really advocate for him. He's really good. On is fantastic. I think those would be my top 3, personally. Oh damn! I misclicked one of those boxes for Moko. Jay, man, I feel for you. I'm sorry. I feel like you should just build her. I think you should be the one to prove me wrong, and then you should come in chat and show me like a screenshot of you like blowing up something difficult with Moko and make me eat my words. Like, I feel bad that I rag on her so much now. I could have been more clear. I got Joker himself, but have no great interest in chase. Then don't chase the weapon. Don't. They're great. They're not necessary. If you get them on the way to a weapon you want, that's when you should care. There is not a single 4-star that you should be chasing their 5-star weapon on those limited weapon banners. About 5-star persona, are they free or you need to summon like characters? So none of the personas are in the gacha. The most expensive ones, if you want to call it that. Sorry, I went to the wrong spot. So if I go in the persona exchange, which one is it? Here we go. So you get these repression metal 4s, and there's only a few now. They will add more personas over time, but right now we have these 3. You get these through the SOS, and you can only get so many a content cycle. And so if I go back in Sea of Souls SOS, if you look at your rankings, so later on, so what is this, rank 3, you start getting those. Now, you basically go up in ranks each content cycle as you beat this and get score. At least in KR, without min-maxing and trying that hard, you could get to rank 6 like it was nothing. Your rank 8s are more of like your super dedicated, probably some whales in here. But if you notice like your gems, those max out I think at rank 4 or 5. So really what you're aiming for after a few content cycles of ranking up is getting at least to rank 5. And then really from there, that's where you start getting a little bit more each cycle. So yes, if you're in the top ranks, you get those personas a little bit faster. But this is where you're getting that special kind of rainbow one. And you use those to buy the top end personas at the end of the game. So that's how you get into those. Pretty lucky with your pulls. I'm just going to say for Futaba and Kasumi, you'll be saving for quite a while for Kasumi, my friend. So don't feel bad about pulling some of the characters in between. Futaba is fantastic. You know, I don't want to oversuggest into people's accounts because you should be playing this for the fun that you want to have and not because some content creator told you something's meta. But Cord is particularly good. I would consider it, when I make my Cord video a long time from now, when it's like actually when she's coming out, she is going to be one. Her and Futaba for sure are ones I'm going to tell you if you have the currency, they're the ones to pull for. Okay, Abby. So Fusion, and so guys, I have 10 minutes and then it's family time, and then I will be back online at 9:45 Mountain Time. If you don't want to do the conversions, just look at my YouTube channel. I've already put up the video, so I'll be back tonight. But let me walk you through quickly the Fusion. So basically, and maybe we call this like a mini tutorial guide if you want to, you in the Velvet Room, you have a couple places. You have from your stamina, so there's some that you just spend your stamina on, you get them. And then you come into Persona Fusion. And so I just hit 30, so I've got all these not registered ones. And then they'll say like fusible. And so what you want to do to fuse is, you know, let's just pick Sandman. So if I come into this screen here, I wish this was default, but you have to click this how to get. And so I can click how to get, and it's going to tell me if I want to fuse this guy. By the way, first of all, I can, let me back up a step. We're going to find Persona Compendium, and let's go find Sandman, because you want to check here as well. So here's Sandman. and he says I can only get them from Fusion. Some of these, you're going to see other options. Let's find one. Yeah, so this one I can get in the metaverse, which means that they can be a drop, or I can get exchange, which is the coin exchange that we're just in a few moments ago. So do check here because they can help give you a way to find somebody. Do you guys want me to make a whole video tutorial on this? Let me know. I will if you want one. But in Persona Fusion, click how to get. Let's go back to Sandman. And now I can click this little magnifying glass. And for Nigimitama, it says I can fuse in the Velvet Room or I can trade with metals. So now I have a choice. Do I spend some of my metals? So if I click here, I can spend 50 metals. Let's just do it. And these are the low, blue is the low common one. So I've got 1,600 of these. I'm going to spend 50. Okay, boom. Then Suzaku, I can fuse in Velvet Room. I can defeat them randomly, or I can get with repression metals. So now let's just, for the other reason, let's just go fuse in Velvet Room. I have 4 Pixie Seals. I can fuse Hopoa to get the other one, or I can tell you can also buy hers. Or I can defeat her. So you kind of have to go through and say, do I want to keep going down these paths? I don't know. But for the sake of simplicity on Sandman, I'm just going to buy the coin. So now I'll go get Suzaku. I'm going to trade a repression. So again, this one's blue. Pay attention. You don't want to burn like your higher ones just willy-nilly. But for 50, again, I've got plenty. I'm going to buy this one. I'll come back, and now I've got my 2 coins. So these coins are duplicates. I have them because I've already got the characters and I can buy the coins with them. So now it says registerable. So if I fuse, I'll skip the animation. I've got my friend here. And with his skills, a couple things have happened. One, you get some skills for leveling up. So if I level this persona now, I will unlock resistance boost, Garula and these other ones. Because I got this through Fusion, I also have inherited these skills. So just by creating this through Fusion, I can put nuclear, HP. You can only do so many active and passives. And maybe for the heck of it, I put Frey on this one. So there we go. I've got my Sandman. The other part of Fusion, so now I've always got him. I can come into VIP services. And in VIP services, I can now enhance him, which is how I level him. If I had a second Sandman or a special item, after I get to max level, because he has 1 card, I can give him, they call it overclock, but this is like a breakthrough, and I can raise his level cap. And you can see there, it says, you need to have, oh my God, get out of there. You need to have a coin and use so many of your Kampaku gems. So that would let me take him up more character levels for that persona. The other thing you can do is teach it skills. So I can click on this plus, and let's say, who do I have a lot of? Nekomata. If I put Nekomata in here, I can hit training, and randomly I'll get one of these 3 skills. Doesn't mean, like if I want a defense master, I might end up with electric reduction. I don't get to pick which one, but I could, do this until I get the one I want. I'm not going to burn this coin right now, but you get the point. But that's how the Fusion system works. There you go, guys. Just clip that and publish that to YouTube. There's your YouTube video on Fusion done in 5 minutes. So hopefully, Abby, that helped you. Okay, what's the best way to get to 30? So Alex, I hit 30 today without burning stamina. So it's really, you want to do a few things. Fill out your beginner book. Do everything you can in this reasonably. That gives you a lot of XP. So I was done basically with step 4 coming into day 3. Today's day 3 of the server. I did start on day 1. They launched it like an hour early, and I got to the point that I could start my dailies on day 1, which probably gave me like a 2,000 XP step above people that didn't do that. But this here, follow your story all the way that you can. Do your missions. So you can see I have a couple side quests now. Make sure you've cleared out your side quests. They give you a ton of XP. Do your pals to 100%, and then push mementos. So I started my stream today. I had not finished Palace 1 yet, but you can get past this area here. So you can get past part 1 of area 1 in mementos, and then go into area 2. And as you go through and you get your tickets, you get character XP for submitting your tickets. So that's another way to get XP. Let's see, what am I missing here? Yes, I'm playing global right now. I do have a KR account. I'm now switching over to global, but that's why I'm able to make the content is because I've been playing this game for quite a few months. How's the game? Okay, so I think that this game is a Persona game first, a Gacha game second. We were talking about this a little bit earlier with some people in chat. And then I would say that you're not going to get too many characters that are like, this character power creeps this character so dramatically because there's so many different role types. Like there are not two AoE curse damage dealers in the game. There is Joker. I think there's only really Chinese New Year Rin, who is an AoE fire character that you could say is the same kind of role as On. As far as your damage goes, you do have like overlapping supports to some extent, like healers, but it's more about building a variety of teams to do the harder content like Astro Globe that'll come out to our servers later. But I love this game because you can do a lot by thinking about team synergies and how do you make this character's damage go through the roof by synergizing. This is not a closed beta test, so the global servers launched this past Thursday, so a few days ago. The SEA servers are a few days away. I think the 3rd, or right about the 3rd. It's about a week delayed from where the global is. How to get Yoshitsune? Good question. So if you ever want to know how to get a persona that's been released, if you go to the Velvet Room, Yoshitsune should be physical. Go to your compendium. So I want to filter here. I'm fairly certain they are listed under this. Let's double check. Am I missing it? Is it not physical? I could have. I'm maybe picturing the wrong one. Hold on. No, it's not Jigokuten. So I have not memorized all 150 personas. There's a lot of them in this game. But I could have sworn Yoshitsune is your typical Persona game, like crazy damage person. Is he not? Like crazy physical damage? I swear I can picture him in my head. But the point is going to simply be you would come to the book and click on him. I'm trying to see tell me if I skim past some people. Yeah, he might not be on global yet. That could also be the case because they do release more personas. I am fairly certain I have Yoshitsune on KR. Yeah, it could just be he's not out yet. My favorite persona. Okay, what else am I missing here? We got 2 minutes and I gotta go. Guess you should make a video on this. Okay. Yeah, no, I will make a full Fusion Guide tutorial. You know what? If there's videos you guys want to see, I will make them for you within reason. I mean, I'm not going to go through every single 148 persona skills. We would be here for 7 hours. I'd have to teach like an adjunct college course on that. Must have level 30s. I'd have to think about that, Daniel. Off the top of my head, I'd have to look at a couple skills. But what you want to look for, you either want elemental coverage, and you're going to start getting better elemental coverage in the 30s. Or, and more predominantly, you want your wonder to be a support. And so you want to look for things like, do they have defense down? Do they have critical rate up? Do they have attack up? Like you want, things like Tarakaja or Matsuk Tarakaja. You want things like Rakunda, that's defense down. There's got a couple fights where you might want like a backup healer. He's a terrible healer, by the way, but it doesn't mean you can't cap people off. And so, maybe have stuff like that in there. Are there ways for you to expose the enemy? Your base persona that you start the game with, you can level him up with you basically. And his mark ability is fantastic. So think of it from that perspective. I have been asked quite a bit like on my persona recommendations. And so maybe I'll make a video on that as well. Don't let stamina overcap. Yeah, I made that mistake because I was at that concert all night, and so I actually overcapped my stamina this morning. So I made the gacha game faux pas there. Social link stats. Do you need to level them up or better to increase only some? You're going to have to level all of them up in order to break through certain conversation levels because it'll be like, oh, Tomoko won't talk to you until your kindness is rank 5 or something like that. And so you're going to end up leveling them all regardless. And so the big thing to do is early on, if you look at your social stats, once you open a confidant, like check this out, Yao Ling and somebody have to be have to get to rank 5. You have to be rank 5 in, knowledge. If I go to charm, I'll tell you that this is actually I don't know who this is off the top of my head. Kindness, I'm already there, but I think it's either Tomoko is either kindness or charm. I forget which one off the top of my head. But basically, once you unlock, these question marks will be the synergies. But you'll come through here and you can see all these different people require it. And so for guts, once I unlock the person, it won't let me rank them up until I get guts to 3. So you're going to have to rank these up regardless. I think it's around 14-ish when you can do their romances if you're concerned about that. For those that you can't romance everybody. Do you think Atlas will collapse? So what they have told us thus far is their collaboration roadmap is it was P5R into Persona 3 Reload, and they have confirmed they will do a Persona 4 collaboration, but they have not said anything more specific. We can all pretty much assume it's going to be with Reload at this point, or Rewind. But they have not mentioned collabs in-game for other things. They do a lot of collabs in Japan and other areas for stores, but that's external content, not internal. Crit Farmer, yeah, I mean crit is so valuable in this game for damage, to be honest with you. Hasutobi, fair. Alice is the best curse persona. So you can cheese a lot of Velvet Room with Alice, but she's a level 80. So one of her moves, a bunch of teddy bears rush at the enemies, and if they're under half health and they don't resist it, they will insta-kill. And so you can actually cheese a lot of content that way. I would never use gems to stamina refresh in that situation, Zizmas. Forgive me if I said your name wrong. Okay, I'm 3 minutes overdue for dinner, so I have to get going here. But my next stream is too late for you. That's fair, friend. But I'm sure I'll catch you another one day. I hope, at least. Alice, definitely goated. Yes. Nern is really useful. You're going to find Narcissus is really useful in this game for a while. Would I do an account review? Yes, I would do an account review. I don't know how you do them. I don't know if it's a you join me on Discord kind of a thing. We'd have to figure out the mechanics of it. But I think that'd be fun to do, and maybe we just have to find the right slots for that. Or maybe, I don't know if you guys were here earlier, Per Platypus and I, we took a poll earlier today, and it seems like you guys, and tell me if it's different for the group that's joined us now, that you guys would be interested in Per Platypus, another content creator, and I doing a podcast for this game. But that could be a great place to have a guest in, potentially, and say, hey, maybe we have 1 or 2 slots, and we do a 10-minute account review segment. Let me know. Why is Gus so hard? It's only hard early. Do your there's a quest for a gym guy. Do that. And then something you may not know is if you have no books and you're on the train, sometimes you will recall a battle and it'll raise your guts. So you don't have to read on the train. If you intentionally don't have books, sometimes it'll do that for you. I don't know if it's every time though. I've seen it trigger at least sometimes. But eventually you actually will get plenty, and you'll get where you can always be at the gym, and you'll level guts with gym activities. Tomoko is a support. So here is how you know what the role is. If you go to your thieves, and I'll go to Tomoko to show you. Oh, I have her. I'm why am I looking at it? So it's this symbol in the top. And so if you click on it, here's your different roles. So she's they call it strategist. This is somebody who gives you buffs, so a support. But your assassin is your single target. This is AoE, healer, tanky type. Saboteur is your debuffer, and this is your navigators. But Tomoko is your support type. I've been using Sumi, and I believe his name is the Curse Guy. Yeah, I only don't use him because I know it's getting Joker. Not to say he's bad. I just use Joker instead. Granted, now keep in mind, he is single target damage, But for where the game's at right now, Joker can perform that role for the moment. He's obviously going to be better single target damage, fully built versus fully built. But just with limited resources, I don't want to build both simultaneously. Yeah. So Dusk, my experience is the KR version, but KR is just literally 1 week behind CN in content. 1 or 2 weeks, I forget what it is. But it's like, it's not a year like Global is. You listen to podcasts, that's good to know. So we will, it'll probably take us a couple weeks to get everything figured out, mechanically speaking, but I think you guys can look forward to that. How even account review would be looking at me and wondering how I even pass a boss fight. Oh my God, that's fantastic. You know what? You guys can come in here and make fun of my gameplay. There's a reason I have a 98% complete on my palace. It's because 2 bosses keep smacking me down. It's the Eliagor fight where he summons, and then that summon will take on his damage, and then he buffs every time you beat them. That fight, by the way, if you guys want to know where Ryuji shines, unless it's physical resist, it's fights like that where you want to just have a massive nuke of damage to a boss. That's where Ryuji is like underrated by too many people. You know what, Isaiah Dusk, you guys need to go with CJ and become my Tomoko army. Okay, friends, I am late for dinner. I shouldn't do that to my family, so I'm going to let you go. I will be back. I already have it set up, so take a look if you want to know the time for your time zone. And I appreciate for many of you it may be late, so, you know, I fully get that. You know, times don't work for everybody, but if you want to come back, I will be back tonight. And I think tonight what we're going to do is we're going to push Mementos. I would like to push the Joker Persona 5 event and get some of those rewards. So I will still answer questions. So don't feel bad and don't feel like you can't come in and ask me anything you want to ask me about your teams, you know, things like that. But I'm going to intentionally carve out a little bit of time. I'll be here for a few hours then to go through content in the game just to kind of get some stuff knocked out. But I will do my best to answer your questions simultaneously. Hopefully I can multitask. And usually on that stream, I go to about anywhere between 11:30 and midnight. So it's about a 2.5 hour stream. So I will see you then. I'm also looking to see if I can stream tomorrow. I just need to look at the family stuff and see what's up with life. But I do have to leave early tomorrow for day 2 of Metallica. So I will be seeing Metallica tomorrow night. If you're in Denver at the Metallica concert, shoot me a DM and I can come say hi to you. So, all right, friends, thank you. I will see you tonight. And for those that did the memberships, those that put the super chats in, you don't have to do that. Please don't take that as I'm asking you to do that. I just want to say thank you. And that value that you're putting into me is going to come right back into the stream. So if you're wondering why I keep buying things, people have put super chats in and I'm putting that into the stream. So thank you all. Love spending time with you. And as always, until I see you again, please take care of yourselves. I'll see you soon.